can't. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Once we log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these news they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killer bees. Killing these news while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility. Boosting these trophies we win, we in it on land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league a million degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
Welcome to your Saturday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9. The race for $1 million continues today. So I've got one question and one question only. Are you ready to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down? Because it is time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, login in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', here we go. BNB scores the goal! We never leave till we
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their kind of view. But
another person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Jekyll. Traded, journeyman, expect.
Ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA the Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Week 15 matchup between the Klik and the Michigan Paladins. We're sitting down right now with him and Jekyll. Guys, first of all, congratulations on your record right now. Sitting at 6 playoff bound. You guys have been doing great this season. The first thing I want to ask you, man, is what's going to be the difference in today's matchup? Because when you look at the differentiation between just the two records, right, 6-3 versus the Paladins, I think they're 4-5, right? You guys clearly have a 2-1 win-loss going on right now. What is this? What is the thing, the it factor that has obviously led to your 6 victories that's going to make the difference tonight?
You want to get that one, or you want me to?
I think it's player differential. I think we just have better players. We're a better team. We're going to destroy them today like we always have. Yes, we won last game.
Okay.
Let's take a more diplomatic approach. We were diplomat. We were able to the key factor for our wins and losses is we were able to convert our 50-50 games into wins for us a little bit more than they were able to, because they've had a couple close impact games that have affected their record. They beat us by 1 point because we were unable to convert a game. So we've just been able to do that more than them, which is why our record's 6-3 versus 4-5.
Okay, I respect
we're better. Let's go.
I like that. Well, the other question I have for you is I have used Jekyll actually as an example of a player that like fills his role on a lot of games relatively well. Are there a couple of like players, obviously I've mentioned Jekyll here, that you think sort of help create that synergy on your team that sort of leads to these victories, in the sense of Jekyll, was playing a sniper in a game of the finals, and he wasn't doing very well, so he swapped to a heavy and then held down the objective. Are there a couple of players on your team, right, that you could give sort of a shout out to? Do you think do that very well in terms of just filling their roles to act as an example for some of the other players in the league?
I think it's each and every one of us individually, because we all, like you said, have our games where we take lead. Like for using that finals game, me and Killer talked about it beforehand, where we were like, hey, I'm gonna try sniper, see how that works. And then a minute later, he's like, make that call, go back to heavy, anchor point, and we'll win. So we were able to do that. We got Jake for the sports games. We got our boy Kiz back here, able to do stuff and shooters, make good comms for everything. We always got our GM Sky, who stepped up and stepped in as a player when we needed him. So we each all have that through all of us with our games.
Understood.
That's great that we're speaking about Sky, because I have a question that I would love to have answered from the team's perspective. How do you guys feel he's balancing that GM role and player role, and how much of an impact you feel he's made to the team stepping up?
It's, I mean, it's difficult because he has a bunch of different tasks for both for player and GM. I'm sure it's hard to manage playing different games, trying to be competitive and be a good player in the league, as well as do everything that tasks that GMs have. But he's done an incredible job as to getting us to where we need to be, putting us on focus and playing the games we need to play to get us ready for the games. And he's also stepped up good as a player and filling in the role and showing out. That's why he's nominated for Most Improved.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey.
He's also able to keep us goofballs in track sometimes, and then join in with us when we need it. So, like, it's just like we're playing good times with friends, and we're all together. We're all here for the same purpose, and we're just enjoying it. And he's fitted nicely with that.
And I love to hear it. Great time with friends. Now, on a different note, this is just more of a personal question towards him.
Oh.
Him, how do you feel being the last brother standing?
I'm here for a reason. We all knew when I entered the league. Maybe not because I wasn't drafted until later. Both my brothers were drafted
Yeah.
ahead of me, but hey,
Yeah.
we know who's better. That's why I'm still here.
Yeah,
Tier
me
1 today for a reason. You know, everybody knows. Everybody knows. My name isn't him for a reason. You know?
Hey, you
Dang,
heard
get 'em.
it now. It is not him for a reason. He is Himothy. Thank you guys for giving us some time, letting us in your brains. But we going to head it on over to the Paladins because we got some questions for them.
All right.
What's up, guys? We're sitting here with Strix and Wonku from the Michigan Paladins. First of all, I want to congratulate you guys on what was a very successful fundraiser on December 3rd, the Be a Friend project. I love that, man. Can you tell us a little bit about sort of the energy that sort of was in the arena floor that specific day? We had a bunch of fun watching you guys.
Yeah, I can take it. I would just say it was all around good vibes. Like we had players from other teams joining in. Obviously, money was raised for a good purpose, and for me, honestly, it hits home. So I'm a big advocate now for the Be a Friend project, and overall, just it was fun and it was nice to play games casually.
Yeah.
And overall, yeah, just great time, good cause.
Absolutely. Well, again, congratulations. It seemed like you guys were actually having like an absolute blast. Now, my other question is a little bit more serious and with regard to today's matchup. I know you guys are relatively new in terms of your team roster, right? Like you've had some players, if you will, sort of swap or just recently introduced. Wonku knows a little bit about that. Tell me, what is sort of been the state of your team synergy over the last couple of weeks? It seems like you guys are really starting to find your stride and just kind of gel with each other a little bit more. Is there something that has really enabled that or influenced it in terms of just improving it for the better?
We're having a little technical difficulty, guys, but we will.
Would Wonka, would you
Yeah,
rather answer? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and step up while they're
Mhm.
sorting out that technical difficulty. I mean, I feel like obviously with being the main change to the roster, I feel like I've been able to mesh in really well. I didn't know what to
Yeah.
expect. Like I said, coming
Mhm.
from a team that I've been with for I guess almost 6 or 7 seasons.
Yeah.
It was a bit of an adjustment, but I think these guys have been able to teach me a lot about the games that I didn't know as well. And I've noticed with some of the players here, I've had some natural chemistry. Like there's some games I've
Yeah.
just never played with some of them, and I'll go in, I'm like, all right, looks like we've been practicing that like for
Yep.
hours together. But I think overall, I'm feeling pretty good and confident in our chemistry.
I like that. I like that. I like the fact that you mentioned just chemistry in general. I always talk about with specific teammates that I've played with over the last 10, 15, sometimes even 20 years since Xbox Live first came about. Vince is going to knock me for being an old head now. But I love when when we play like a specific multiplayer game. You land a double kill in Halo and you don't even have to make the call out. Your teammate is already pushing a spawn point, already pre-fragging it, what have you. That's where that synergy sort of comes into play. And I have definitely recognized that from you guys. Absolutely.
No, 100%.
Yes, definitely recognize. Oh, go ahead, Strix. You wanna try to finish your answer?
Yeah, all I was saying was that we spent a lot of time focusing on synergy more than anything else. We put a lot of energy into playing together, playing team games, and focusing on how we can come and work together. I was saying we're all veterans in the league at the end of the day. We've all seen, played with each other, known each other for a good bit of time. So now it was just more of a how do we as the Paladins play games with this collection of players?
And that's a great question. A great way to lead into my question, which is you guys being such a veteran team because you guys all each been here at least a good amount of years in the league. What do you feel is the difference moving forward for you guys in the future, even past this season, going into season 10, with your synergy moving the way it's moving, and with the veteran mind, with all the new players coming into the UEL, how are you going to capitalize with your veteran skills?
I can start off, and then Wonku, if you have anything to add. I think, funnily enough, working with Wonku is really fun because I know we both have been in that GM spot before. So we've onboarded new players, we've been players, we've been playing, coaching, doing all these different roles. And I think one thing about having more cooks in the kitchen, sometimes people talk about how it could mess with the pot, but more than anything, it gives more voices. I can always throw a question to Wonku, to Rafiki, to any of my teammates, and they have an idea, a plan. And that means when a rookie comes in, we can focus on, cool, what does the rookie need to improve to be UEL ready? And so I think the future looks really bright for the Michigan Paladins.
And that's great. Like he said, guys, UEL ready. But this is more towards another. I'm gonna keep going personal as of my last question. We're gonna go towards Wonku. We know you guys are gonna make it into the playoffs. We know this is happening. Is there a certain team that might get a little whooping moving forward this playoff? You know, because last game we were talking about playoff Herb. We gonna see playoff Wong?
Man, I would love for the finals to be Paladins Ravens. That would be so good. Like,
Oh,
all right, y'all traded me. Say less. You're going to
yeah.
credit because now
Yes, like Wonku? Wonku?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking forward to everybody. Like on our side, obviously, more than likely want to play in the Klik again. And then the Reapers, I ain't worried about them. They're something slight, so it's gonna be a lot of fun.
I love that. Cat's and I just like, okay, all right.
I know he's in chat right now.
Yeah. He's in the chat. Everyone's in the chat. They all watching. Thank you guys for answering our questions. I hope you guys have a great game because we about to head over to our spot, Matt, and kick this game off. Right?
Let's get it, Tony. I'm excited for this, man. I'm excited for this, Tony.
Yes, they look hype. The Klik
they look ready, man. They look ready, and like I say that, I think both of these teams are probably my two favorite teams with regards to just the raw, sort of energy that both teams sort of exhibit on a daily basis. Like whenever we see them in the arena, they're gelling, they're feeling good around each other, they're joking. I've even seen both of these teams, like when we take our halftime break and both teams and obviously the casters and what have you, we're all grabbing snacks and what have you, just trying to stay fueled, stay energized, if you will. I've seen multiple times with both of these teams where they're just laughing and joking with each other. Obviously thinking about game plans and strategies moving forward, but they're so positive and encouraging. It's infectious, man. You sort of feel it when you walk into the arena. Both of these teams are probably the best at that. Whereas I see other teams sort of getting angry, getting flustered a little bit when they're behind, or just being negative. I've seen times where players aren't necessarily attacking other players, but sort of shifting the blame onto certain personnel. We don't see that a lot at all with either one of these teams. They're all very, very encouraging to one another.
Yep, and they've both been here before. This is the second time they see each other. So one team's trying to get back, and one team's trying to stay on top. But for those that don't know, welcome everybody. This is the UEL where gamers go pro. I'll be your boy Dadhead Tony in that place to be, the bop, and he be the leader of the mob, Mobster Matt, and we're chilling.
How you guys doing, man?
Other way. Either way, y'all know the bop. We are here for this great game sponsored by SurfThing, where you want some PCs where the gamers go pro. They get those PCs at SurfThing.
And Sly Energy, Tony. Where's your Sly cans at?
Bro, I'm gonna get it after rock, paper, scissors because we gonna shoot this.
Yeah, somehow he has 50 Sly cans in his place. I know. So here we go, guys. We got some rock, paper, scissors. This is going to determine setup and game selection. So get ready for this. This is super important to shift the momentum in the favor of the Paladins early on. There it is. There it is.
Yes.
So it looks like the Paladins guys are going to be getting first pick here of the game choice. Now, they can skip past Final Stand Ragnarok if they want to, but something tells me they're actually going to play this. I think they have a really, really good, like strong, like competitive PvE team. There's a couple of titles within this game that sort of can leverage their experience in PvE matchups as opposed to PvP. Certain teams, I don't think, practice this genre of game, if you will, enough. The Michigan Paladins are very, very good at PvE experiences. So we'll get a confirmation as to whether or not they're going to play, but something tells me they are. Oh, yeah, we're playing. So that's going to be the first game to kick things off. Tony, what can you tell us about this game, man?
Well, with this game, it replaces that because back in the days we had that League of Legends, so it replaces that League of Legends, and I feel like with that mindset going into it, it leads in favor of the Paladins,
right?
Because you have so many big brain move players there.
Yeah, you make a really good point.
Don't know Mad Genius last season. We had Yu-Gi-Oh, one of the top Yu-Gi-Oh players on there. They have big brain moves,
right?
And I see this running in favor of the Paladins, but I don't want to talk too much because I know the Klik have Jekyll, a former champion.
That's true.
Sky Guy, who loves himself some strategy. And he said he's here to show out. He's Himothy. Let's see if Hemi Neutron showing up.
Yeah, I like that. I like the fact that you brought up League of Legends. For those of you not familiar with League, or maybe you are familiar with League, you might be wondering how that correlates to a PvE experience. Well, and a lot of MOBAs, specifically League of Legends, other ones even more playful, light-handed ones like Pokemon Unite on the Nintendo Switch, there's going to be an area called the Jungle, right? Which typically has PvE experiences within it, ads that you can eliminate in order to gain buffs, whether it be a defensive buff or an offensive buff, right? So being able to manage that sort of PvE experience by just taking out ads in order to gain advantages within the game, that's going to be a huge part of how Final Stand Ragnarok actually operates. You have to have a great understanding of spawn points, map manipulation, environmental awareness with regards to where your teammates are at all times, while constantly keeping your kill combo active. So there's going to be a massive amount of ads that are attacking our players in waves. Think of it like Call of Duty Zombies or Dynasty Warrior, for those of you that play that game, where you're constantly having to eliminate ads in a timely fashion in tandem with one another in order to maintain your kill combo. The higher your kill combo is, the more points will be distributed to your specific profile by the end of the game. Now, after the end, there's a certain time limit. I believe it's 8 minutes, if I'm correct, that these players have to get as many points as they can. At the end, our game master there on the floor, which may be 300 today. Shout outs to 300. We will be tallying up the total points by both of these teams, and whoever has the most points by the end of the game will be determined the winner. So,
and like I said, big brains on the side of Michigan. So look, we got Strix. I feel like it'll be Matt. Look, right there, boom. You're starting 4.
Yep.
You're starting 4, and then you leave Jekyll out. Like you said, Jekyll is one of those players who like fills his role. So I think he's the best anchor for that team. And I feel like moving forward, his stock should rise a whole lot more, being a former champion, being someone who can play his role properly. We might see him move up to tier 1, tier 2, or maybe he just stays on the team and keeps this winning core.
Yeah, it's interesting. Every week we've been sort of showing up and we've been seeing a shift in roster changes, right, amongst all of the teams as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. There's teams that are just maybe 1 or 2 wins away from making it into the playoffs, being the last week now of the regular season, getting it to just sort of take a gander at both of these rosters. I got to say, even though the Paladins have a 4-5 record, they have a worse record. I actually think they have, I don't want to say a stronger team, but I think the synergy on their team, like just from what I've seen of each and every one of the players on their team, including Mad Genius, like the fact that Mad Genius is their tier 5 player is actually shocking. Because guys, when we start getting into some of our fighting games, you're going to see Mad Genius start to pop off. So they have such a strong roster. I think the Klik have their work cut out for them.
Now, I do, but let's see what happens on this game, because moving forward, we're getting some F1. And Jekyll is a racer. Jekyll's known for his license. And he will be going against the guy you were just praising, Mad Genius.
Yeah,
let's see if
isn't that interesting? Right, you bring up a perfect sort of aspect of the UEL that a lot of players might not be accustomed to. Here at the UEL, guys, we run a sort of a baseball sort of dugout roster system where there's 5 players on each team, right? Well, 4 of them were forced to play Final Stand Ragnarok because it is a 5-on-5. I mean, I'm sorry, a 4-on-4. That means that you have 1 player left on your roster that is then forced to play Formula 1, which is a 1-on-1 matchup game. After that occurs, the roster will be reset, and then these players can basically play however, these teams can choose whatever players they want to go into their next game. So just something to sort of mention.
But here we go. We're watching TLG. It looks like he's getting himself some boost. Let's see where he's going. Is he finding any bots? Here comes wave 1.
Lord have mercy. So it looks like we're watching TLG guys right here run out into the field at the beginning. And he is clearing an insane amount of ads right now on screen. Now, something to note, he's already over 100 kills right now. That is pretty impressive. I mean, we're not even 30 seconds into the match, and the fact that he already has over 100 kills is pretty wild. Now, that's something. Listen, by the end of this matchup, we have seen teams rack up over 1,000 kills. Now, this is an 8-minute match. The fact that we're already seeing 100, 150, you know, the TLG is absolutely killing it right now. Maybe a good understanding of the spawn point. Ah, interesting. We're getting word from AV in production that TLG and him used to play Dynasty Warriors back in the day, which may have led to a slight advantage in these matchups.
But we're the old heads, Matt.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, that's good. So what they're basically doing right now, guys, is they're just trying to gain a good understanding of where these ads, particularly on spawning, and then at the end of specific waves, they're going to try to reposition, gain some type of intel with regards to where the next wave is spawning, and they're also taking a moment during this time, this intermittent time right now, in order to basically open up these crates, open up these chests that are scattered around the map, because they have buffs within those chests, and you can see those buffs in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Those basically give the player certain things like damage boost, health boost, speed boost, attack speed, but a big one is mana management. So when these players are using specific abilities, they have a mana pool that becomes drained so that they can't continuously spam certain abilities. Well, if you get a mana buff that helps with that sort of inventory or economy of your mana, if you will, you're going to be allowed to then use specific abilities much more often, which will result in more kills. So gaining those little buffs out of those chests is super, super important.
South doesn't seem to be active right now.
Now, you see, we're watching Wonku here. Not the highest kills that we've seen so far, but maybe she's waiting for a wave to catch up on. I wonder if she's letting her team do more of the damage than she is, because she's sitting on 119 right now. I believe that TLG should at least be in the 3s.
There we go. Well, we're seeing her use or just utilize some of her AoE abilities, but I don't think she's necessarily used them with the right timing. There we go. So that was a solid one that we just witnessed. But there was a couple of those times where she was sort of using them in order to take out the ads in front of her as quickly as possible, whereas she could have positioned her specific character model in a much larger group prior to using those abilities, and in order to sort of optimize her kill output.
Oh man, I don't see. There's 5 minutes left into the match, and I don't know if you've noticed, but my man Magna walked into enemy territory. He walked into a part of a wave where Sky Guy and Koza are both there.
Yes,
and got them killed.
Yeah, and this is something like an interesting strategy that we've seen a multitude of times here at the UEL. It's not necessarily just about your team picking up as many kills as possible, right, in tandem with one another. A huge strategy, like you mentioned, is rushing into the enemy camp in order to steal as many kills as possible, right? Mitigating the amount of score your enemy team can basically rack up by the end of the game. That's a huge part of how this game functions. And now the storm is upon us. The rain is coming down, adding a sense of drama to this matchup. Tony!
Oh, I feel it. I feel
just
it.
got cinematic, brother. You got your umbrella or what?
I do. Under my umbrella.
Oh, he's singing, Vince. He's singing.
Look, guys. It's a rainstorm outside, and we gotta stay warm. All right.
Yep. See, and this is killer right here. There we go. You see that AoE effect, that spinning sort of like snowstorm ability, that blizzard, right? With 360 degrees of a hitbox, using that in the midst of a massive wave. That's how you optimize your damage output. So I want to see if Wonku is capable of doing that a little bit more often with some of her abilities. You can expect that to come out right there, clearing a massive, massive wave. And see, we swap over to her. She's in the middle of just a few sort of small select ads. She has racked up over 200 kills now at this point. But we're seeing a lot of this, right? Singular ads. She's got to be able to pinpoint, communicate with her team, identify where these ads are coming from, and or potentially steal ads from her opponent.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here, because we keep right now. I'm watching when she was walking up. I'm seeing her. I see Magna, and I see Sky Guy, I see Killer. So it's like they're all in one territory. This is like a little gang war.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, who's on my block right now, bro?
So when we swapped over to her, you could see she was only picking up 1 or 2 kills. She's running over here to revive Magna, which is interesting. We don't often see him go down. That must have been a little bit of like an input mistake by Magna to go down like that, because I don't believe that revive was just for bonus points, because there was ads on screen. Typically speaking, you'll see these teams intentionally go down in order to boost their score by getting multiple revives. Whereas Magna actually went down in the middle of a wave, which isn't very optimal, Tony.
So you're saying an optimal strat is to cheddar bob yourself?
2 minutes. Cheddar bob yourself. No, you
what?
Man.
Yo,
cheddar bob yourself.
About the cheddar bob,
bro.
You said they gotta go down. They said they gotta go down. They gotta go down.
Yep. It's funny. I think about that too. There was a NFL wide receiver that cheddar bobbed himself too. I was going to make that reference, but I forgot his name. Former Pittsburgh Steeler. He was also on the Giants. So some of the NFL heads will have to give me that reference at some point. We got 1 minute left, guys. Something to note. With 60 seconds left, we're taking a look at Wonku, who doesn't even have 300 kills.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, to put that into comparison for you, we have players that by the end of these 60 seconds, we've had players in the past that have racked up over 1,000 kills. So not, and it might not be a Wonku, sort of situation. It might be a result of her teammates getting a lot more kills. So we'd have to see their perspective at some point. But we did see TLG had, basically the same kill count within the first couple of minutes of the match.
Okay. We're seeing Magna here. Magna sitting on almost 550.
Something tells me though that there is a player, whether it be Strix and or somebody on the Klik, that has well over 500 kills.
I'm coming.
I feel like sitting on 1,000
points. Oh yes.
Yes, I'm saying that if Strix isn't somebody who is taking the kills, then it has to be somebody on the Klik that has this kill.
Okay. And unfortunately, I think Strix isn't showing out today.
Oh, so
he's sitting on 4. He's lower than Magna.
Yeah, so the fact that these players only have 400 kills is a strong indication that the Klik, their opponents may actually have more kills. They may be actually potentially winning this matchup.
Game over. We're about to find out right now. Let me see these points.
It's one of those aspects of just math, right? It's just addition and subtraction. If the Paladins are only capable of getting a set amount of kills, that's probably because the Klik has been taking them, right?
Yeah.
So we'd have to see. In terms of like this actual map selection too, I don't think it's a matter of just the ads not being there. I think it's just a matter of the Klik potentially sort of stealing some of these kills from them. The other thing was, I think the Klik were actually playing, I don't remember the name of the actual character, but the archer character that you're seeing here that Strix was playing. I I tend to really, really like that character. I think the Click had 3 or so of them playing this specific character, which allows them to pick up eliminations from a further distance. So
Okay, Magna.
Okay, so Magna was in top. We got
Yep.
Oh yeah, 4,000.
his killer. There's Strix in. Oh, this is actually pretty close. And then we got
is.
Sky and him.
I don't know
Mhm.
PLG and Wonku, though, are bringing up the last 2 spots. I
And then
believe
I'm
this is a
wondering,
Click win.
we were hyping up TLG so much, and it's like,
Right.
whoa, buddy,
Well,
what happened to that wave?
I would like to say that this is a Click win, but Magna might have been the difference maker here, guys. If you look at the actual score, he had 2,000 more score than his, which I think might actually be enough to make up for that difference in terms of how the rest of the players actually performed. Because the final 4 players all had about 4,000, right?
Yeah.
They might have been able to pull this off.
And
They're
the last,
crunching the numbers right now on the floor, though. We'll find out here in a moment.
they're pulling out the calculators, guys. They're doing the math. We're gonna find out right now, but that was a good game. That was a good game.
Yeah, it was.
What you're saying though is the winner is really whoever was Debo and the other.
Oh, okay. We're getting confirmation that the Paladins ended up taking that game, which is what we sort of expected before the game actually started. I was just a little worried when we were seeing some of those player counts. I don't think we actually was. Okay. Wow, Paladins got 20K and the Click got 14K. So actually a bigger difference than we thought. Really, a lot of that comes from, I feel like, Magna's performance.
You put that on Magna's back. They all of them got to go to Magna and say, "Hey, thank you. We'll give you a massage tonight because you just carried us."
Yeah. He definitely put his team on his back. Just looking at the point difference between first and second place being an additional like 2,000 points between them was really, really significant right there. Just when we ended up going to the scoreboard. So great job by Magna. Great understanding of the spawn points and what have you. I will say this though, I do think that both of these teams do need to optimize their Final Stand Ragnarok gameplay, because when you're going up against the likes of the bots, when you're going up against the likes of the Reapers, I don't know if 500 to 600 kills by the end of a Final Stand Ragnarok game is going to be enough to really take it over those teams. So maybe a little bit of practice, over the weekend, a little bit of practice going into next week, and really over the next month or so before we get into those actual playoffs, brother.
And now moving forward, 30 seconds into the setup, we're getting that 1v1 Jekyll and Magna. See who can really put the team on their back. Jekyll got to get this point back. I mean, Mad Genius. Sorry, I said Magna, guys. I meant Mad Genius. Sorry. But I think this is personally a Click win. I think that Jekyll can actually pull this one out. The only thing that I'm scared of that's so like indecisive with F1 is that those DNFs. Those other CPU racers, they be driving crazy out here.
Yeah, constantly sort of brake checking and what have you. So when Tony talks about the other sort of NPCs that are on screen, this is a 1v1, but the remainder of the racers on the actual track, guys, are going to be NPCs. So a little bit of a sort of PvE experience going on here as well. They've got to be careful going into sharp turns that they don't get brake checked by these NPCs. They can cause a lot of damage. They can cause these players to fly off the sides of the track. And thinking about this being a Formula One game, you have to think about the actual the tire designs on these Formula One cars are made for traction on pavement, right? They are not made to be going off roads. As soon as these vehicles hit the grass, they are spinning out of control and what have you. So the name of the game is going to be racing clean, but also racing smart. Oftentimes you'll see these players, going into turns. If they're trailing from behind, they're going into turns way too fast because they're trying to catch their opponent. And as a result, they sort of get out of control, take a little bit too, I would say, wide of a turn, if you will, get off their sort of race lines, which results in them, losing. So even if they are trailing from behind, they've got to race clean and they've got to race smart.
Yeah, and like I said, me personal opinion, I think Jekyll can pull this one off.
I do too.
Mad Genius might not be his strong suit.
Yep.
But we'll see what happens. The one thing I hate about F1 every single time is that setup time. As you can see, we're sitting here on a timeout because the Click had to use a timeout because F1 is one of those games that I feel is personally HI double hockey sticks when it comes to setting up.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a difficult setup, and we very, very often will actually see the gameplay start, guys, and then the game master on the floor will basically call the game because it was set up incorrectly. So please, by all means, make sure you put it on the correct amount of laps, guys.
Yes.
Very, very often we see the incorrect number of laps in the top corner of your screen, which results in sort of a disqualification, if you will, and then we're forced to move on to the next game, and the team has to then forfeit the matchup for setting it up incorrectly. So we'll see. I think both of these teams, though, just given their records, obviously the Paladins are 4-5, guys, but I want you to understand there's a reason why Paladins started off the night with a victory here on Final Stand Ragnarok. This is a newly formed roster. This is not the same team that racked up all 5 of those losses. They're capable of getting into the playoffs, given their conference, given their division right now, because they've been able to secure a number of victories just over the last few weeks because of how well formed their roster has become with the likes of Wonku, obviously in that tier 3 spot. Wonku is a player that has been in the tier 1 spot of a lot of the teams that she has played for. So don't underestimate them. They're going to make the Klik work for this victory and or take the dub themselves.
Yep, and like I said, it's a team full of veterans.
Yeah.
So it's one of those teams that have the mindset, have the capability, and the skills to be a playoff team and or a very high contending team.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like when I look at these two teams, I'm betting more often on 1v1 matchups for the Paladins than I am the actual Klik. And nothing against any of the players on the Klik, but you take, for example, Kiz over on the Klik being a relatively young, relatively new player here versus how often we see players on the Paladins either clutch in certain fighting games, clutch in specific shooters, and or specifically in our strategy category. The Paladins are a very, very strong strategy team. So I don't know, like in that genre alone, right, within strategy, I would take a one-on matchup against Kiz, for instance, being a relatively young player in the strategy category. I would take the one-on-one with every single Paladins player within that matchup. And that's not any sort of condescending or disrespectful comment towards Kiz because he's a great player. But I just love how much experience I see on the side of the actual Paladins. It's going to be interesting to see if some of the veterans like Jekyll can sort of optimize the team a little bit, be a bit of a leader on the side of the Klik to sort of help manage some of the inexperience, but, you know, create that synergy that we talk about seeing so often on the Paladins.
And I believe that it could happen. Like I said, the only person playing right now that has a championship under his name is Jekyll.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Jekyll, guys, is going to be on the top of your screen, whereas Mad Genius is going to be on the bottom. I love the fact that both of these players are playing in the third person. Not gonna lie, kind of irritates me a little bit when I see them playing in first person because I think it limits the amount of like sort of data download that you can sort of have in any given second. Playing in third person like this allows you to sort of manage your spacing, you know, pivot your turns and what have you a lot better in with regards to where your sort of car is on the track in comparison to your opponents around you. You need to constantly be reading the position of these NPCs, but also the player that's competing against you. So I love the fact that they're actually racing in this third-person perspective.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing from Mad Genius. Seems like he's been practicing a little, keeping the lead away from Jekyll.
Yeah, keeping the lead, but not being overzealous. You know what I mean? I'm not too concerned with the position of these NPCs, not trying to sort of bump into them or sort of ram them off the sides of the track. He's just trying to race clean with the knowledge of Jekyll potentially going out early. Nobody predicted this. Maybe Jekyll doesn't have that dog in him anymore, Tony.
I don't know. He better let the leash off him.
He didn't.
He better let the leash off him.
He didn't just crash right there, Tony. He crashed in 20th place. So there was nobody around him, Tony. How did he crash? Okay, we're getting some news from the floor. What?
Oh my God! All right, I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna be the one because I gotta do it. Look. What the hell is the Klik doing? bro. So I just heard from the great voice in the sky, AV Slim himself, that Klik has not been practicing for the past month. Not racers, not shooters, not fighters, not strats, not any game on the wheel for a month. You guys are getting ready for playoffs. You have one more game left, and you have not been practicing. How do you want to get that win?
Do we have like any sort of info on who the team owner for Klik is, who the GM is over there? I would be.
Yeah.
Oh, Lewis.
I got
Lewis.
I got you. Hey, Lewis, what's going on? And if we're gonna go on top of that, I'll even go past it, Lewis. Sky Guy, what's going on? You're a GM and a player.
Yeah.
You're doing one of the jobs wrong.
Yeah, you've got to get your team together, guys. I mean, it's as simple as that. Okay, you want to know just a perfect example of how easy this is, guys. So, and this is like a simple story that I think correlates to how we could just say it. It's ridiculous that these players haven't been practicing with each other. Last night, right, just relaxing in my house, playing a little bit of Skull and Bones on my Xbox. One of the things I like to do here at my house is I'll actually Discord call my wife, who's obviously like on the other side of the house in our bedroom, right? Timeout, Klik. So I'll actually Discord call from my Xbox because Discord is on Xbox. I'll Discord call and then video chat my wife, who is just relaxing, in her own room across the house, and I'll stream my gameplay to her so that she can actually just watch me play in a completely separate room. That's how easy it is to actually just practice, watch, or communicate specific video games and gameplay to your teammates or the people that you enjoy gaming with, right? All of these players could jump into the same exact Discord call, whether it just be an audio call or they could share gameplay with one another through Discord in just 5 seconds, and then ask for advice, formulate strategies, create that synergy, or just like we said, practice these specific games. I would like to say that this would come down to sort of a GM and team owner like sort of situation, but it also comes down to these players. If you want to take home a championship, if you want to actually get ready for playoffs, you have to be willing to practice. And the fact that these guys haven't been practicing over the last month is really, really sad to hear.
And to put the nail in the coffin for you real quick, man.
Right.
It shows with this another timeout on the Klik. We're not even half an hour in to the game.
Right.
And we already wasted 2 timeouts. And we lose 2 going into the second half. So going into the second half, they're only going to have 2. So that means that for the rest of this hour and 41 minutes, they can only use 1 more timeout.
Yeah, I mean, they could use as many as they want. It's just the fact that, you're going into another 2 hours, and, if you only have 1 or 2 timeouts, that's going to really, really hurt your team. It's sad because they're 6-3, right? Like they're 6-3. They're one of the strongest teams in the UEL. So you hate to hear that. But maybe there's a bit of confidence. Maybe they feel as if they're good. But being down 0-2 in this specific situation, I also think, let me just be honest here. We're going into obviously it's the Christmas season right now. Maybe some of that comes down to discipline, right? There's a lot of games that have come out for the holidays and they've just enjoying, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 or the newest Indiana Jones game, Great Circle, right? That's, on Game Pass right now. Maybe some of these players just haven't been disciplined because they've been playing some of these newly released holiday games and they're not focused on winning a championship. You know what's been happening in the meantime, though, Tony? The Paladins have been doing fundraiser live streams for the Be a Friend project, raising money for charity organizations, creating that team synergy, and just gelling with one another. That's the positivity that we like to see. The Paladins themselves have been radiating that over the last month, while the Klik have just been, doing nothing.
Look, this is what I gotta say, guys. If you gotta get some discipline, because if it ain't on the wheel, you shouldn't be playing it, because it ain't for the championship. You want to play it that bad, tell Titus, hey, I want this game on the wheel next season. Right now, that should be practicing this, especially being down 2-0.
There's some banger of games coming out too, Tony, that I'm hoping to see on the wheel in these next seasons. Did you hear about Turok Origins?
Yes.
Come on, Tommy.
Yes.
We got another. All
Yes.
right.
AB.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited.
I just putting out there some Marvel rivals.
Oh, I saw Slim playing some Marvel Rivals over the week.
That's what he do.
Yeah. So this is just the preparation phase, guys, here of Maelstrom, one of our favorite sort of PvP experiences, but this is a nautical battle royale, guys. Obviously, these are ships in the waters of this ocean, and they're going to be fighting to be the last players alive. You can see the map in the top right-hand corner of your screen. It is a relatively large map. They're going to traverse this map, obviously using a multitude of different types of ships, but also the slipstreams, which are going to be currents that you see in the water that actually give them a little bit more speed and allow them to travel faster. They're going to be basically sailing all around these rock structures, these mountain structures, trying to not only take out enemies, stay close to their team, and, you know, just sort of formulate some strategy to stay alive, because the higher you place, the more points you get. Now, you don't just get points from placing high. You can also take out NPCs. You can complete sort of contracts or sort of missions within the game itself in order to give you bonus points. But nonetheless, you get most of your points from getting eliminations, as well as sort of surviving and placing in a higher spot.
Now, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt to Klik again, because Jekyll, he was top tier before the month of non-practice.
Yeah,
Jekyll was that guy when it came to Maelstrom.
Yeah.
So I want to give the benefit of the doubt and maybe see if he can lead his team, or at least has held his knowledge in this game enough to, because Strix looks like he's been doing some work.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, Strix definitely has a great understanding of this game. I think most of the Paladins, if you will, have a great understanding. But the fact that you got Magna, TLG, and Strix on the same team, I know all three of them know how to play this game relatively well. There's all sorts of tricky little things within this game, guys. There's multiple different races. So you have the Orc race, which basically are driven by a chariot type of system where there's actually sharks in the water that are pulling their actual ship. You have the dwarves, who are sort of mechanical engineers, which have those sort of steamboats that you see sort of being operated right here. You have the humans, which are sails operated. They tend to drift and take corners really well, depending on what direction the wind is blowing. But then you also have the ghosts faction, which have special abilities, sort of like going invisible and what have you, and or teleporting. Right, so multiple different, abilities, but not just that, not just the big functionality of the ship ton. There's also the ability to select what crew that you want to play. So think of your crew sort of like your Call of Duty loadout. So the crew members that you select prior to jumping into battle will give you specific perks, whether it be reload speed, fire rate, and things like that. But then you also get to choose your captain, and the captains have a specific trick, which is an ultimate ability, a special ability, like we just talked about a second ago with teleporting and what have you, that you can then sort of perform on the map in order to sort of outplay your opponent. So lots of sort of intricate little things within the game of Maelstrom that'll give you the advantage over your opponent. Now, the bounties that they just collected, just to note here, the bounties that they just collected were NPC characters, right? So that was just in order to gain buffs, but it also gives you a little bit of points for taking out those NPCs as well. Now we got some action unfolding right here on your screen. This is Jekyll. It looks like all three of these Klik players sort of have this one player sort of sandwiched between them. Jekyll trying to fend off some of the players that are coming in from the backside, but he is getting toasted right now, but he does seem to, he's struggling a little bit. Not doing too bad though, he's staying alive. He's on fire.
He's on fire, but like you said, he's sandwiched in between TLG and Magna. Him claimed Magna's vote.
Yep. Looks like Magna potentially could have just got eliminated, potentially by him. I'm surprised that Jekyll is still alive, just given the amount of damage, but that's those dwarven ships that we talked about that are a little bit heavier. TLG has to be really careful here, guys. Look at the gray squares, the gray cubes, if you will, on the sides of his ship. Those act like armor. So when you see those gray cubes start to sort of dissipate or disappear, that means the armor on that specific side of his ship is getting damaged and sort of dissipating, if you will. He's taken a little bit of damage, but you know, he has a little bit of speed at his disposal as well. That's why he's able to sort of get away. You can see those human sails sort of catching the wind, allowing him to sort of pivot his momentum, shift, get around some of these ships, but he's taking a lot of damage, but he's also giving it back. You can see him sort of shifting back and forth in his seat in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. TLG right now just trying to get out of trouble.
He's trying to get away.
Stuck in the middle of this tunnel right now, and he goes out.
Damn.
And that's going to be Jekyll. Jekyll eliminated TLG, Tony.
My money was on Jekyll. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, well, I believe that's Magna Thou that has gone down and TLG, so Strix might be the last one alive.
With three Klik members.
Yeah.
With 3 Klik members still active. You see Killer there, smiling, big grin on his face. He said, "We got this." Look at them. Look at them. They're coming in like sharks.
Right on his tail. They're
coming in like sharks.
Yeah, and listen, Killer's bounty. So Killer actually just got eliminated. Something just to note here, guys. This is a public lobby. So a random player actually just killed Killer. What Strix is trying to do right now is stay alive as much as he can to protect. But he gets stuck.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Why?
Turn back! He's in the Blackwater. Strix is gonna go down.
What? No! No!
Oh no!
It's
Strix
over.
gets eaten alive by the Kraken. Oh no!
Nasty.
Yeah, so that's the Battle Royale aspect, guys. That's the storm, if you will. It is called the Blackwater, which has large, dangerous, deadly sea monsters that will jump up out of the waters and eliminate you very, very quickly. Strix, a little too big-bodied to get through, to get under that bridge right there. Just his shoulders were a little too broad. He's been hitting the gym a little too much. He wasn't able to fit through.
I don't understand. Why?
Man,
that's the game though. That's the game though.
And you know what it was? They were probably just flexing so much. Too many shoulder presses that they did in the first 2 matchups to go up 2-0. That's why Strix was so big body right there. So now they just got to calm down a little bit, stretch it out, get ready for the next match. Because listen, we're going into game 4. This is going to be Lethal League Blaze, Tony.
Yeah, one of my favorite games. One of my favorite games. It's so fast paced, but don't blink because you just might miss it. We're gonna get him and Sky Guy versus Wonku and Mad Genius. Who you got going on this one?
I actually think the Paladins. I think the Paladins are going to take this. I've seen them perform really well within this game. And what we like to do here at the UEL, guys, is sort of explain Lethal League Blaze prior to getting into it because it's going to be over before it even began. So I want you guys to think of a platform fighter like Super Smash Brothers or Multiverses. You'll see the actual character portraits on the top or bottom of your screen. And then the amount of lives that each one of those characters has, also called stocks, okay? Each of these characters are going to have 3 stocks or 3 lives. They're trying to stay alive by avoiding being hit by a volleyball that would drop on the screen. So instead of actually punching your opponent, kicking or headbutting, things of that sort, what you do in order to eliminate your opponent is hit a volleyball that will then fly across the screen. And if that volleyball actually hits your opponent, it's going to take life away from them. The more that ball gets hit, the faster it goes, the more damage it does. So your goal is to constantly be sending that ball across the screen, hitting your opponent with it, and avoid getting hit yourself. All right? So that's what
you're
going to see.
Go.
Yep.
And you get 3 Candyman's.
Okay. I like the Candyman selection specifically because of the actual cane that the Candyman has a relatively large hitbox. So you see characters, you see players specifically down spiking, like you're seeing there, down spiking with that cane because of the size of the hitbox sending that across the screen. Now, guys, the Paladins are green and the Klik are your red outlines. Just to note, you see, it looks like the Paladins are struggling a little bit, already have a life taken away from one of those Paladin members. My money was on them, so potentially I could have bet on the wrong color here. Oh, it looks like 2 of them almost weak. Now there's a red player going down. Oh, okay, so it looks like the first round goes to the Paladins, Tony. We might have been onto something here.
Wondering how much practice they've been putting in on this, because if the Click lose, that could be another practice point.
Oh wow. All right, so that wow, it's gonna be 2 rounds in a row, guys. Look at the stocks at the top of your screen. Both of these red players, both of the Click members only have 1 life. Paladins both have 2 lives each. The down spike hitbox might be right here. Oh
my goodness.
All right. So the Click actually take a round right there. They're back in it. Every one of these players has 1 life each. Can the Click pull off the comeback right now? Oh, great count by one of the Paladins players. Look at the way that they're not letting the ball breathe. They're staying on top of the ball, constantly hitting it over and over again. This ball is ultra
It is over.
Might have just taken it. They did. Both players up, Tony. One of them hadn't even taken any damage at all. Not even a smidge, Tony.
That was mad genius. You saw him pop up. He said, I had to. I had to.
Yep.
Showing
Everybody,
y'all that
man.
I'm a racer and a fighter.
Yeah, great game knowledge. What you saw, what you saw right there was everybody collapsing around the actual spiking of the ball itself. So as soon as your opponent would spike the ball, you're right on top of them to instantly counter that and then send the ball in the opposing direction. They were doing that back and forth constantly, and it just felt like the Paladins, their sort of knowledge, their game knowledge, their frame data, if you will, sort of being able to optimize that input and send the ball back in the other direction more often than the Click could. So what a performance, man. I loved that.
And that's what I say, guys, don't try to be AI. Practice.
Yeah, that's true. Although I will say this, all right, if you jump into Smash Brothers and you put the computer on the highest difficulty, you're going to get some solid practice in.
Yeah.
All right. So you could, there are games where you can actually practice against the AI, but I don't know if Lethal League Blaze is one of them. That's for sure. Yeah, multiverses being another platform fighter. You can put the AI on the highest difficulty. I'm still going to Taz Tornado you out of the screen every single time. So that doesn't even matter.
I said Taz. I'm a Friday 13 guy. My Jason is
okay.
ranked, so-
Yeah, I'm actually before I stopped playing, I was actually a top 100 Taz. So yeah, I used to sweat multiverses. Absolutely. So we know a little thing or two about those platform fighters around here.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. So this next game, though, Dead by Daylight. Tony, who do you think is taking this, man? DBD coming at you.
Ooh, we got fresh. It's a full fresh lineup for both teams, so it's really depending on who picks killer. I think in this one,
yeah,
because
it's gonna come down to who has setup.
Yep. So what it's looking like. Okay, we're gonna get ourselves a timeout.
If the Paladins have timeout, if they just called the timeout, that would suggest that they actually have setup and they need more time to actually set up the game. I think they're going to play killer, and I think they're going to do extremely well.
That's what I was gonna say. Depending on who picks killer, they, like you said, they pick. It looks like the Paladins pick killer, and they chose Wonk, who's very strong in Dead by Daylight. So but killer isn't no pushover. His name is Killer for a reason. He might not be able to be killer this time, but he might just know the way to survive.
Yeah, I do think Jekyll knows a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. I think he plays quite often. Just given his age, I would assume that Kiz plays quite a bit of Dead by Daylight, but I know Wonku specifically has probably thousands of hours into Dead by Daylight, so they are in trouble.
Yes.
What you guys might see, I'm not going to, say a confirmation on this because listen, playing killer is very difficult. It's going to be interesting to see what specific killer that Wonku decides to play, as long as it's not Trapper. Listen, if you're in the UEL, this is a message to all of the UEL players. If I see you play the Trapper, what you're telling me is that you don't play Dead by Daylight. There are so many killers in this game that the kit of that killer is just so much more optimal than setting a trap on the floor. We're talking about teleports. We're talking about AoE trackers like Vecna and what have you. The nurse teleporting. What was the one we saw a specific killer last week that was incredible? I don't remember the specific name of it. Maybe somebody in production could help me out. But there are so many different killers that play at an optimal level. I have to imagine that Wonku is going to play one of the meta killers and is going to dominate this matchup. But it's difficult, man. Sometimes with the Petrified Oak specific perk, all of the actual hooks on the map are going to be relatively far apart, which enables sort of the survivors, if you will, to optimize strategies around getting their teammates off of those hooks, trying to spread out a little bit more, constantly wasting time, looping the actual killer through pallets and what have you, in order to, secure a little bit more of the safe space around those generators themselves. We see a lot of that if the killer doesn't get a lot of hooks early. Typically speaking, no matter how good the players are, if they don't get at least, a few hooks within the first few minutes of the matchup, it spells trouble later on. There was a specific player last week that was doing exceptionally well very early on in the matchup, and we thought that it was a done deal, right? But then they started to get looped. They started to waste time chasing after survivors, not able to sort of eliminate them from the game, and it ended up causing trouble later on. So I think the first couple of minutes of this matchup is going to tell whether or not Wonku on the Paladins is going to be able to clutch this actual victory, because I think for the most part, most of these players, at least 3 of the players on the side of the Klik, are relatively experienced on this map.
Yeah, so that's the thing that I'm trying to figure out. Wait, are we watching Matt? Oh, I thought.
We thought it was Wonku Magna.
I was just gonna say, I'm surprised that Magna isn't going in with him being available, because last time we watched Magna, he dominated.
Oh boy. Magna plays Dead by Daylight, guys.
Yeah. Because I remember last time I think he was using a witch, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Look at Magna's dialed in right now, guys. He's already setting his traps within just these beacons within a first few seconds of this map starting up. Something just to note, though, this particular map selections lends itself towards the survivors very well because of the actual view distance, because of the foliage, because of just the coverage itself. It makes it difficult to catch up on player movement. Oh my gosh, you see the teleport right here by Magna, just a slight sort of stutter step after that teleport occurs, but he's able to sort of capitalize, get on top of him. That's already a knock. I just talked about. Look at him using his cams, those beacons, if you will, that he just set up. This is going to be huge for him, guys. He's setting these at each of the generators just to download his opponent. He already has a down, and he's not even going after him. So him is the player that has been down and been knocked to the floor. He's not even putting him on a hook because he wants to output as much damage as possible, Tony.
God.
Whoa, teleports over the pallet. No way. 200 IQ brain plays coming out of Magna right now. Is this Albert Einstein in the flesh?
He said, be a friend with last week. Today I'm bullying.
He said, be a friend was last week. Today I'm bullying. Wow.
Oh, man. That was a phenomenal play.
Yeah, we got Elon Magna playing right now. I love the teleports coming out of Elon Magna.
God.
This is ridiculous. Big brain IQ plays coming out right now. Yeah, the teleports of this particular character are spelling trouble. Like obviously haven't finished a generator, but they've taken quite a lot of damage. And look, him is still down. Him is still crawling around on the floor. He has not.
He's blinded him, but I don't feel like that would do anything. Nothing.
Well, it's allowing him to loop him a little bit. So he's actually doing his job relatively well right now. Magna has wasted a lot of time just with that strike right there. Now he's going to try to loop him around this pallet. But Magna has a great understanding of these teleports. He's got to be careful because he can teleport. He accidentally double-clicked on the pallet. Get caught lacking, my friend. No.
He teleported right before he dropped the pallet. So when he swapped the Rooney, it was, oh, my God.
And he's checking him. That's the advantage of this mouse and keyboard, I tell you. For all the console players that are watching right now, his ability to scan and click over that room on camera is just phenomenal. I love this. Magna doing such a great job after these teleports, Tony.
It is, and then doing the damage to the generators that have at least a little bit of work done. I love how he's just playing the whole map He's not staying still whatsoever, staying in one spot. He's going throughout the whole map.
And he's positioned these cameras extremely well on each one of these generators. They did pop one generator, though. There's now 4 generators left. Now, something to note here, Magna has not put them on a single hook, I don't believe, so he's only knocking them down. You know, I've never actually seen that strategy here at the UEL. He's looking for Jekyll right now in order to get a 4th player down on the floor, but he's on top of him. He's now on top of him.
Yeah,
it looks like him has gotten up, though. Him has officially gotten up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, solid teleport again from Magna.
You're dead.
Oh my gosh. Sending his opponent to the Shadow Realm is the likes of Magna, jumping on his cams like we're playing a game of Rainbow Six Siege right now. He doesn't even know what game he's playing, but he's playing it to an optimal high level.
My God. He is locked in. He is in Android mode.
Android mode, I like that. Yeah, and it looks like him is still down on the ground, but it looks like Kiz was able to get up. Jekyll's feeling fine, and Killer is now up. Both of them, Kiz and Jekyll, already have 1 strike, so they're 1 slash away from getting knocked down. Solid jump right there.
Okay.
He's not going to get over that. Yeah, that's going to be a hit every day of the week, so that's going to be Killer that isn't able to vault over that window in time.
And there it is. Take that down. Oh, 2 for the price of 1. Here we go.
Oh no!
It was a holiday special.
Yeah, that might have been Kizzy getting caught out of position right there. Now Kizzy and Killer are both down. It's difficult because of these cameras, man. Like he's just downloading this entire map in real time. You'd have thought it was 2002 on Napster right now. Some LimeWire. Yeah, 2003 downloading 50 Cent's debut album.
I'm telling you. Don't take us to court for this. Don't take us to court for this download.
I know, right? Absolutely. And look at Magna, the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, guys. Completely locked in. Just scanning around the map, looking for any type of subtle movement. He gets a little bit of information. Tags this player on camera, teleports directly to him, and now they're in a looping scenario. The only thing they can do. Oh no, he didn't. Accidentally went into the outhouse there. Oh no.
Get out, boy. Get out, boy.
I love this strategy from Magna to just drop the actual players. That's all he's worried about. He has not put a single player on the hook because they're struggling to get over to their teammates and actually help them up because the rate at which he's teleporting and staying on top of them is almost suffocating at this point.
Phantom mode. Look at this. Look at this. Ooh.
And just something to know for anyone that's relatively new to Dead by Daylight, the actual reddish-orange sort of fiery scratch marks that you see on the floor are the trail that's left by the survivors that act as an indication as to where they're traveling for the killer. So it's a way for the killer to actually like sort of track down those survivors and not get too lost in the sauce, if you will, while sort of chasing them around all the shrubbery and foliage.
No, the Klik look lost in the sauce in this game right now.
Yeah, they're lost in the sauce, and Magna's definitely the boss at this point because he has been getting drop after drop. Listen, all 4 of these players are up, though. Nobody is left lying on the floor. And I will say this, they've gotten 2 generators online. They've gotten 2 generators online at this point.
Okay, here we go.
Not necessarily bad. He's got to find a loop zone. He can't find it. That's going to be Kiz going down and looking pretty rough in terms of his health. Kiz is all but out at this point, so he's got to be really, really careful. They're probably going to try to go over and pick him up, if I had to guess. He's moving back into the theater. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 launching on December 20th. Be sure to go see it.
We got a coupon. We got a coupon for popcorn because I ain't paying no $20 for no popcorn.
That's true. Oh, both of them upstairs in the projector room. He gets 1 slice. Now this player is running. They need to find a loop zone to just sort of waste the time of Magna. That's what they're kind of doing here. He's looking for a particular pallet zone. He finds the window. He's going to jump the window. Teleport occurs, but he's successfully looping him right now. That's what they need in order to work on this 3rd generator. If the generator drops to 2, they're not in too bad of a position. Gets smacked with the pallet. Not today, Magna. And he gets flashlighted. Oh my gosh, you can see Magna's face light up in the bottom right. It's as if he got flashbanged on the arena floor. That was such a bright light. Okay, here we go. He's rushing in here, and this is great sort of zone control. He continuously needs to loop him around this window. He's doing just that. Guys, I actually think Magna's in a little bit of trouble. Just a little bit.
Maybe.
This third generator is going to pop here in just a matter of seconds, brother. They're going to have 3 generators online. Magna's starting to panic. Maybe not putting them on the hooks wasn't the best play. Okay.
There it is.
Teleporter. No way! He just got over that pallet. Sliding over the hood like Starsky and Hutch. Are you kidding me? Oh, but he does get a hit. He gets the hit. He gets the drop on Killer.
Dang. He was out there being like a smooth criminal and just to get popped.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Killer is down. He's in a little bit of trouble. Kiz now down as well. There's 2 players up. You got Jekyll and him. They did pop that third generator. If they're able to actually get their teammates up, Magna could be in a lot of trouble right here. With 2 players, there we go. Okay, so Killer's actually back up. They got Killer up. If whoever this is, whoever he's chasing right now, if he's able to successfully loop Magna, they're going to be pushing their 4th generator. Oh my gosh, Kiz is up as well. He's in trouble. No. Tony.
Yep. He's down. Down and out.
He's not
out there.
He's not out. He has a little bit of health. If their teammates are able to go over there and get him up, they're going to have all 4 players. He's in a decent loop zone, but he actually doesn't rush towards the pallet.
Those Kiz has a little bit of life as well, so.
Yeah, Kiz and Killer both
I don't know. The one thing I'm scared of right now is Magna, you're playing with your food. Stop playing with your food. Just getting.
Yeah, but Killer's in trouble in terms of his actual life support. Oh my gosh, they actually got Killer up. You've got to be kidding me. There's still 3 players on the map. Magna feeling the pressure right now, Tony.
Yes, he is. We got 1 down. He needs 2 more. All he needs to do is kill 2 more.
Huh. That's interesting.
Wonder what he's doing. Yeah,
I like that. I'm not as familiar as I'd like to be with. I like it. But he gets one of the strikes. Are you kidding me?
There he goes.
Wow. Yeah, lucky strike right there by Magna. I don't want to say luck because obviously he got the teleport. He did teleport to sort of shift his momentum, actually got the strike off. I think he's sort of sitting around Killer right here just to confirm the actual kill because he's just moments away from bleeding out and being out of this game. Once they drop down to 2, though, it's going to be a lot more manageable. Yep, there he goes right there. So Killer is officially out. He protected him effectively. And now him is 1 strike. Jekyll, the player that we talked about at the top of the hour, feeling really good. Completely full health. Doing well. They're working on their 4th generator right now. Magna in a little bit of trouble, but he should be good.
If he can find a way to get him, I think this is all but done.
Yeah. Well, it's a matter of the survivors right now and the likes of Jekyll and him are trying to play as slow and careful as possible. Do not. Oh, he's found one. He's found one on camera, and now this player's in trouble. However, they did just get a heal off, so they actually they're probably both over there working in tandem with one another because him just got fully healed, which suggests that Jekyll went over there and actually applied first aid to him. Now the teleports begin. This looks like it's actually him. Him needs to effectively sort of loop him right now and give Jekyll time to work on this 4th generator. That's exactly what he's doing. He's going to jump in and out. What Magna's trying to do is shift towards the door and then teleport inside, if I had to guess. Oh, but he's actually not going inside. He's running off into the actual grass. This may be a solid play. He's got to find a pallet. He finds the pallet. Magna, with a sense of frustration, breaks the pallet, rushing down these scratch marks, and he
Let's go! And he got him!
On him. Him is down, and now it's just Jekyll.
Oh, man. Anxiety.
I know. So Jekyll's in a little bit of trouble here because I think him is just moments away from completely bleeding out because he has knocked him. There he goes, right there, guys. And now the only one left on this map is Jekyll with quite... Oh, boy. No way. All right, here we go. It's Jekyll versus Magna in a 1v1. Gate available, or I should say the escape available. Let's see what happens. He's just trying to find Jekyll. I think Jekyll obviously knows the fact that he has multiple cameras around this map. We see Jekyll right here trying to get the gate off, but he's not going to. He gets hit the first time. Does he actually open it? He does, but he gets grabbed. Jekyll feeling really frustrated right now. You can tell, you can sort of see it. You can see him sort of grimace, if you will, in the top right-hand corner of your screen. having not really gotten struck at all during this entire match, almost actually opened the gate right there at the end to escape, but it just wasn't enough.
It was not enough. It was this look. Magna was playing for his life.
Yeah, but I've never actually seen someone do that, Tony. Not put a single player on the hook, except right there at the end. Obviously, he just did it to finish the game. I think it was a matter of a great understanding of that particular killer. I've never seen it before.
We're gonna see. We'll get answers. We'll get answers because we're gonna need them. I want to know.
Oh, Jekyll's got to be frustrated, man. He played that game of Dead by Daylight so well. If his team, and it's not like they didn't necessarily play well either. They were successfully looping Magna quite a few times. I just think his click placement, his dashes, his teleports were just so on point as a result of him obviously having a lot of hours in Dead by Daylight.
Yes. But we're gonna get ourselves into some Wreckfest Demolition Derby.
Yeah, we love Wreckfest around here, guys. Think just like he said, sort of. Oh, sorry, you cut out, brother. Go ahead.
I was saying, coming soon.
Yeah, and this is a game, guys, Wreckfest, like he had just mentioned, a game of Demolition Derby. These players aren't necessarily trying to eliminate their enemy opponents because this is sort of a racing game, right? There's going to be a certain number of laps on your screen, no matter what the course is. They're trying to finish those laps in a timely manner, gradually racking up points the higher position they're in every time they finish a specific lap. However, the Demolition Derby aspect of this game comes into play when those sharp turns start to occur. You don't necessarily have to finish the race, if you will, if you're capable of destroying your opponent's vehicles. So oftentimes what that spells is a scenario where you're not winning the race. So how can you actually beat your opponent? Well, you can just kind of crash your opponent's vehicle to a point where it is completely destroyed and they can't finish the race. So you can go into the oncoming lane. You can try to undercut them on specific turns in order to apply damage to their vehicle, and so many other scenarios. There's a little bit of the best of both worlds, damaging your opponent's vehicle while also racing really well. That's what makes Wreckfest so interesting to watch, but definitely to play as well.
Yes. Who do you see coming out?
We're going to Deathloop. I actually think this is nice for the Klik. I think I've seen a lot of times where the Paladins perform well, but I think more often than not, I actually see the Paladins lose Wreckfest. This is a sort of a 50-50 matchup where sort of any team in the league can win at Wreckfest, and any team can sort of lose at Wreckfest. We definitely have our better racers, sort of better players in terms of their environmental awareness,
That's what I do every time.
their car or vehicle positioning on the map, especially on Deathloop, like we have right here, like their ability to gauge where other cars are during that transition of the loop itself. So you start to pick up on the awareness of some of those players in those situations. But for the most part, I think a lot of this comes down to that moment-to-moment decision making. And I think typically speaking, most, if not all of the players in the UEL have sort of clearly play games at a high level professionally gaming here at the Ultimate Endgamers League. I think this is a sort of a 50-50 sort of game. It comes down to those moments to moments.
Yeah, I see that too. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say necessarily I would see this in the favor of the Klik, but I say in the favor of the Klik need this.
Oh yeah, they do.
To be
Oh,
down
absolutely.
4-1, hour and 11 minutes left. I need some more momentum, especially with all that smack talk you guys.
Yeah,
talking. They would clap. They were smack talking. They were saying they were the best. They got better players, and right now, what's better?
What's interesting? In hindsight, Tony, it's fascinating to see how much smack they were talking when they actually haven't been practicing now for over 30 days. You would assume with the level of trash talk that we heard, they at least had picked up their controller in the last 4 weeks of gameplay. But it doesn't smell like that in the arena right now. I think the Paladins are a little bit more, shall we say, ready, just simply ready for today's matchup. They've been practicing quite a lot, and Wreckfest is definitely one of those party games that we play at a competitive level. This is a game that that players amongst all of the teams in the UEL just enjoy playing with one another just for like that party spirit of the actual game itself. So you can bet your bottom dollar that the Paladins have been playing this. They have been practicing this. I believe they actually played this during the Be a Friend stream.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll see if the Klik is sort of able to find their synergy within this one. But it requires a lot of communication, the communication that they clearly lack in order to simply jump into a Discord call. But you know, who knows? Maybe the Paladins this isn't their game.
Maybe today's just isn't their day. But maybe this is what they need to help them moving forward, going into, like we said, it's playoff time after today, guys. This is what after this game, we're looking for the playoffs and we're looking towards the future. And
well, is it any surprise, Tony? Is it any surprise that the team that hasn't practiced in over 4 weeks only has 2 timeouts left and called another timeout right there? Shocking. Someone said.
Hi, guys. We cannot be getting ready for playoffs for a championship where $1 million is on the line.
Yeah.
Right? $1 million.
Yep.
And you guys are not practicing, bro. Because there's gonna be teams like the Reapers. I don't want to keep shouting, like beating a dead horse and shouting these guys out, but they wake up at 8 in the morning, start practicing, and finish practice at like 12 at night.
Well, I also think a lot of it comes down to just the GM, right? The owners of these actual teams have to be able to organize these sort of things. Because you could take some of the best players in the NFL and put them on an incredible team, but if the coach isn't making the best decision making moment to moment, then it's not going to matter, right? You're not going to win championships. But that leadership sort of aspect that's required for any team sport is definitely prevalent within the UEL, just given the fact that you need someone to emerge as a leader to help sort of keep that synergy that we talk about, keep a winner's mentality, that sense of positivity going into halftime if your team happens to be losing, you know, making sure that specific players aren't shifting the blame back and forth, that you're also just keeping like sort of a cohesive sort of spirit about you, but then also making the right play calls and decisions. We talk about our roster all the time, right? What specific players should be going into each one of these games that ends up rolling on the 33-game wheel here at the Ultimate In-Gamers League. There's tons of decision-making like that. And if you're not actually organizing your team as the owner, you can't be surprised when you're making mistakes like having 2 timeouts left before we even jump into halftime. We're an hour out from halftime and your team only has 2 timeouts. You can bet that they're going to be forced to forfeit at least 1 or 2 games as we get later on into the night for the simple fact that they're not going to have time to set up and they're going to be forced to actually do that. Whereas on the other side of things, the Paladins have been organizing fundraisers. You think they're going to have a problem setting up a game in 4 minutes when they just raised about $1,000 for the Be a Friend project on December 3rd? No, they know how to organize things over there, and I don't think they're going to have much of a problem. So I think they're feeling confident right now.
And confidence is like you can see it radiating off of them as they get ready. They're sitting back, they're watching their team. They've only had 1 timeout wasted throughout this whole first half. So they have a lot of wiggle room. And like you said, moving forward, I am not going to be surprised if we see them forfeiting 1 or 2 matches towards them. And that will be the difference maker of this game. Because they can catch up all they want. But once those timeouts are out and you're not practicing any setup, ooh, this was a bad start. Look at that. Destruction on destruction.
You know, Wonku and Jekyll, both obviously opposite teams, actually got the lucky positioning start at the beginning here, but Jekyll actually sort of bullied Wonku into the edge of the map prior to that sharp turn right there. So now Jekyll has I'd say about a 3-car lead right now, and now Killer is actually shifting to the oncoming lane, potentially trying to take out a player on the side of the Paladins, which is interesting because Jekyll was in first. Okay, so now he's back.
But it's always like you said, if you can't finish the race to myself.
Jekyll got hit and has shifted now into I have to believe 6 or 7. TLG getting smoked on the track. Are you kidding me? AV, help her brother out.
Yeah.
Oh, Strix potentially taking off his headset, backing out. Was the game set up incorrectly? What is happening? Somebody set up the game incorrectly. Take note of this, guys. Klik
This could be
was doing relatively well in that game if they set this game up incorrectly.
this could. Oh my God!
my
So this could
gosh.
either be a forfeit or nope. Yep, they're wasting another timeout.
We're wasting
They're gonna want to play this
another
game.
Listen, and the
Look.
side of the Paladins right now are doing this, right? You remember the fly from Family Guy just constantly rubbing his hands? That is the side of the Paladins right now. They feel good because the Klik didn't have to forfeit that game, but you can bet that as we move later on into tonight, the Paladins, seeing the fact that the Klik are wasting all of their timeouts, they're going to get free W's later on into the night, especially after halftime, Tony.
Right now, I think the Klik, they're gonna need themselves some Sly.
Yeah.
Because they need a boost in any form, fashion of a way possible right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not even an hour. We still have 8 minutes within that first hour that this game has started, and you guys are down for one.
Yeah.
One timeout.
Yeah, they need a boost or they're going to get some boots later on into the night when they get kicked out of some of these games because they didn't set it up correctly. We'll see. Like I said, guys, we have an hour and 8 minutes of in-game time before we even reach halftime. I'll say this. This is the most timeouts I've seen wasted in the first hour in the last 2.5 months of UEL gameplay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I've seen the Shoguns. AV was, oh my gosh. Listen, as bad as the Shogun setup were, I don't think they ran out of their timeouts within the first hour of gameplay. I specifically remember going into halftime for the Shoguns being worried about the fact that maybe around once halftime hits, they're not going to have any more. We're still an hour out from halftime and they only have one timeout. So they're going to have to sort of be on top of things. Now, that also comes down to a little bit of teamwork, guys. Strix being on the side of the Paladins, also, somebody you've seen cast alongside Tony and I here on the panel, has sort of described how setups work within the Paladins themselves. You add 1 to 2 players that are actually doing the setup on the floor, while another player is actually getting sort of the lineup ready, like selecting the lineup, talking amongst the players, seeing who feels comfortable to jump into a specific matchup. Given the fact that this is a 5v5, you really should have all of the players sort of working on the actual setup itself, making sure they're logged into the right profiles and what have you. I think they work in tandem with one another. They work really well with one another, knowing that this is a team effort. We can't just have 1 or 2 big brain players that understand the in and outs of all of these setups that are doing it every single game, because that's a lot of pressure to put on to somebody. A perfect example of that would be Flying Kittens. Flying Kittens has actually made a really, really good effort with regards to figuring out the in and outs of the behind the scenes moving pieces that go on at the UEL. At the end of his match last week, he actually blamed himself for making his team waste a timeout that resulted in them not having enough time to get the last win and send it into overtime. So you have players like that are taking this thing seriously, that are genuinely trying to learn about all of those moving pieces within this league.
And then you have players like the Klik who aren't practicing for a month.
Yes, 100%. And, it's no surprise right now that Wonku was sort of in first place prior to that match getting canceled and that timeout occurring. Wonku's still in first place right now with Mad Genius and Strix now on the leaderboards as well.
Killer don't have a license.
Yeah.
He hit every single area on the way of that turn.
Yeah. Wonku's still in first place. Oh, Strix coming in and getting some decent damage. Not too much, but about 12 damage right there on Killer. He's got to be careful, though, because oftentimes these players will try to output damage and actually hurt themselves, depending on what happens. It looks like somebody just got barrel roll flipped on the side of the map right there. I don't know who that was, but Strix sitting at about 50% health right now.
Oh, nice. Oh!
Somebody took some damage right there. That's going to be...
Oh,
16 health. He's on his last limp. He's trying to get back on track. There's also another player that is stuck on the death wheel. It does look like, though, the transmission for Killer's vehicle is still functioning. He's going to be able to shift into 3rd or 4th gear still, so he is a threat on the map. Given the fact that he has 8 health, what he's going to try to do now is eliminate somebody from the Paladins and basically create a sort of an SD moment. He's going to try to self-destruct. in the sense of also taking out one of the top racers on the side of the Paladins. Now we're looking at Sky Guy, 48 health, trying to potentially take out Strix right here. And he's going to Strix! Gets sent out on a dirty! Oh no.
Here we go.
Death Wheel it is. Let's see if he survives it. He does, and now he's right behind the likes of Mad Genius. He already took out Strix. Could have taken that turn a little sharper and potentially hit Mad Genius, but he's on the hunt.
Mad Genius has no hood on his car.
Oh my gosh.
He has no hood.
We talked about Turok earlier, right? Turok the dinosaur hunter. This is Sky Guy, the vehicle hunter. Here on XS. Trying to get, he just doesn't have enough speed. He's basically just sort of nudging him a little bit, and now he's in front of him. Potentially looking for another victim as he takes this figure 8 loop here.
We got TLG sitting in first place.
Yeah. Which, you know, now that I think, I've got to give TLG his flowers, and I know Vince doesn't want me to do this, but oftentimes we actually see TLG placing very high on Wreckfest. That's just, you know, it's just something right now that I'm thinking about it. I have noticed quite often. Magna is still alive somehow after eating that T-bone steak of a hit from Sky Guy. I have no clue how that occurred.
And Magna, it's because Magna got that big body. He's smart. He might not be the fastest on
the... He's in that Lamborghini Panawagon right now. He's got some junk in the trunk. He's got a little bit of weight to him. TLG flies by him.
Try to hit somebody. He's gonna try to attack Sky Guy.
Yes, that's exactly because Wonku and TLG are both in first right now.
Killer. He's coming for Killer. I see the gameplay. He said use the big body to take you out.
He should have actually just committed to the oncoming lane, like so he actually shifted behind him. Whereas if he would have just stayed in front of him, I think he could have potentially had gotten that strike off a little bit better.
Killer's running. He's running. He's on the run. He said, "You can't catch me, boy."
Oh, he's got to be careful though, man. He only has 5 health. You can't be making bumper jumps like that. Oh, Magna just barely missed him. Magna might have taken himself out after hitting the wall there.
Let's see. No, Magna's still going.
Okay.
We got TLG, Magna. They still sitting in the top 1 and 2. Killer is just holding on to dear bumper.
Yeah, that thing's... His wagon is a dragon right now, for sure.
Oh, and Magna's sitting on 1 health himself, so he has to be careful too.
Yeah. Well, this is a situation, though, man, where, like, as long as TLG and Wonku... Like, listen, Killer doesn't have the health pool to try to simply eliminate TLG and Wonku. So his only hope of survival right now is actually, like, just finishing the race in a higher position than those two, because he can't damage them at all without damaging himself.
And Magna, TLG
wow.
takes the win, but Magna, Magna.
Well, as soon as Wonku finishes this, it's already over because of TLG finishing, but Wonku's also
Wonku just finished. Yep, Wonku finished. And it's over. I guess we're just waiting for Killer to die.
You can tell he's having some fun. Magna, there he is. At least he finished.
3rd place.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah. Is that any surprise, given the setup that 2 of the Paladins finished that race comfortably with nobody threatening them?
Not really, but very disappointing.
Oh, wow. Magna's not even on his last lap. He had spent so much time chasing after opponents. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. There we go. Doesn't matter. They end up getting another win, guys, going up 5-1 now over the Klik. Klik is in big trouble, man. They're in big trouble. Not just because of the timeouts, but I think even when you look at the games that are on the wheel, the Paladins have incredible fighting team players. So we haven't gotten any of our true fighting games here on the wheel. A 33 game wheel. As soon as some of those start rolling, I think you're going to see some more Paladin victories come out. Now, shooters are a little bit different of a situation, although they do have some solid shooters over there. Strategy, I think they do relatively well in. Sports is a different animal. I actually think sports is going to go in favor of the Klik. So maybe if they get a few sports games, NCAA college football, maybe some 2K, things along those lines, we may see somewhat of a comeback from Klik. But typically speaking, I think most of the strategy games are going to go in favor of Paladins, and I think most of the fighting games are too.
Yeah, and it's like hard to say too, because a lot of the games that have already rolled, we would put in the favor of the Klik.
Yeah,
and they've only took Nordstrom.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they're supposed to be a solid racing team, right? Like Jekyll jumped into some Formula One earlier and got smoked. Listen, Ejected Rivals, for instance, is a racing game within our wheel that players, the driver of the vehicle ejects out of the front hood of the vehicle, and you sort of use the driver to traverse the rest of the map. We have sort of nicknamed that game Jekyll Rivals because of how good Jekyll is at that game, right? So that is an indication that they're really talented at racers, where they've actually lost now 2 racing games. Jekyll was actually in one of those games.
And like how can he keep that nickname if he's not practicing?
Well, he can keep that nickname if he dominates Ejected Rivals. So if we see Ejected Rivals and then Jekyll doesn't win that, I'll cry for him.
Okay.
That probably had another update. All right. So we're skipping Rainbow Six for now. It still is, though, on the wheel and/or coming up later on tonight. That game that just rolled.
And we're gonna get ourselves a good fighter because it's Skullgirls second encounter.
All right, Skullgirls. It is, like I just mentioned. I think this is in Paladin's favor. They got some hitters. They got Strix, TLG, Magna's been. Yeah, and listen, Mad Genius knows how to throw hands too.
I would say though, Jekyll is very good at what I would say like those anime style fighters.
Yeah.
And like Blaze Blue, Guilty Gear, he's very like he's very dominant in those. And I feel like Skullgirls is one of those that I feel like he can translate his skill to. And the Reapers won a championship on the back of Jekyll playing some Guilty Gear.
Yes, and I understand that. So I was actually I was really surprised and happy with how well Jekyll plays fighting games, because I had a conversation with him about how he wasn't much of a fighting game player prior to entering the UEL, and then he sort of found his passion for them. He goes about fighters from a very technical standpoint. Everything about his gameplay is very precise and sort of calculated, if you will. Whereas the Paladins have a lot more, I would say, sort of freestyle fighters, especially in the likes of TLG. That's probably why he excels so much in Mortal Kombat, because Mortal Kombat sort of benefits sort of freestyle fighting, right? Not necessarily. I hate when people will say they're just mashing buttons, right? So you hear that a lot within the NetherRealm scene of fighting games, whether it be Injustice and or Mortal Kombat. You'll catch somebody that is supposed to be blocking, but they end up getting the frame advantage on their opponent because they were button mashing, right? It's just freestyle fighting. You're sort of taking a guess as to when that window of opportunity is going to occur. That's where players like TLG excel, and where someone like Jekyll seems to be a little bit more limited, because he's constantly sort of calculating and going about the gameplay from a mathematical standpoint, as opposed to just trying to outpredict your opponent or something, right? So as good as Jekyll is, I don't know if the rest of that roster is going to be able to stand up against the likes of the Paladins, because I didn't even mention Wonku, right? We've seen Wonku dominate in Tekken before, right? I think everybody on the Paladins throws hands, not just throws hands, throws bricks, like Debo level bricks. Okay, this is Strix versus Jekyll. I think Jekyll will do relatively well. But TLG and Strix, I mean, you got Jekyll's going to have to hard carry this. Because Sky Guy is a good fighting game player, right? But I mean, this is a pretty solid matchup.
I would say if we would throw Sky Guy into anything, it would be more or less those shooters category.
Right.
So I would want to see, like I said, him being a GM for most of this season, stepping up as a player, doing his part for his team. I want to see if he's, I know that they said that the team hasn't been practicing for 30 days, but maybe individuals have been stepping up in their individual practices.
Right.
And I'm hoping that this is something with Sky Guy to show that, hey, I am the leader. I didn't even take a top tier spot. I'm the GM. I sat on the lowest tier. I just wanted to help out.
Right.
Can he really help out?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see, but this is going to have to be I think this is going to have to be a hard carry from Jekyll. I think this is, you have one player on the side of Klik that is capable of winning both of his matchups versus the Paladins, which are both very good players. This benefits the Klik in the sense that this isn't a 5v5 fighter like we see in Tekken, like we see in Street Fighter, right? This is a 2v2 situation, similar to Mortal Kombat. So if Jekyll is able to carry his own weight in gold right now, he could potentially win this game for the Klik and get them their second victory, but he's going against a dog right now in the likes of TLG.
A dog.
Yeah. And he's playing big band. I mean, the biggest hitboxes in any fighting game that's ever been created, quite literally has full screen fists, okay? Oh.
His music is pop.
Yep.
He's going for all the awards today.
Yeah, he's bringing out every instrument on your screen, but Jekyll getting a nice little pop-up screen. He's sort of shifting him to the other corner, but now he's sort of taking a little bit of damage himself. Ooh, TLG does find his window of opportunity, lands a low strike into full combo. Now he's pressuring up into the but he lands it. He's going to go in. Oh, but he whiffs sort of. Tony, he went in for an optimized combo, which is initiated off of a jump-in strike, and he missed it, but he is able to finish it out and take a little bit there for the first round. Now both of these players have 1 round apiece. You can see that roundage right below the clock in the center of your screen. We're about an even health pool right now, but TLG lands. Okay, so TLG is actually, never mind. So Klik, this is Jekyll on the side of Big Man. My apologies.
And this is Strix on the other side.
Wow. And Strix ends up taking out Jekyll on Big Man. That is surprising.
Now we're seeing Sky Guy. I think he might be in for some trouble.
Oh, he's in for huge trouble because I believe Strix has full health now, right? It's a complete reset. Yeah. Yep. So I'm sorry, TLG. So the fact that
no. It's Strix.
Oh, was that Strix playing? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
okay, got it. But no, I think that this is just a situation where you see Jekyll sort of trying to coach him a little bit in the top left-hand corner of your screen. He's already taking massive damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can he block it?
Nice block.
Good. Come on, Sky Guy.
Yeah, I'm sort of rooting for him a little bit, but you can see the optimized combo right here coming out of the likes of Strix. Listen, Strix initiated with a jump in overhead and then shifted to a low strike immediately after. He knows that Sky Guy doesn't have a great understanding of not just this game, but just fighters in general. That's a quick, sure way to like sort of download your opponent. If you go for a jump in overhead and then your second hit is a low and your opponent doesn't actually block it, yeah.
Look at this punishment. This is his punishment.
Yeah, it's going to be free damage.
He said, go over the knee.
Oh, it's free damage.
Over the knee.
Yep. No, wait, he's going to get a chip. He's going to get a chip, and then he's going to jump and then go for a low strike. Yep, see, there was the jump. Because he knows that Sky Guy isn't necessarily capable of blocking an overhead and then also a low, so boom. Yeah, he's getting his hit confirmed and then finishing out the combo. Easy victory for the likes of the Paladins. Jekyll was their only hope right there. Their only hope.
Yeah. I would have probably anchored him.
Yeah, I would have anchored. Yeah, exactly. I would have actually anchored Jekyll in order to visually gain an understanding of what your opponent is going to be doing, how they're going to be playing that specific character, and then how you want to play Big Band in defense to that.
Yeah, he could have did a nice download round, but well, we're gonna get into some Need for Speed, cops and robbers, bad boys, what you're gonna do.
Yep.
Let's see who you got. Look, this is a racer. This is another racer that should lend in the favors of the Klik, because you have someone like Jekyll, someone like him, and someone like Sky Guy, who are all very decent at most of the racing games on that wheel.
Yeah. I do think, though, that they're still in a little bit of trouble, just given the fact that Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered, as the game that we're playing right here, guys, is one of those. It's definitely a racer game, but it's sort of like a party racer, right? It is an arcade racer or a simcade racer, if you will, because it definitely has abilities and what have you in it. That being said, it's very like sort of party oriented. It's very fun.
Yep.
It has its place sort of in pop culture as being sort of a cult classic of racing, which typically means that a lot of the players within the league enjoy practicing it. And I know there's a lot of players on the Paladins that actually really enjoy this game. So this isn't a situation where the Klik can just get a free win because they play a lot of Forza or Formula One, something along those lines. Given the fact that this is definitely a very fun game, typically speaking, a lot of our players are super experienced on it. So I don't think they necessarily have as big of an advantage on this game as they'd like to. Now, if you were in a situation where maybe Jekyll was your most wanted, I also know that him is very good at this game as well. So maybe in that tier 1 spot, they could get him as the most wanted. But I believe they're actually going to be the cops. And then the Paladins are going to potentially be the most wanted. We'll see. Or the actual racers themselves. Now, the game mode that we're going to be playing within Hot Pursuit is going to be called Most Wanted, which means you have cops versus the racers. And on the racers, there's going to be one particular player that is the most wanted. The only goal of the police, of the cops, is to take out that one racer who is the most wanted. If they're able to do that, they win the game. However, if the racers are able to keep that most wanted player alive, no matter how many of them get eliminated, if that one most wanted player escapes the police, then they win the game mode. Okay, so there's a little bit of interesting of a dynamic that goes on here. It definitely comes down to sort of environmental awareness, maintaining your ability economy, but then also, listen, you got to be able to race on this game because there's a lot of drifting that occurs around these turns. It's very fast paced. There's a turbocharge, right? So you have to be able to maintain control on the track at all times. It's fun though, man. It's super fun.
Yeah, and hopefully getting it. Hopefully.
I want y'all to keep talking.
All right, so we're gonna see that the most wanted will be PC10 for you guys at home. That will be TLG. So when we watch the TLG, we're gonna be watching boy run for his life.
Hey, well, listen, this might be a situation where instead of the negative sort of connotation that's on TL free, maybe he gets TL free from the cops here and is able to actually escape, Tony.
No, we're not gonna put no positivity behind that. TL free is TL free, and he better show me otherwise moving forward. He's been doing good. He's been doing good. He's been doing good today.
Yeah, he's been doing good.
And I want to, but I'm gonna keep put that monkey on his back because I know that's what keeps that dog on him.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. And you can look at, guys, for those of you sitting at home watching the Ultimate In Gamers League, take a look at the top middle of your screen. That's his rear view mirror. If you see orange there, orange racers are going to be his teammates. But then as soon as you see that the blue flashing lights, that's going to clearly be the cops on his tail. But he's doing a really good job.
Keeping good control with the drift.
And take a look at the cosmetics on his vehicle right now. That's a strong suggestion that he puts in time on this game. He's clearly been playing it quite a lot. He takes a shortcut, but the police are right behind him on his 6 o'clock, right on his bumper, doing a little bit of damage. That's going to be killer in pursuit of TLG. Ooh, a little bit of a block right there, but both of them get through it. Easy peasy for TLG.
Oh, not for Killer.
Yeah, not for Killer. Took a little bit of damage, but listen, take a look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, guys. That's going to be your D-pad, which gives you your economy of all of your abilities. He's going for an EMP right there, but he gets jammed by TLG. Great ability usage right there out of TLG. Oh, tries to clip him and then hits the fork in the road. You're not at a country diner. What are you doing?
There's the team helping out. There's his teammate coming with the help. Oh, and he hit it.
Oh my!
Good job from the teammate. I want to know which teammate that was because that was great teamwork.
It was. Killer needs to call up the precinct right now and turn in his badge. Just terrible usage right there, manipulation of the map. Now he's way behind TLG. Yeah, and that's one of his teammates. So everybody is still up. No one's necessarily too damaged, but Killer's got a lot of roadage ahead of him to make up for. Now we're looking at him. Here we go.
Oh.
Him trying to catch up to TLG, but there's a specific teammate of the Paladins that is protecting him very well, Tony. Who is that?
Can we get a view of PC12? If
Yeah,
the
that would be
production
interesting.
so kindly give us a view of
Oh,
there
it's
it is.
Wonku. Of course it is.
Oh, cool.
It's okay.
Oh, yes.
It's okay. She's good.
Look
Yeah,
at
she's
that.
gonna get her momentum back. And look at her
Oh,
ability economy. She's got a jam, a spike, and a turbo available to catch up
Wait
to
for
him.
straightaway TLG before you turn.
There she
She's
is.
doing her good.
Oh yeah, now she's gonna catch up. She's using full turbo on a straightaway. Great map knowledge, guys. She took a peek in the bottom left-hand corner of her screen. She saw that there was a complete straightaway on the map. She used her turbo.
drift. Oh,
Look at the
my
drift! You would have thought you were watching Vin Diesel right now.
Yeah.
Just
Family.
drifted the corner perfectly.
Family.
It's family.
Oh my God! It's family time, y'all. Yo, look. She got into the whip, right? And then she got in the whip and she looked at her whole team and she said, "Family."
Absolutely. And now she takes the shortcut as well. She might be on him's tail right here after she gets out of this shortcut. Still a little bit ahead of her. Still a little bit. Oh, wow. Look at the way she shifted the tail of her vehicle to get through the police roadblock. That was high-level performance out of Wonku right there. Still on the 6 o'clock of him and clearly TLG, the most wanted player.
Look at this. Look at that. The way she's controlling this, her car to do enough damage and get enough speed to catch up and stay in.
She does get spiked, though. That's going to bring her behind just a little bit. Now, this is Sky Guy, another police, another cop, sort of trailing TLG. TLG's doing a really, really good job. I believe TLG's in a little bit of trouble, though, if we could get his perspective. He's in a 1v1 with one of the police, which I actually think is him. And this is Sky Guy trying to catch up to him in order to give him... There we go. So now TLG still has about a 40-yard sort of lead right here.
Advantage.
Yeah.
But him is on that tail, and his car seems pretty dang intact.
Yeah, it's pretty intact. He has full health. He's used one of his EMPs, one of his blocks, but he still has 3 of his spikes. So in terms of just his economy, he's doing really well. He's just trying to catch up to TLG and then start using some of those tools at his disposal.
Okay, and then we're going to Mad Genius.
That Genius definitely took the scenic route.
He
Wow.
went for a cruise. He was like, look, guys.
Yeah, that's interesting.
They can't catch me if they
He's
can't find
thinking
me.
big brain. He had made a wrong turn at Albuquerque on his way to see the Grand Canyon potentially. Yeah, Mount Rushmore. Yeah.
He's using a paper map instead of GPS. So
yeah, he was printing out multiple sheets of MapQuest on his way to Grandma's house, for sure. Now we got TLG heading through these redwoods right here. Beautiful sort of scenic area of the game, but he's not being threatened much at all. Sort of on the edge of that police radius. You see in the bottom left-hand corner, guys, it operates similar to Grand Theft Auto's Most Wanted system, where as long as you're able to escape the radius of that red and blue flashing circle, you then can escape the cops. That's what you're looking at here, and he's right on the edge of that. He just needs a little bit more distance.
we're watching him still right on the tail.
Yeah, great map knowledge, though, because he actually takes the shortcut. Him doesn't know where he's at, but he still is right behind him. Goes for the EMP, gets jammed. Because listen, TLG hasn't been threatened. So they're in a 1v1 situation where the actual cop cars are naturally just slightly faster. But if you're able to outrace them in terms of the drifts and the turns, you can still sort of maintain your lead. But make no mistake about it, him is going to catch him. It's going to catch him, and the only thing he really has is his... Oh, but he gets hit with the spike strip. TLG might be getting TL3 here outside of the radius of the police. Oh, and he takes a
I'm not gonna lie to you, and we're not paying attention, but 2 of the cops have already DNF.
That's what I'm saying.
There's only 2 cops against a full team.
Yep.
A full team of racers.
Yep.
Look at that drift. Look at that drift. He is out of there. He is out of there. Drifting right into a turbo.
Yep. He might be going, guys. Escaping in 15 seconds. He needs to just keep his sort of lead here. TLG sort of clutching. This is one of the best like racing performances that I've seen on Need for Speed. This is going to definitely sort of exuberate some confidence for him sort of moving forward.
Yep.
He even drifted right there at the end.
TLG
Just feeling
was
super
watching-
good.
He was watching some Tokyo Drift last night. He was like,
Yeah.
I gotta get ready for today. Let's
Yeah.
put on Tokyo Drift.
Yeah, some of the cops
you
there.
Then you had Wonk Diesel over there.
Yeah. Yep. Wonk who? Yeah, definitely.
The Paladins are showing a completely different team.
Yeah, they are,
And-
man. They're playoff bound. They're playoff ready. Whereas the Klik are not. They had two of their players on that last game, DNF, which I can't even say did not finish. I think they DNP. They did not practice. Sort of going into that, which him was, on TLG's tail. But if it's a one-on-one with the police, it's going to be difficult to sort of outperform the actual most wanted because both of you have an equal economy in terms of just the abilities at your disposal. So think of it this way. If the cop is right behind you and he's trying to EMP you, well, you have a jammer. Well, the cop has a spike, but you also have a spike. The cop can, put a roadblock in front of you, but you have turbocharge. So if you're able to get through that roadblock and turbocharge, you might create huge distance with that police officer. So listen, I don't think enough of the Klik were capable of sort of aiding or assisting him during that particular performance, and that resulted in the Paladins, specifically TLG, sort of being able to just sort of race by himself. But give credit to Wonku. Wonku was actually protecting him for the first 50% of that entire race, so great teamwork by her. Yeah, definitely.
Now let's see how that teamwork transitions into some NHL 24 because we're gonna get Wonk, Mad Genius, and Strix. I know Mad Genius plays himself some sports games. I don't know how strong Wonku and Strix feel going into some NHL.
Yeah.
But I do believe that him, Killer, and Jekyll do play NHL. They have played together.
Yeah.
So hopefully, the lack of practice hasn't messed up their team synergy in games that they already should be locking in as a team.
Well, if they haven't been practicing in NHL, that might sort of that might sort of affect their, I think, performance within this match. But I don't think it's going to have much of it's not going to be that big of a determining factor. I think the Klik are actually going to comfortably take this. I don't want to discredit the Paladins too much. I've seen Mad Genius particularly play NHL. I haven't been impressed with him within this game. Strix has been practicing. But there's a level of sort of accuracy, sort of stick play, if you will, sort of understanding of the momentum and the way that the actual players sort of feel on the ice that I think more of the players on the side of the Klik, specifically him and Jack, will have a great understanding of. And I would expect them to perform very well.
Yep. And I mean, that's what I say. I'm hoping that we get some more sports games coming along.
Listen, if Klik are in the white jersey, that's going to be trouble. Because they're the way that they're actually playing and shifting their actual skates on the ice and then going for these shots, going for the assisted shots. I'm going to assume that Klik is white. And they are. We just got confirmation at the top of your screen. The Klik are in the white jerseys. Both of these teams playing the Tampa Lightning, but the Paladins are in the blue jerseys. I want you to take note of the way that the actual players in those white jerseys are shifting their momentum with the skates, sort of stick shifting, if you will, that puck left.
Nice.
Look at that. Almost juking them out as if they were on turf in NFL Madden football. That's how well they seem to control the puck right now.
It's a great control. And this is I can see what you were saying earlier with it might affect them throughout the gameplay, throughout the match, but not throughout the game.
But just they're getting a lot of pressure on that goalie too, Tony. The goalie's already has his stamina depleted just a little bit. The second thing, look at that. His stamina is half bar off of one shot. If they're able to steal this puck, go for another shot or two, that goalie is going to be really tired. And what that creates is a scenario where the goalie goes to block the puck and then is too tired to sort of regain his sort of footing, if you will, on the ice. And then you can get a second assisted shot on the goal for a score.
Nice passing.
There's the first one. So if he's able to get this out, okay. So they hold on to the puck. Now, the reason that's important is you're going to see right here, If the goalie holds onto the puck, it actually shifts the positioning. Okay, this is the Paladins' opportunity. They have a one-on-one. He goes for the slap shot.
Oh.
Blocked because that goalie is not tired whatsoever.
Okay.
That's going to be Jekyll
good
in
deal.
yellow. Jekyll is in yellow in terms of the white jerseys. Oh, what?
Oh my God!
Put some respect on the side of the Paladins.
Mad Genius heard you talking that smack, and he said, "Well, I haven't impressed you yet. How about now?"
Wow, that was
How about
impressive.
now?
Listen, there's a money puck.
said,
There's a 3-point money puck. Oh my God, 1v1 with the goalie. If you let, I would have had a heart attack. Oh, there is a money puck active right now, Tony, for 3 points. Not a 2-point money puck, a 3-point money puck. Paladins could all but lock this in right now if they score this.
If they score this, it could be an easy win for the Paladins. And there's look at that pressure.
Okay, so the stick skills of the Paladins aren't that good, but their positioning and assists seem to be solid. Look at the position. One on the left, one on the right. Goes for the shot. As he shifted around the back right of the net, his teammate shifted to the left side of the ice. They're working great in terms of just simply their positioning on the ice, trying to steal this puck with a poke check, trying to send this up to his teammate. He does. It's a one-on-one. He goes for another shot. It whiffs. Oh my
God. If he had one more teammate up there with him, that could have been a possible goal.
What is happening to the Klik right now? I mean, clearly their skills, their puck skills, their stick skills on the ice, their ability to sort of shift the momentum, sort of juke out their opponent, pivot, if you will, get those assisted shots on the goal. The Klik are doing great in that. But if you look at their actual teammate and player positioning, it's abysmal. All three of them sometimes are collapsing on top of each other as opposed to spreading out on the ice. And now the Paladins going for another assisting shot. Put some respect on the Paladins sports game right now. Are you kidding me? They're up 4-0. That's a 3-point money puck, Tony.
Yo, Mad Genius he's on his bully.
Nah, seriously. This is full-blown, like, stuff them in the locker, bro. They are absolutely bullying right now. Right now on this ice.
Mad Genius stole it. Oh, my God.
We got to it's not even down to who took the shot, brother. Whoever, there's 2 players on both of those goals that set up the score with an assist, with a pass to the teammate, and both of them were spread out. Both of them spread out at a 3 and 9 o'clock left and right side of your ice. And now look at the Klik. Look at the position of the Klik. All 3 just stacked on top of one another, man.
And they're trying to use that. They're trying to use that, applying pressure to the goalie, while the Paladins are using great skill right
They
now.
almost got it right there. But they need to start thinking about this a little bit similar to 2K. And then when we play Blacktop on 2K, the same way that some of those big bodies will set up a pick in order to, enable sort of a layup or a 3-point shot, they need to start thinking about mechanics like that, manipulating the position of your opponent on the screen while also getting open yourself.
I see it. You can see it when the Paladins come down with that triangle offense, basically.
Look, all 3 of them. All 3 of them right on top of each other. There's no need for that. Whereas one of the Paladins is sitting on the home side of their ice at all times in order to help the goalie. So that there's no what are called breakaways, right? If they have a breakaway on the ice, the Paladins have one specific player that can then aid on the goalie because they know they're up by 4 points. They're trying to play more defensively. This is where their strategy play comes into hand. They're strategically playing this game to run out the clock, Tony.
Yep. At this point, that's what we need. We're only 1 minute and 19 seconds left.
Oh, no.
Up 4.
Oh, no.
Good runaway. Oh, good runaway.
Did you see the back skate on that?
Genius.
He did a back drift on his skate.
There is it. Okay, he got it back. Look, Mad Genius showing his skills right now.
And this is Jekyll right now with the puck with an assist up to him. Skates it over to Killer, not able to get it. This is going to be Mad Genius trying to get an assist over to his teammate. Bounces it off his own wall. Oh, nice poke check right there by Wonku. Sends it up to, I believe that's Mad Genius over on their side of the net. Goes potentially for the shot himself. Doesn't get it, though.
Don't be greedy. Play how you guys were playing.
All right, here we go. Oh, solid block from the goalie. Goalie still has quite a bit of stamina. Passes it to nobody on the face of this planet. And then it looks like... Okay, this is Mad Genius again putting pressure. Mad Genius definitely has been practicing this game, and he has to be proud of himself. I know I'm proud of him, man, because I've seen him outplayed on this game a few times over the last couple of months, whereas he now is being quite the playmaker. Look at the poke check by Mad Genius, stealing the puck, basically bullying 2 of the players on Klik. And now this is Strix playing good shoulder check there to back him off of the actual puck itself. And the Paladins end up stealing a sports game. Tony.
I'm flabbergasted. I am kerfuffled.
No.
I am
We're getting ready to jump into Mortal Kombat too, brother.
And it's already been 30. We got 30 minutes left for the first half. It's 8-1. We're getting into another fighter where TLG is free, not free like he usually is, but he is free to play with Magna going against Gizmo and Sky Guy, who I don't personally believe this is their strongest. I think they showed their worst hand right now by having these 2 anchor.
Right.
I don't know if they were hoping for a shooter, but this one is bad.
Yeah, well, this spells trouble specifically because, listen, look at the baseball sort of dugout roster lineup we had. The 3 players that just went in for NHL on the side of the actual Paladins guys was Strix, Wonku, and Mad Genius. TLG and Magna are open unless that was a roster reset. We'll have to get confirmation on that. But regardless, TLG is going to go in here and he plays a ton of Mortal Kombat 1. That's going to be big trouble for the Klik. I don't see them taking this game. This should be a Paladins victory. But again, we thought that last game was going to sort of lend itself towards the Klik. They definitely know how to play NHL. Maybe that's where that practice came into play, where they weren't as comfortable as they probably should have been. But clearly the Paladins specifically, and give credit where credit's due, Mad Genius has been practicing NHL, brother. 100%.
Look, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Paladins are showing that, hey, just because that's 4-5 does not mean nothing moving forward to this going to the playoffs.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Klik, man, we gotta pick it up.
Yeah, we gotta talk.
I hope that this was the biggest learning curve for you guys that we cannot not practice.
Yeah, 100%.
Because we beat this team. We already beat. If I'm the Klik, I'm sitting back like we already beat them in the exact same games.
Well, they've done better over the last 30 minutes with regards to their timeouts and setups, but that's not saying much considering how bad it was during the first hour. They need to keep that timeout, that last timeout that they have. They need to keep that for as long as possible because they have quite the road ahead of them, quite the trek ahead of them to make up for a 7-win difference now between the Paladins and the Klik. The problem is going to be Mortal Kombat 1, I think, sort of enables one specific player on the side of the Paladins, which is in TLG. I think TLG is going to do a relatively good job here at sort of carrying this victory. Okay. Other than that, though, the rest of the fighters that still haven't been played, from Blue Blaze to Street Fighter and Tekken, everybody on the Paladins knows how to throw bricks on those games. Okay.
Yeah.
I think they take every single one of them over the Klik. Now you start thinking about, well, what can the Klik do to make up for this difference? There's a few sports games, couple of racers maybe, but then even when you start dabbling into strategy, I think there's a problem there. But I do think that there's a couple of strategy games they could particularly, sort of take from the Paladins. So I don't think it's impossible for them to make this comeback, but they've got to get it together right now. If ever the time for someone to really showcase and they're putting in Kiz and Sky Guy for Mortal Kombat. I think Sky Guy actually plays a little bit of Mortal Kombat. Is this a situation where you probably should just forfeit and not waste time? Because time's not on your side right now.
It depends, because like I said, at the end of the day, maybe I feel like you probably should, but I don't think they are gonna give up a point with all the points they've already been giving up. But they didn't. I don't believe they chose to send in Gizmo and Sky Guy. I believe that's just how their lineup was set up.
You're right, 100%. Well, okay, so potentially a forfeit. I think we just got a forfeit on the floor. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, don't waste your time with that. Yeah, because you're gonna get smoked by number one TLG, but then even Strix. I know Strix doesn't play a ton of Mortal Kombat, but he has a great understanding of the operations of fighting games. We talked about that earlier when we saw Skullgirls, right? He's going to lead with he's going to initiate his combo string with a jump in overhead. As soon as that overhead hits, he's going to go to a low strike. If he picks up on the fact that you didn't block an overhead and then down block to block that low strike, he's going to understand, oh, you don't know how fighting games work. You're going to be vulnerable to this little simple 50-50 mechanic the entirety of this match, and I'm just going to dominate, even though I don't even necessarily know how to play Mortal Kombat that well. That is the toolkit that Strix sort of brings to the table, even though he doesn't play a ton of Mortal Kombat 1. So even if they somehow got TLG out of there, it would have spelled trouble for them. That's why they forfeited, guys. 100%.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to get into some Forza 5v5.
Okay.
The team gets a full reset, but doesn't really matter because they all have to go into it.
Yeah.
What do you see happening here? We've been trying to give Klik a benefit of the doubt this whole game, but has not been working.
Right. So I think
the way Mad Genius and Wonku have been driving this game,
right,
I might say this is another Paladins win.
Well, this is where the Klik have an opportunity, I think, to sort of get back into the win column. Forza is a classic racer. I mean, quite literally just a simulation racer. This is where players like Jekyll sort of excel, and I think he has a great understanding of how this works. However, if I was on the side of the Paladins, if I was coaching the Paladins right now, if early on, if you don't get sort of the placement advantage of the roll of the dice, right? When the players come out to the track, there'll be certain players that are in first and second place already right off the whistle, right? If you don't get decent positioning at the front of the track at the start, maybe you just go to take them out, right? Play aggressive, try to ram them off the track, because the name of the game is to race clean in games like Forza and Formula One racing, right? Because you get time penalties if you ram into your opponent, if you go off the track. However, you can basically throw the game in the sense of just trying to like knock your opponent off the track as well, to sort of eliminate some of their players early on and allow your teammates that are in the front, that are a higher position, allow them to race cleanly and to just finish the track, right? So there's a little bit of strategy here. On the side of the Paladins, if I don't have placement advantage early on, I might just try to ram them off the track and get them out.
We're going to see what strategy is used for what. Let's see. I'm just hoping to Klik to make this a game. I don't want us to go into halftime with them sitting on a 1 ski.
Bro, and it's 6. They're 6-3. This is a tragedy that we're watching unfold, right? The fact this was such a strong team, and I still think they're a decent team, right? In terms of being in the middle of the pack. I think it's more or less the fact that the Paladins somehow have sort of put together with what you say last week. You said spit and duct tape.
Yeah.
They have sort of put together this sort of jerry-rigged team right at the last second at the end of the regular season, which isn't just a decent team. They are a great team that is capable of beating anybody in the playoffs, including the likes of the Bots, including the likes of the Reapers, especially if they get some of those games that actually spin on the wheel that they excel in. We'll see how they perform, though, on Forza. I think racing games and sports games, they still have to improve on quite a bit.
Yeah, but if anything is, if NHL has anything to say about it, it might be just putting in that practice to keep getting in those wins. Because, like you said, I believe that they are a strong team, and I believe that they have a great core.
Yeah,
and I believe that they can defeat some teams, but I want them to keep grinding, keep putting in the work that they're putting in right now, because that's the only way they're going to be. Like I said, there's certain teams like the Bots that you named, the Bots and the Ravens and the Reapers. These are teams that have been at that top level for so long.
Yeah,
but now that
Ravens,
these new teams that are coming, these new teams that are now forming and building that synergy, I feel like it's playing catch up.
Right.
And I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've seen a lot of changes happen throughout this season where it's just like, if a team can stay together and lock in the way that the Reapers have, the Ravens have, and or the Bots, I think we'll see more dominant teams throughout the season.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think those are the 4 teams. And now I would put, man, it's so strange for a team that's 4-5 to me to like put a team like that with that type of record, to put them in the same category as some of those other teams we just mentioned. But I think I might, man. In terms of all of the teams within the UEL, I think my 4 favorite teams that I think have the most potential, may be wrong here, but this is just my personal opinion. I think it's the Reapers. I think it's the bots. I think it's the Ravens. And for what, honestly, especially from what I'm seeing right here, I think I put Paladins in fourth, which is crazy given the fact that they technically have a losing record. Maybe not after today, though. After today, man, they're going to be even at 5-5 if they keep this up.
I feel like there's a lot of teams that I would like to see moving forward throughout maybe the season, moving in next season or not, that have a lot of potential. I feel like I don't want to throw the Reapers in that list because I feel like they're the cream of the crop right now. So there is no point of saying that they have the potential because they are that team to beat.
They are,
So I would say if I would throw up a 4 for me, a 4 that has potential and being great contenders would always be the Ravens, the bots. I would always throw them 2 up there. If we're gonna throw in some new teams, I would say the Blaze have potential on being
man, they're
a very great team. They just haven't like how would I say not woken up, but locked into that one piece that they're missing. Because they have the parts, they just need the engine to keep it running.
You actually bring up a good point. So, man, I actually think the Blaze and the Paladins at this point, I'd love to watch that rematch between the Blaze and the Paladins because I think it would be incredibly close. I believe we saw that earlier in the season, and that was the specific game that the Paladins were able to create that 4-game comeback in order to send it into overtime. That's the one that I think that was the matchup. So in my defense, I think the Paladins are at that same level as the Blaze, but it seems like they've really, really been dialing in with the addition of Wonku on their team, and now it become that much more deadly. So I don't want to say I would necessarily put them over the Blaze. Maybe the Blaze are in that 4th spot. But definitely, I would say top 5 in the league for me. You put Blaze, Paladins, bots, Ravens, Reapers. Those 5 teams are definitely within there. And the Paladins are showing that, man. This is a great example of a team that was struggling, kept winner's mentality, had sort of great management on their hands, obviously determination, focus, dedication, and really just, listen, they really pulled it all together sort of right there at the end of the season. And we may see some huge upsets going into the playoffs.
Yeah, we're definitely, like I said, they're a team to look out for and look forward to. So we're gonna get into some 5v5 Forza. What's running up next? Like we said, I feel like this could be Klik if they play smart. They got him. They got Jekyll. Oh, and we were just talking about that fighters.
Yeah. Look, you saw TLG just sort of shake his head, then, right? Like sort of that confidence that we talked about. I love that he's feeling good about this game. Even if they were to lose this, I feel like they're about to get double-digit wins prior to half.
Yeah, and this is a game that, like you said, moving forward, like you said prior, this is a game that everyone on the Paladins know how to play. And specifically, if we look at the history of our players that we watch and that we learn, like I said, hey guys, go on YouTube, you type in UEL Esports, you can watch every season prior to this season. You look at the history that we have here in the UEL, TLG and Wonku and him are all former Ravens.
Exactly.
And have played together, and Ravens are one of the strongest Tekken teams in the league.
Yep. Interestingly enough, though, just talking about this particular matchup of Forza, the weather that's on this particular map plays a huge factor. So you can actually go into the settings of your vehicle settings, and you can lower the pressure on your tires, which makes them actually grip the track a little bit more. It reduces certain things like your 0 to 60 speed, like your acceleration speed, but it helps in terms of your traction around specific turns, especially when it's raining. So if you lower your tire pressure, it helps you to sort of stay on the track within a rainy environment. It'd be interesting to see if any of the players actually did that, kind of going into this matchup. But nonetheless, Killer just sort of driving relatively safe. Somebody went flying on the left side of your screen. That's 2 players off the left side of the screen. Both of these just playing it slow. They're playing a little bit more aggressive. Though. Killer gets bullied off the track, just like we saw happen to him during. Oh my goodness gracious! That might have been one that sent Killer off the side of the track. Listen, That is the second time we've seen that happen to him. It also happened to him during Wreckfest earlier. So
Mhm.
maybe Killer should be practicing some of these racing games. Maybe though they're sticking to that strategy like I talked about. Because if you want to roll the dice, right, on Forza and actually go for those collisions, you might just knock out your opponent relatively early, which can secure you the victory. I like that because they're so far ahead in the night, especially with Tekken coming up next. You feel confident in that. Let's try to get a steal. Let's try to steal this win from them by playing aggressive. And it looks like Wonku finishes. Oh, finished second. So we'll have to see who finished first.
Oh man. And look, like you said, if we can get this steal from them, if we can steal this game away from them, we can steal that momentum and they're just get in their heads on like if I'm there live and I know Magna and I know Wonku and I know TLG, they better be loud and proud that they have this score up there because that's gonna get into the heads of Sky Guy. That's gonna get into the head of him and Jekyll, knowing these players and know how they are a lot. Well, not as much him, but Sky Guy and Jekyll are very quiet themselves in their head, locked in players. So having that noise, having that, and then looking at this score, it's gonna be hard for those. I would hate to say it or see it, but it's gonna be hard mentally for them to get back into the game.
Oh, well, that is Mad Genius coming in 5th. He did finish. So whoever got first, that'd be PC number 2, was driving the Ferrari. We'd have to get a confirmation as to who that was, but I believe that might potentially have been a steal for the Paladins. We'll see who PC2 was. Maybe the Klik ended up clutching that, man.
All right, we're gonna see. Third place was PC2.
Huh? It said PC2 in first.
Second place was PC1.
Oh, maybe it was a time penalty. Maybe they had a time penalty and it knocked him in the third. Oh my goodness. Wow. So we're getting confirmation from the floor.
That would be so like heartbreaking if it was Klik in first place and that time penalty dropped them down to third to give them this loss.
Well, listen, when I talked about the Paladins potentially kind of rolling the dice, trying to bully the opponent off the track, right? You can't just knock your opponent off the track, guys. You get a time penalty for actually contacting other vehicles. You also get a time penalty for going off the track and not staying on your race lines, right? So if you're going to do it, you're running a risk because if you're not able to actually sort of destabilize them and send them off the track, which is going to just worsen their time even more, the time penalty you get for actually hitting those vehicles may sort of affect you at the end of the race. So we might have seen a player from the Klik finish in first place, but because of the time penalty on their side, they dropped down to third. Here's another scenario. Maybe the Paladins were trying to play super aggressive and knock out the Klik early, but that time penalty knocked them from first into third.
The Paladins
took it, guys. They Wow. Brother, they clutched it.
They clutched it out. I need to know who was in that first place. Can AV Slim God in the Sky tell me who was that came in first place? Because if it was a Klik, oh man.
Yeah, can you imagine if it was a Klik player that would have won, but the time penalty affected them and dropped them down? Nonetheless, man, Paladins end up stealing that. It's not often that we go into halftime, guys, and there is a team that already has double-digit wins. The Paladins sitting at 10 wins over the Klik, who are 6-3. The Paladins have a losing record, and they are proving that they are a force to be reckoned with right now.
And we're getting straight into it. You know they were ready. It's Tekken, baby. It's Tekken into Lumen Rush. Ooh, I love
Lumen Rush is interesting. I know there's players like Jekyll and him that can play Lumina Rush. I want to say everybody on the side of the Paladins I think I've seen Mad Genius struggle on Lumina Rush before, but I think everyone over there is capable of doing sort of the initial difficulty. We'll see though. This is him versus Magna. Both of these players know how to play Tekken.
Magna's playing him some Lars, and we got him as I never knew how to say this guy's name, but I'm gonna try to butcher it.
Yeah, never do that. Nonetheless, this is player 2 getting knocked out. That was Magna who just got bodied by him. Might this be the fighting game that they steal? Who knows? Strix might be sitting down. Now, listen, I know that there's a couple of players on the side of the Klik that can play fighting games. I just think the Paladins have a more well-rounded roster, but you have situations like Tekken where maybe it's just the difference maker. You know, if you're able to sort of stifle your opponent over and over and over again with the same player, you can pull it off. Because listen, we're jumping it. It's a single life, and their health pool returns to full every single round, guys. So if him is able to clutch each one of these wins, it doesn't matter how bad the rest of your teammates are. It matters how good your best player is, because they can completely ace their opponent. It's one life per player.
Yeah, and we got ourselves a Wonku versus him, Eddie versus my man Rang. I'm just gonna call him Rang.
Here we go. Look,
and him doing great.
What is happening right now? So Wonku just got caught lacking. I believe he got a hit confirm off of a mid strike right there. Now Wonku's trying to find the sweet chin music. Sweet chin music to end it. Wonku just basically got up right after she sat down. Him is feeling confident. This might be their second win on the wheel. Let's see if he's able to continue.
Degenerate.
All right, let's
he
see.
He is a degenerate. He sat on his first opponent, then he rolled off on Wonku. What he gonna do next?
Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
Shawn Michaels right there at the end. That was just the icing on the cake. Let's see what happens, though. I think they're still feeling good. Paladins are still feeling good. They just got to get... I think if they get him out of here with the likes potentially of Mad Genius, with Strix, with maybe TLG, even if it's TLG sort of anchoring right here. Yeah.
I was going to say that they still have to get... I don't want to, give him too much praise, but...
Can we potentially see...
TLG could probably... Yes. I was going to say TLG has the capability to reverse sweep this.
Yes. Okay, here we go. So, let's see what Mad Genius has got, man. I've been kind of hyping him up within these fighting games a little bit today. Let's see if he's been practicing, brother.
Yeah, but we haven't expected what we saw from him.
No, definitely not.
And I ain't talking about Mad Genius. I'm talking about him.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the top left of your screen. You see those cameras both on him and Mad Genius going into it right now. Klik, try to get their second win of tonight. Paladins trying to go up by 10 straight wins. Okay, here we go. I like that. Gets a couple of pokes. Lands the low strike in order to steal frame advantage. He's still mashing. Oh, gets the grab. Nice little mix-up, and now he's in trouble. Puts some respect on him. Oh, but he lands the smoke.
Come on. Keep it together. Him, keep it together.
Reinitiates.
Keep it together, him. Keep it together.
Push in the corner. He's got to be careful because he can bounce board off of the wall here and can timbo a full combo stream, but it goes for a reverse grab.
Yo, he's going berserk. He's going bananas. He said, "This is my house, my crib. Wipe your feet at the door before you enter."
Yeah, man, he's feeling really, really confident, and he kept his composure right there while he was getting pressured a little bit by Mad Genius. Mad Genius had a few stagger inputs. He had a mix-up with a grab. He was still, feeling a little bit of pressure. Because listen, him is really nervous right now because if he does get eliminated, we might see a reverse sweep from the likes of Strix, Magna, or not Magna, Strix and or TLG. Okay, so TLG is actually coming in. Strix is going to anchor this game. Interesting.
Yeah, and TLG might just say, look, I want to play. I'm not waiting to the last 100%. Spot. I didn't think we were getting this far. We made this far. Now I have to do my thing. The fangs are coming out tonight.
Listen, if we see TLG perform really well right here after clutching the most wanted position on Need for Speed, we'll talk about a diversity of skill, man. That would be really, really impressive.
To me, this is a good battle because it's X teammate against X teammate.
Yeah.
People who played against each other, played with each other, practice with each other. They know each other's ins and outs. So it's like, look at it already. Like good defense going in from both of them.
Ooh,
nice, smooth criminal. I always felt
3 low strikes, staggered inputs with the knee lunge in order to continue a combo string. Now he's carried him over. It gets the actual wall bounce for additional damage. Tony. Oh, yeah, look at the reaction. TLG just playing on another level right now. Put the controller down. You're not doing this to TLG. TLG, don't be TL free. There it is.
He was about to
low strike in the confirm.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how great the other teammates are gonna be. I hope that they've anchored Jekyll.
Reverse sweep.
But I don't see. This is my thing. I would want to anchor Jekyll, but then again, I wouldn't want TLG to get hot.
No, that's a good point. That's a really good point. But maybe you give Jekyll's time to sort of download his fight style.
Yeah, but it's just like
his Kiz is about to get smoked.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like a fresh pack of Newports, he's getting smoked immediately.
Like a full pack. But that's
immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows.
There we go. Quick little button check.
He's using Steve, so hopefully he can properly use Steve.
No.
But yeah, he's going home.
No. Pack your bags.
Yeah.
You know.
I wouldn't have
Get the
even
biggest suitcase possible. Head out to Walmart, put it on layaway. You can pay for it later.
would-
Let's just get a big suitcase, throw it on the plane. We got to go.
I wouldn't have even set up my buttons. I would have been like, yeah, you know what? Let's just get it over with.
Yeah. Look,
Look, that's how calm
somebody's. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, they're like, calm down.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. I just
No,
look
that's
at
all right. He's gonna
confidence,
get a
gets the
hit
backboard off the wall, initiates with a double low
Oh,
strike in the
oh,
foot stop. Okay, he's got some heat. He's been practicing.
All right.
Oh, but it doesn't matter.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, Steve.
Okay. Okay, Kiz.
No.
Okay, Big
No.
Kizzy.
No.
That's gonna be it.
No.
Shoulder charge to
No.
finish. What is throwing a lot of these Klik players right now are what combo strings that initiate with a double low strike. There's two different strings of them. There is an actual like a punch, a fist punch, if you will, that is sort of a rotating double low strike from the likes of this character that TLG is playing. Sometimes they're blocking the first strike and then they're getting caught with the second because they stop down blocking, right? In games like Tekken and Street Fighter, you have to hold your back diagonal in order to block low, which can be really awkward for some of these players. So they're blocking the first hit and then messing up their diagonals, basically their directionals, and they're getting caught with that second one. But that's not the only low strike that TLG is initiating with. He's also catching them with sort of a split maneuver where his character goes down into the splits and actually catches them with a low. He's using that to gauge the zoning and sort of close the distance. Now he's got him staggered, going full combo into this wall right here. There's the low strike that he's catching him with every time. Another one right there.
Two perfects done on Eddie. Hey, Eddie ain't the guy to go for no more.
Listen, I mean, what are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? Like they're not capable. Listen, I don't think they actually know the combo strings, right? For starters, but then two, they're just not blocking low. So the times that they do get that low block off, they don't know the rhythm of the combo string, so they're getting caught mashing their buttons. They're trying to react and gain frame advantage, but in doing so, they're getting caught with the finishing touches of a combo string and then getting just pushed into the corner. That's what's happening.
All right. My man Killer, he's going Leo. I feel like he chose Leo because that's what his government name is. He looks
All right.
like a Leo.
We'll see. TLG, though, is just smiling, man. He escaped as the most wanted. Now he's on a 3-player Elim streak. Let's see what happens here. Expect him to initiate with that double high kick that you see. He's doing that as well. He's throwing that out there just to sort of condition his opponent to high block. And then after he lands those two sort of high kicks, he starts throwing that low fist combo string out. So let's see if he does that here. It's basically an axe kick is what it's technically called within MMA. So he's throwing out a double axe kick right at the start here, right as we leave this button check. Here we go. And it closes distance. Okay, I like this.
All right. Killer coming in aggressive.
Leads with, there's that axe kick we talked about. And he's mixing up between those two things. I like this though, just going for a simple combo string. So he's not even becoming predictable for us as commentators. That's when you start to see these players playing at a high level. Carries them over into the corner.
Perfect. Oh my God.
Oh, he was body bagging there at the end. Some tactical squatting potentially occurring there in the corner. Interesting.
Now Jekyll has to put this whole thing on his back. We can either see a Jekyll put his team on his back and take this, or are we going to see the reverse sweep from the LG? Well, not really reverse sweep. We still got stripped on the back. But look at him. Button check.
Called button check. He's fine with it. Jekyll's sort of smiling right here. I know Jekyll's been practicing, but it would be a lot of fun to see somebody contest DLG because
and I'm hoping
he has his go-tos in terms of like his inputs, like his combo inputs, but he's also like effectively mixing up his combos and mixing up his strings to remain unpredictable. Let's see if Jekyll can actually download him. Look at this, just initiating with 2 double jabs.
All right.
Oh, okay, gets caught. I like
that. Good damage.
He's finding that window.
Wow. Good damage. Good stuff.
Like, and now he's got him stuck against the wall. DLG, fight back. There we go. There's that sort of that axe kick we talked about. He's applying that pressure. Staggered inputs as he carries him into the wall.
Let's go, Jacko.
Oh, but he's got that heat. He's got that heat. Both of them got that heat on him.
Got the heat on him.
Next hit confirm might do it. Next hit confirm doesn't. DLG gets taken out. He doesn't get the full sweep. Jekyll flexing in the camera right now.
Yep. He had to do what he had to do. He had to get him out of there. But TLG, props to you. He did exactly what he needed to do. Put the pressure on Jekyll. Make sure Jekyll knows that he needs to win this. Now, it is time. 1-1, 1v1. Next body bag wins the game.
Yep. Let's see what happens. Guys, this is Jekyll versus Strick. Both of these players are very experienced with regards to Tekken. Let's see who takes this. I know Strick's sitting in that tier 1 spot. He's anchoring the team. This is a moment for him to sort of prove himself. He's rolling up the sleeves in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Button check right quick. I believe he might be actually playing on a fight stick. So it is important for him to sort of make sure that his buttons are fine here.
But this is like you said, this is that moment for Strix to show like, hey, I'm tier 1 for a reason.
Yeah.
Let me take you guys to the promised land.
Oh, he's nervous. He's nervous. He just shook his hands out to dry his hands. That's what happens when you start sweating a little bit. Nice, reads the combo string, reacts, goes for a jump in, but gets caught lacking.
Nice defense. Nice defense.
Oh, he went for this. What a great read by Jekyll. Jekyll was able to pick up on the fact that he did a 2-input combo string, and now he's got him punished in the corner. Strick's not able to get out of this.
Punishing him, and there it is.
It's over. Jekyll ends up pulling out the win for the Klik. Make no mistake about it, man. Him was the difference maker.
Yeah. Yes. If him came in and did his job, put in work, said, boy, these hands work, and who wants them?
Yeah, I mean, to eliminate 3 players right off the rip, give time for Jekyll to sort of start reading the likes of the fight style of TLG. But then, listen, Jekyll took out, I would say, probably their best Tekken player on that team, just in terms of his just sheer performance in the sense of TLG and what he was capable of. But then to clean up their tier 1 player in the likes of Strix right there at the end. Super impressive by Jekyll and him. Both of those players sort of carrying that team to victory there.
So it looks like we're setting up, guys. The Klik finally getting that secondary that they desperately needed. Hopefully, maybe Lumina Rush might be that third before going into half, because we got another 5 minutes, and I think Lumina Rush might be that game that takes us into the halftime.
Yeah, it might just be. It might just be. I do think that both of these teams are okay at Lumina Rush. I do think the Paladins have been practicing it a little bit more. Sometimes Lumina Rush can come down to your weakest link. So look at some of those less experienced players, probably from Kiz or Sky Guy on the side of Klik. And then really maybe only Mad Genius, I would assume. Either Mad Genius or maybe Wonku on the side of the Paladins. I think everybody, though, over there has a pretty good understanding of how Lumina Rush works, the physics of this game, how it operates, the different functions within it. Guys, this is a speedrunning platformer, okay? So I want you to imagine Metroid Prime, let's see,
Sonic,
Mega Man, Sonic, things like that, like your typical platformers, and then put it into a competitive speedrunning environment where you're forced to finish those specific courses in a timely manner to outrace your opponent. So your opponent's going to be doing those courses of those tracks at the same time, and you have to finish this particular stage faster than your opponent. That's what you're going to see unfolding on the screen. So I know him. Him definitely knows how to play this. He just finished that in 8 seconds. This is a beginner stage, okay? So it looks like whoever had the map selection there relatively early Okay, 16 seconds from the likes of Kizzy right there is a little worrisome. That's double the time of him, and this is very simplistic map, guys.
But like you said, it's double the time of him, but better time than Mad Genius.
Okay,
And
see,
that,
I did just talk about that.
I'm Kiz. That's what I'm banking on.
Yes, 100%. So that's why I mentioned the likes of Kiz and the likes of Mad Genius. I've seen both of those players struggle, and oftentimes within this game, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and Mad Genius gets the 2-minute penalty for not finishing a level 1 course. That is completely detrimental to his team. That's why he feels so stressed out right there in the camp. They've got a lot of ground to make up for because Mad Genius wasn't able to finish that. Now, they are capable of doing it. Listen, these teams get to go back and forth picking the specific stages. So you can imagine a scenario where the Paladins maybe choose a more difficult stage, knowing that Mad Genius might not be able to necessarily finish it, but there might be more players on the side of the Paladins that finish that stage than the likes of the Klik. So there's still room for them to improve and potentially make a comeback here in terms of the total time of, finishing these courses.
Yeah, but I mean, you got Mag. I mean, in all defense, you have Mag and Wonku sitting on the top as the top 2.
Oh, this is interesting. It's ironic that production has the 2 players that I would say are probably the most inexperienced on both teams, but that might be the difference maker in terms of who ends up taking this. I think both of them are going to struggle to get through these first few grab fields. Now, being a platformer that it is, there's different, functions within this game. That purple streak, that purple square that you see, that is a gravitation field where they're being sucked towards sort of the ceiling of that particular part of the stage. There's also death walls. Those red walls that they hit act as basically, as the moment you touch them, they're like firewalls, if you will. You instantaneously die. There's also certain things within the game that are slingshot maneuvers where you grab a specific string and then you have to sort of slingshot or pivot your character model with momentum in order to carry your character to a separate part of the stage, right? So there's all sorts of different little platformer tricks here to help you get across the stage. Now, there's both of them, Killer and Mad Genius. Oh, so Kiz? No. I think that's Kiz and Mad Genius both didn't finish right there. Yeah.
Kiz and Mad Genius both the boo-boo faces because this is bad performances on both sides.
But but Klik is still in the lead. Because both of them didn't finish that course right there. I believe Klik still has the time advantage from the first round.
Yeah. Now, I would love for the production to shoot on over to some maybe Wonku, some Killer, or even him, just to see.
Yeah, just to see sort of the top times. It looks like
team.
Yeah, we'll gain an understanding too. Keep your eyes locked into the top left-hand corners of these actual player screens. There we go. So it looks like Magna, and that was something to note. I know Magna particularly is very, very good at this game, so expect him to potentially try to make up for some of the mistakes in terms of Mad Genius's performance.
If we're watching Kiz, you can tell how unexperienced he is because he was not using any of those wire. You see the blue lights? He's barely using any of that. He's just going straight.
There we go. He's finding a little bit of momentum here. There we go. So he's able to get to the second part of this particular stage. Nice. Oh, that's a really hard. So it's a 3-wheel slingshot at the second part of the latter end of this stage. That's, unless you have a great understanding of the physics within Lumina Rush, you're going to struggle at that particular point. So oh my gosh, Wonku didn't finish either.
Oh,
wow.
Man.
So that is definitely going to spell trouble. And listen, as good as Magna is, Jekyll was actually able to outperform him by 2/100ths of a second. So I think that is going to be the difference maker. Mad Genius looks stressed, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be stressed too.
He needs to grab a Sly energy drink. He needs to grab the Calm can of Sly. Get some Milli Vanillis of melatonin in you. Calm down. Relax. It's not the end of the day. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you guys are, it's 10-2. Maybe they go 10-3 right now. Don't be too harsh on yourself, Mad Genius. You've still been performing really, really well.
He's been doing actually very well. But, it's always, how that saying, you're only as good as your last game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he's beating himself in the head with.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't
That's true.
wanna-
Because if they want to beat the likes of the Reapers, of the bots, there's not a single person on the bots that isn't incapable of finishing some of these stages. The Ravens are really good at this game, and of course the Reapers. All three of those teams have players on the international leaderboards for these stages within the game. So I think that's where he needs to improve. I think he knows that. All right. So maybe we'll see some of that moving forward.
Terrible, but it's just not.
Ooh, he's getting there though. He might actually finish his first course. He does.
Yeah.
He did finish so his second course. But make no mistake about it, man. Mad Genius is still struggling a little bit, and it looks like what is that? Wonku? Wonku might be struggling too. Okay, so she actually ended up finishing.
Killer didn't finish. This Mad Genius, the only one that hasn't finished.
That's gonna be a win, I think, for the Click at that point.
It's gonna be a win for the Click, yeah, especially with Jekyll and him taking the high ground for most of these
23
matches.
seconds to over 1 minute right there, just on that stage alone. Wow. Really, really good.
So it looks like we're gonna get some StarCraft coming in after the halftime, but it seems that the Click has picked it up. They finally found that little couple wins that they need to put on their belt. Hopefully they can go into the next half, and hopefully this 15-minute intermission, they can get some fuel, get themselves a Sly energy drink, and find a way to get some more wins because they don't have any timeouts to lose or waste.
Yeah.
And they only have 4 forfeits left for the rest of the game.
That's true, man. And they've done a lot better at managing their timeouts. They definitely have. So credit to them for at least saving one of those timeouts, even though the Paladins have 4 timeouts left. When we go into halftime, when we come back, they're only going to have 2. So both of these teams have stepped it up after the first 30 or 40 minutes in terms of just initiating their setups. I think it comes down to the Click, finding some of that team synergy. Like we said at the top of the hour, they haven't necessarily been practicing a lot as a team over the last month. So maybe they're starting to gel a little bit more because they definitely picked up those recent 2 victories, the last one there being Lumina Rush. But guys, join us after halftime. This is going to be a 15-minute intermission. Go grab a snack, go grab a drink, something, because we got a lot more UEL action to come.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him,
and he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there, and they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so that's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like
game master
information about it. And we was told nothing about it.
It's not in the rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
We never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing. People have been resetting all season.
That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the Klik.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules. That needs to
Wait,
be
if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not
rules. People have been doing it all season. Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
So wait,
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing it pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show that today. So when we win a game, we gotta scream. When we lose a game, we gotta tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game. You're on point.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Klik win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question with a question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the team's eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting aiming and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Season. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Season all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm gonna ask y'all, is what y'all got to say the third when it's coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got no feet. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post-game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corker. They said they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro.
I can't get hyped.
Bro, get hype.
Yeah,
Come on,
Get hype, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go,
I
man.
can't get hyped.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Aiden.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Rick.
Let's get hype, Ricky.
Yeah! Hey, put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Reverse!
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. Yes. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
But it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu. jujitsu.
or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
And what it do, y'all? We are back from that halftime. I know. We's back. It's your boy Dad Hat, Mobster Matt. We're here at UEL where the gamers go pro for that second half of the Paladins versus the Klik. 10-3. The Paladins picked up the Klik picked up a little bit of a comeback feeling with 2 straight wins before the half. Let's see if they keep that momentum going into StarCraft 2.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think they're capable of playing against the Paladins in StarCraft 2. Both of these games have 2 particular players within him and Jekyll. Both of them know how to play StarCraft 2. But on the side of the Paladins, Strix is sort of a mastermind within this game in and of itself. I think he can play against the best players in the league. It's a matter of this being a 4v4 game. It's a matter of the rest of the players on the team sort of complementing their top 1 or 2 players, because you have to be able to sort of craft your resources, get a number of units on the actual field so that your top players don't become overwhelmed by the forces of your opponent. This is going to be a little bit unique within sort of our UEL umbrella compared to what you're typically seeing in competitive StarCraft 2. We actually play with unlimited resources, and we're only capable of doing that because of our SurfThing computers sponsor here at the UEL. At any given time, you're not just going to see hundreds of units on the screen at any given time. On this map, there will be thousands of every single one of these players are going to have into the thousands of units all operating at the same time. And obviously, SurfThing computers are capable of running it all and more than 60 frames,
Oh.
reaching upwards towards 200 frames at any given time. So super impressive hardware being used here on the arena floor. But nonetheless, we are playing with unlimited resources, which sort of gives the advantage to certain sort of races within the game, right? There's certain races within this game that typically speaking in regular StarCraft 2 gameplay, they are sort of armies that sort of come online later in the game. They're sort of in-game sort of factions, if you will. Whereas here at the UEL, given our unlimited resources, you're going to see us jump right into it for some fast-paced action.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to see it because I love the fact that we use unlimited builds. We get to see the fast-paced action. We don't get to wait so much, and we get to see the strategies that teams get to put in once they have everything to their disposal, everything in their hands. It's like anything is possible. I love sandbox style games, and this feels like a sandbox competitive style game where it's like anything can happen. Let's see who can make it happen.
Yeah, and I believe it is the Protoss that are the specific race within this game, within StarCraft 2, that tend to excel in the late game. But because we have unlimited resources, they're instantaneously able to start crafting some of their barracks and armories, towers, drones, things along those lines, orbs and what have you, that basically enable the rest of those units as much as possible. With the Protoss being a late game faction, there's certain aspects of the game that it takes you a long time to build the currency and the materials in order to craft specific things like armories and barracks and what have you. But they're able to instantaneously do that. So that's why, typically speaking, we see a lot of Protoss players here, but it also sort of streamlines everything to really sort of showcase the individual talent within each player. Because if two teams are both playing Protoss, you get to see the real definitive reasons why one player excels over the other. Sometimes it's click management, it's units management with regards to where they're sending specific units, the way they're sort of traversing the map, finding the locations of their particular opponent, and then allocating specific resources to that. They definitely have a great understanding. Both of these teams, I wouldn't say either one of them are amateurs, which is why they're not just forfeiting. I would say StarCraft 2 tends to be the most forfeited game on this entire wheel, just because it's kind of overwhelming, to sort of get into, especially with unlimited resources. So the fact that both of them feel confident in jumping in here is a good sign that we're in for a good matchup.
That and StarCraft can be very time consuming.
Yeah, that's true.
You kill a lot of time on the clock. And me personally, unless you can like guarantee the win in StarCraft, I wouldn't want to kill so much time being the click. I wouldn't want to kill so much time being down so low.
Yeah, and they only have one timeout left. I do think that they, started managing their setups a little bit more effective in the latter end of that first half, but they only have one timeout, so they got to be careful, still with their setups. StarCraft a little difficult to set up, but nonetheless, I think they're good to go, especially given the fact that Paladins actually have set up for this. But you're right. I mean, it does take a little bit of time. There's certain games like Checkmate Showdown, is another title. Forza has a specific map on it that, given the size of the map and given the fact that it's 3 laps, it could take anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes to finish. So they have to be careful because they are 7 wins down and they need time to make this comeback. The other problem is the fact that they only have that one timeout. There's only going to be one specific time where they're going to be able to pause the actual arena clock. And given the fact that they're 7 behind, man, they've got to be careful not to waste too much time.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that.
Yep, there we go. So we actually just
and
got a
there it is. I caught. Look, I ain't saying that I'm a mind reader. But what I'm saying is that it's the smartest move to play when you're down this much and you need to get more points. Let's get those fast-paced games, because there's no way that I'm gonna go against Strix, Magna, Wonku, who definitely loves playing herself some StarCraft. I'm gonna go against these guys, and they're gonna enjoy this. They're gonna want to play this. So this is just time killing for them. Let's get on over to Roller Champions, which is a faster paced game and maybe a better chance for me to win with putting Killer in, put Sky Guy, and then maybe him and or I say Kids. And there we go. Him.
Yeah, Roller Champions, super fun game. This is within our sports category, guys. I want you to think of this like roller derby meets basketball. So they're going to be on a rollerblading rink, and they're going to try to race around that rink for a full circle of the rink while passing through laser gates. If they're able to pass through 4 laser gates that are every quarter length of the rink, they then will have an eligible point, a basket that they can then score by shooting a ball into a basket. However, if they get the ball stolen from them at any point while they're racing around that roller rink, that point will then be denied and they'll have to race around it again in order to get that eligible point back. So within that sort of back and forth, if you will, of trying to traverse this roller rink and get that point eligible to shoot up and score, they're going to be hitting each other. Like I said, it's roller derby meets basketball. They're going to be shoulder checking, uppercutting, jumping over, you name it, just trying to disrupt their opponent as much as possible to get that ball back, race around the roller rink, and basically to shoot a point up.
Yep. Best way to describe it, road to El Dorado. Like you said before, Matt.
I can't. It's such a.
It's great. It's a great movie.
There's a specific name for that sport. It's an Aztec sport where they throw the ball through the vertical hoop on the side of the wall. I wish I knew the name. I should, given how much like History Channel and Discovery Channel I watch.
You watched Harry Potter?
Yeah.
What's that game that they play?
Quidditch.
That's what we're calling it. That's what we're calling it. We're calling it Quidditch.
I guess
we're calling it
I don't know if it's Quidditch, but it's there.
They're not on the broom. They're on rollerblades, and they're.
By the way, shout out to my wife from England that got me into Harry Potter. That's the only reason I know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to it, but GameCube had one of the best Harry Potter Quidditch games, and they're bringing it back.
Yeah, I actually
Harry
saw
Potter?
they're releasing a Quidditch game right now. So maybe we see that on the UEL wheel, Vince.
Yeah,
Who knows?
I'm
Who
just saying.
knows? That's funny, man. No, but this is one of my favorite sports games, specifically because it's 3-on-3 and it's a lot of action. It's very fast paced. Something to just note, because they're on rollerblades, there is a sort of movement, sort of physics within the game. In terms of how these players are able to pick up speed and maintain speed. There's going to be glass walls sort of on the side of the roller rink itself that you're going to consistently see players utilize what's called an uppercut maneuver, where when they're at the bottom of that glass wall, they're going to uppercut in order to send their character up the glass so that they can skate down the glass and pick up speed and momentum in order to traverse the roller rink. Okay. So you're going to see a lot of that sort of serpentine motion to go up the glass and down the glass. So they're constantly maintaining speed. There's also a slingshot maneuver within this game to where you can come up behind a teammate who's obviously racing around the roller rink, grab them from behind, and then they will then slingshot you around them for you to pick up speed. So they're going to use certain things like that in order to sort of help them get, that full 360 degrees around the roller rink to get that point eligible and then shoot the basket in order to score. Okay. So just take note of that as we get into it. We got about 10 seconds left of this setup. This is a Klik setup, by the way. So if they don't have it finished, expect another timeout. That's all I'm saying, Tony.
Or forfeit.
Yes. Wow. Okay. So we just got confirmation from AV that Billy the Goat on the bots, he's their tier 1 player. We just finished up with StarCraft. He's probably the number 1 StarCraft player in the entire league. Just got his black belt, and I believe it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So he just got his black belt in jiu-jitsu. So he's also 8'4". So he's a giant human being. And he's now a certified weapon. His entire body is a certified weapon. Probably
he was already a weapon before, but now he's certified.
100%. He is actually the newest DLC character in Marvel Rivals. You can expect that probably this Christmas.
He's a tank.
Yeah.
They put him as a tank. He's a tank.
Yes, he's a tank. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So congratulations, Billy. Please don't break my arm.
Yes.
And see you in the playoffs.
Yeah. The bots, if you guys are new to the UEL, the bots are amongst our best teams in the league. They're definitely going to the playoffs. I believe the only teams that have beat them is the Reapers, correct?
Yeah.
Yep, and we casted over that game. One of their games against Reapers, I believe, was last week, and that was a ton of fun to cast over. Great matchup. Reapers ended up taking it, but it was only sort of within the last 30 minutes of the matchup that they got sort of the advantage over the bots themselves. So here we go. We're jumping into it. The Klik ended up getting everything sort of set up, and now we're going to Mexico on December 14th, 2034. Hey, that's pretty close to now.
Yeah.
It is actually December 14th right now. So the fact that the actual date in the game is the same as today is kind of weird. We live in a simulation. You just
You
wait.
know what's so crazy is that it's December 14th, 2034, and we're in December 14th, 2024.
Exactly. We're in a simulation, Vince. Confirmed. Here we go.
We're in the Matrix.
Yes. All right. So the ball right there is on the court. That's the ball that they have to pick up, guys, and then race around this this roller rink. Oh my God. A full 360 degrees. You can see the laser gates further up the course. And this particular player, this is going to be Wonku. She is basically trying to play defense for her ball carrier right now. Sometimes you'll see that particular player gain sort of traction or sort of a distance advantage in front of the ball carrier in order to be passed to sort of help them get, to the actual rink. Oh, they're going to shoot and they instantaneously score. Now, who was that? Was that potentially the Klik?
Yes, that was the Klik. That's the orange point.
Click or orange. Yep. Those are those laser gates. Runs
So
up.
was that killer? Whoa.
I guess so.
Killer.
It looks like it. It looks like it. I believe Magna
I
was
mean,
actually
Killer
playing
just-
underneath the
might be
hoop
his
itself,
name.
trying to goaltend a little bit, if you will. All right, now
Yeah,
this is
that's what happens
Magna
when you
right
cheat,
here.
man.
They're trying to. There we go. Gets the pass, and now it needs to
Okay.
start racing across this ring. They're sort of going about it in an awkward way. They're
Pass
sort of
it,
going
pass it.
backwards
Ah.
with this ball. They got to pick it up. He does, but he
Good
does a
pick up,
dive
good pick
attack in
up.
order to get on top of it. Passes it to his teammates. They're basically racing in a counterclockwise motion right now to get to that first gate. But now they're back sort of on track.
Yeah.
And this is a counterclockwise sort of rotation.
And it seems that they've got the orange team got the ball again. It's gotten the
Mhm.
ball.
Yep, and I want you guys to note at the top of your screen, the top middle of your screen, obviously you see the game clock, you see the score, but beneath that are the sort of tabs, if you will, that keep track of how many laser gates they have been through. They need 4 gates in total in order to pick up an eligible point. So it
And
looks like
Killer
Klik
picking up
made
some
one.
speed.
Yeah, I mean, Killer is going higher on the glass than I've ever seen, but not doing much with it. That's for sure.
Jekyll.
We got Jekyll now going through the
Good
third
pass.
gate. This is gonna be the 4th gate. Jekyll protecting
There
his
it is.
teammate. Oh, but it gets
Oh,
denied.
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 Good
I believe that was
defense.
Magna. I believe that's Magna with the goaltending right there, jumping up and stealing that ball from the grasps of
But
the
they got
Klik.
it back.
Yeah, they
Klik
do
got
have it back. Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
It
And there's
does.
no. Oh, I thought.
There's no
I
points
thought
though,
that
so
was
he's
gonna
got
be
to
a
go
gate.
through it one more time.
More
Jumps
time.
up, gets some
Here it
momentum. He's
goes.
got to dodge. There's certain things like uppercuts and just a jumping mechanic that they
Uh-oh.
can do in order
I
to
think he's
maintain.
gotten through it.
He
He's gotten
does. They
through it.
missed the shoulder check, Tony. Here comes
Here
the
it is.
eligible point. He's going to shoot the J, but he whiffs it.
Wait.
He
What?
whiffs it.
What?
He needs to go back
Come
to gym
on.
class and start working on his three-pointer. Jekyll,
God, Jekyll, come on.
an
You
absolute menace on
that
some of
was
those fighting
cold.
games, an absolute menace on some of those racers. But when it comes to roller champions, doesn't know what to do with the ball.
sold. He just sold.
He did.
That was
He did. But
that was
look at this. I mean, in terms of the way that he's actually like sort of positioning
defending the
himself within
ball.
the other players, like getting his shoulder checks off, getting some of his jumps, avoiding too much damage. He's doing good there, but he definitely needs to work on his shot. Probably, hey, shout out to
Yeah.
Hollywood on the Blaze, probably the best shooter that we have here on Roller Champions. He makes full court shots like it's his actual day job. Wait a minute, it actually
It
is.
is.
He's a professional gamer here
like that,
at the
okay.
UEL, shooting Jays like it's nothing. And now Jekyll trying to
So they're
race
going
down
around. They're gonna pass
the
it,
likes of
so
the
they're not gonna
Paladins who
pass it
picked
to
up
the
a
end.
little bit of
Yeah.
momentum themselves. They're trying to get through their first gate. The problem is they're going in a clockwise motion, whereas the actual laser gate progress is in a counterclockwise rotation around this roller ring.
And it's like this where they have about a minute and some change, 2 minutes and some change.
Yep.
They just really need to at least try to tie it up or get
And they're definitely capable of doing that. We've seen probably the craziest comeback potentially in UEL history happen in a game of Roller Champions just about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. Where another point for the Klik, guys.
It's okay.
That's going to spell trouble for
Wow.
the Paladins. We've seen it before,
And
though,
that
brother.
was Jekyll redeeming himself.
There we go. The first one was just a practice shot.
Yeah, he's I can shoot. I promise.
Yeah. Well, what we did see last week, guys, is when they race around the roller rink, those 4 laser gates, they do get 1 eligible point. However, if they're able to get around the rink a second time, they then get bonus points and they can rack up 3. If they get around the roller rink 3 times, they can completely finish the game and score a 5-point shot, which will end things completely. This is a game to first of 5, okay? So that's the comeback that we saw last week, was a 3-point comeback for a win with multiple 360 degrees laps around this roller rink to create the comeback.
Good stuff from Magna here with his
Okay, they got a point available. They got a
There
point
it is, there it
available.
is.
Oh, and they
There
scored.
it
That's
is.
Wonku picking up the first point for the Paladins. Here we go. I love the composure out of this team right now.
They needed that. They needed that. They have 1:30 left on the clock. They just need at least to tie it up or get themselves 2 more points.
I think they're still feeling pretty good. Listen, they have a huge win lead here tonight, and I think they're starting to. Maybe they haven't necessarily practiced Roller Champions, but they're definitely starting to sort of get their skates underneath them, if you will, and sort of start to catch a vibe here. They need to. There we go. Okay, so they actually have the ball right now. They just got it stolen. They need to get this ball back right quick. Wonku sort of playing this end of the roller rink for a potential pass from her teammate. Also a last line of defense against them, but she might have actually hit that tackle. No, she didn't. They're going for a point. A backward shot overshoots it. Is Jekyll.
Jax.
Oh my goodness gracious, Jax. Take him to the shooting range. He needs some practice. They still have the ball though. They still have it.
Denied.
Denied. What a play.
There is only 45 seconds left.
We may see a tie-up situation. They throw the ball down just to get it through the gate, but I don't think that was the right play. They just wanted to get that second laser gate under control, but now they're in a position where you basically just handed the ball over to the Klik.
30 seconds left. Can they do something? Can they lock in there?
That's how you pick up speed.
Yeah, but there it goes. Paladins getting the ball back. They need to get through these. Nope.
There we go. So Jekyll has it. He's just got it. They're playing a game of keep away at this point, but they do lose a shot. Oh, but Jekyll steals it back.
10 seconds. There's no more time.
Yeah, it's too long. That's going to be game, guys. That is 2, 1. Orange team takes it. The Klik get another win on the board, and they maintain the momentum that they picked up right before halftime, now going up with 4 W's.
Yep, and then we get Apex Legends coming next. We're gonna definitely see him. We're gonna see Gizmo.
I think shooters are something comfortable for the Klik, it seems like, Tony.
Who do you feel out of the 3 that Jekyll, Killer, and Sky Guy would perform best for Apex?
I think him is going to perform well, but Sky Guy is somebody that I know is actually a savage. If I'm remembering correctly, is a savage at Halo. He's one of our best Halo players in the league, if not the best Halo player in the league. I actually walked into the arena to cast a match about a month ago, I believe it was, and I saw Sky Guy practicing Halo Infinite, landing no scopes like no one's business within Halo Infinite. So that's a strong indication that he's just really comfortable on shooters. I don't know if there's quite anybody on the side of the Paladins that's that comfortable on shooters, with the exception of maybe Magna on certain games. There's certain games that Magna plays really well within the shooter category, if not all of them. But I think that's their own, I would say that's their only like super high level shooter, so they might struggle a little bit going into this next game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe see something from Wonku if she's available to play, but it doesn't seem like she's available to play. And I would think that that's probably me, to be one of their strongest shooters, because she plays a lot of Valorant. She plays Apex. So it sucks to see that she can't go in. And I think we might see Klik go 5-11 in this one because
Yeah,
they still
which
have their whole lineup.
Yeah,
I
which is just awesome, to be honest. I think and I think I speak for a lot of you viewers that are watching right now. I want to see the Klik pick up a little bit momentum, especially given the fact that they got 2 wins prior to halftime. The fact that they can come back here like this, pick up 2, maybe another 3 wins on the Paladins, start to steal that momentum away from them, make sure, kind of almost chin check them a little bit, right? Like make sure they're still awake. You know, you can't just walk away with this one. Listen, the magic number that one of these teams has to get to is 17. 17 wins on a 33-game wheel means that your opponent can only get a maximum of 16 wins, okay? So both of these teams are very far from getting 17. Obviously, Paladins are a little bit closer, but if that's your focus on the side of the Klik, they may be able to just pull this out. You don't necessarily need to get 17 wins. You just got to get more than the Paladins. So they've initiated that comeback. They just got to keep the momentum. And it's not like they can't like lose a game, Tony. You know what I'm saying? They just need to win like 3 games for every 1 game that the Paladins get. And they're on track to do that right now.
Yeah, and if these lineups that they're sending in it correctly, they're not sending in Sky Guy, which is very surprising.
So maybe maybe Sky Guy just isn't experienced on Apex, because Apex definitely is a whole nother animal. I just thought that given the TTK of this game, which is an acronym for time to kill, given the TTK on Apex Legends being, you know, I guess more similar to Halo Infinite in terms of having to drain your opponent's shield and then finish off their health pool, I thought it would be something that he was super comfortable with. Oh boy.
That's what I was feeling in my head. Oh, and is he available? He's available.
Listen, Linda.
He's available.
Listen, if the Klik are able to steal this game right now on Apex, because they got some hitters coming in right now. Oh boy, that's going to spell trouble because Jekyll rivals. Jekyll's not losing Jekyll rivals. So they get a 5th win right here. They're going to get a 6th win immediately afterwards, which really shakes things up. I didn't expect to see a momentum shift like this, guys.
I think they were praying to the goddess. I don't know if you've heard of her. Her name is Anita Maxwin. And they needed her because they up in there like, I need a Maxwin right now. Because
what was that Gundam skin on Revenant? I'm not gonna lie, I was digging that.
And we're watching Kiz, so that means that he has these nice skins.
I don't know, maybe he's got that dog in him. Maybe this is his moment. All right, Gizmo. We're looking for you, man.
Saying. If I was the Paladin on the Klik, right? I would have sent in Sky Guy over him.
Yeah.
I would have put Killer, Kiz, and Sky Guy over him, and then save my 2 best racers for Jekyll rival. Even though Jekyll was gonna take that one out, I feel that when it comes to shooters, I still believe that Sky Guy is their strongest, one of their strongest shooters on the team.
All right, I'll say this.
I don't know if it's his nerves that's keeping him out.
Right. Well, I'll say this. I was just looking at the actual user profiles and the banners of all of these players. The only one with remotely decent badges on his banner was Killer. Killer had what's I think is a 3K damage badge, which is pretty difficult to do if we're being honest. Not as difficult given the later seasons. It's a little easier to farm damage within the game. But he's the only one that had a remotely impressive badge. The rest of them, pretty like rudimentary or like day 1 badges on the rest of their banners. So maybe we see a little bit of Killer be the top performer for Klik here.
No, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's arguably their best shooter.
Okay. Now, what is the other character? I know we have Wraith, and we're looking at Notere plus Ultra with Octane here. What is the 3rd character right there? I can't see the actual player portrait.
Which one we're looking at?
We'll get a confirmation. I believe that is him. What character is him?
Killer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's probably a unique skin that sort of is throwing off the actual character portrait, which is why we can't guess. But nonetheless, yeah. So this is Killer playing Wraith. Interestingly enough, okay. There's him. That would be
He looks like the assassin, the robot assassin.
Revenant. Oh, is this Revenant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. That's what he's looking like.
Okay.
The one that got the little hood with the mask.
Yeah.
You can
Got you. Yep. So potentially
an
a
android.
Revenant. Interesting choice in terms of Revenant. I don't remember if he's actually had his rework yet or not. I'd have to go sort of check that out. But nonetheless, the interesting thing about this character is that it could actually like sort of Spider-Man crawl up very high buildings, not indefinitely, but it can go about like 4 or 5 stories higher than your typical character within the game. So they can crawl up buildings very, very well. You saw a little bit of that here. Yeah, nonetheless, I like the fact that the Klik are gaining high ground. So this particular Skull Town map lends itself towards a high ground advantage, that Peeker's advantage of just sort of head glitching your opponent. We see a lot of that here at the UEL, and I think that's what you're going to see the Klik. Yeah, 3 minutes left on the clock, guys.
Yeah, no, I got you.
And this is a game of, this is gun game, actually. So this is a classic sort of Call of Duty-esque gun game, guys. As they get kills or eliminations within these weapons, they actually will advance onto another weapon. The team who has advanced to the furthest weapon will be crowned the winner. So him actually does have his ultimate ability here. So let's see if he ends up using it.
Not to beat a dead horse, but that's another reason why I feel like Sky Guy should have been in this one, because he's Call of Duty is one of those games he performed in, and gun game one of those things where I don't have as much confidence in him in a race as a racer as I do as him as a shooter.
Oh my gosh, we swapped right off that character the second we were actually going to see what the new ultimate is. That is a... Ooh.
That was
that is frustrating.
A blunder.
We're seeing TLG get smoked on the side of the Paladins. Looking just at the kills here, it's no surprise Killer has the most kills with 3 on the board. And now we're seeing him
he's matching
again,
along
Forged Shadow. That's interesting. So I think what that probably is it's similar to his previous ult, where he uses a totem-like ability to jump into a sort of fake form of his self, where you're allowed to sort of get killed in that version. As soon as you get killed, though, you teleport back to your original totem placement, I believe. So that is sort of, true to Revenant's original ult.
And we have a little bit less than 2 minutes.
They're on their 7th gun, I believe, and this is the Hemlock. Yeah, so this is the Hemlock, guys. It's a really powerful burst rifle. He does get smoked. That's Killer getting smoked from the side. That was Magna picking up a kill. This is Strix, who are also on their 7th weapon, I believe. So
yeah, but
oh no, they're on the Spitfire. So okay, that's interesting. Never mind, they're not on their 7th weapon. They're all catching up though, because Magna was able to get that kill on Killer. Surprise sort of jump off by Strix right there. Frustrated. They might have actually finished the kill though. We'll have to see if they did. Mad Genius with the vertical advantage, dropping down with his Hemlock. He's got to be careful because the Hemlock is very frustrating at close range, and he just gave up. There we go. I was going to say, don't give up your positioning. Make sure to keep this Eagle's Nest sort of maintained here. There's 1 minute left on the clock, 60 seconds. Both of these teams fighting to get as many kills as they can in this gun game, if you will. Genius again.
Down.
It's frustrating because the Hemlock, you're going to get smoked by an SMG or just an automatic weapon on ground level every day of the week. Here's TLG trying to get a little bit of damage. They're on 7. They're pushing towards their 10th kill, potentially. But I don't know if it's more than the Klik. We'll have to see a scoreboard at some point to find out. Oh, they find somebody on the ground level. They've got to be careful. Get smoked. That was a 2v1 situation, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because that LMG absolutely sauces with damage.
And only a few seconds left. This is a Klik. I feel this is a Klik win.
They're playing smart. They're anchoring. They're letting the time run out, and that's why they're hiding behind these doors. Yeah. There's 3 doors to this particular room too. Wow, and they just teleported out. Let's make it a confirmation as to who won that. I believe that was a Klik win right there. It was, guys. That is their 5th win, and we're going into Ejected, or should I say, Jekyll Rivals. This is his #1 game, arguably better than anybody in the league at this game. This is, I don't want to overhype him.
This is Jekyll versus all his rivals.
Right. I don't want to overhype him, but all you need is one good racer on this game. Okay, it's whoever finishes first. Jekyll's going to get this win, and it's going to be 6-11. The Paladins still have a decent lead, but they lost a comfortable lead in a matter of just a few games, man.
Yeah, that comeback season, that comeback feeling is in the air.
Yeah.
We can
Oh,
feel it
definitely.
in the air. If they can get that 6 point, take us down to what?
Can you imagine?
5?
Tony, can we go to overtime? I think Vince
I
wants
would love to.
overtime. That's what I'm hearing.
Who doesn't?
Yes.
Who doesn't want more gameplay?
Exactly. We're trying to hype you guys up, man. It's the
Yeah.
holiday season. It doesn't get better than the spirits that are around us right now.
Yes.
Here at the UEL, we're
tell
getting
your mom-
excited. Click actually
tell your-
showing some life, man.
Yep. Make sure you put on your Christmas list. Tell Santa you want more UEL this season.
Yeah, I hope the Click put practice on their Christmas list. Maybe Santa can bring them. Maybe Santa can bring them a brand new phone with Discord already installed on it. So that they can talk.
Yep. But most importantly, too, for all you people watching, make sure you go to Santa, right? And you go on that list and say SurfThing PC. The PCs where that the pros use, the ultimate pros, the end gamers.
Yep. And
Ask
listen,
Santa for one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, if, moving into next year, January is upon us, guys, moving into next year, if you want to be a part of the UEL as well, head over to uelesports.com for your chance to register to be a potential player moving into the next season. If you think you have what it takes to compete in a lot of these games, I know you guys are watching, you might specialize in Halo Infinite or Apex Legends, or maybe a fighting game like Street Fighter, and you're watching these players compete and you think to yourself, man, I could do better than that. Well, why don't you prove it? Because these guys are in-gamers because they excel in a wide range of games. We got sports, we got strategy, we got shooters, we got fighters, and we got racers. If you think you can be talented in every single one of those categories, listen, these players are making money every time they show up to the arena. Every game, there's $1 million prize pool this season. If you're trying to get paid and you think you could play these games, again, head to uelesports.com.
Yes.
Listen, it's UEL where gamers go pro.
Don't talk the talk, walk the walk, baby.
Walk the walk. Here we go. We got Jekyll. Can we please get some Jekyll gameplay on the screen? This is probably him on the left side of your screen. It looks like we got NBA 2K. It is. We got Jekyll.
Yeah.
He's already hitting all of the shortcuts. Guys, it's ejected rivals because you are ejecting the actual driver out of the front of your car, right? And then using the actual driver to traverse the map. That's what you're seeing a lot right here throughout this course. So Jekyll maintaining his momentum through the actual vehicle, shoots himself out the front of it to land the craziest shortcut ever. Now he's got the loop-de-loop. Nobody plays like him. He's quite literally the best ejected rivals player in the world. You're watching the number one ejected rivals player on your screen right now. Nobody's touching this guy.
Nobody better.
Nobody
is. Oh my God. He's the way. It's like there's no one. There's no hope. There's no hope.
Yup. Oh my
Shortcut.
gosh.
That's a
So
shortcut.
clean. So fresh and so clean. That's what you're watching. It's only 2 laps. This isn't even a 3-lap course, guys. He's on a second lap and there's nobody in sight. My boy laced up his Nikes and hit the track. He's gone. He's got spiked cleats on right now. He's in the 100-meter dash and he's got spiked cleats on right now. Not even Usain Bolt can catch up to him. He does kind of awkwardly land the shortcut, but what great game sense out of Jekyll. The trajectory of his jump out of the car was terrible. It was abysmal, but he used the side dash mechanic within the game to straighten up his trajectory and then land that shortcut. What a god!
Go. Look at how smooth he just gets.
Easy!
He takes it off. He takes it off. That is easy money. I'm done up.
Less than 2 minutes. No.
Oh, everyone is still ongoing. Everyone is still racing.
That's what I'm saying, dude. No one's touching him.
Switch back to us.
2 minutes?
It's over. Game time.
Good Lord, man. I can't even make a bowl of cereal that fast. My boy just finished it in 2 minutes, Tony.
Bro, bro. I can't even start up a game that fast.
Goodness gracious.
Sheesh.
Jekyll? Dude, don't embarrass everyone like
Dude.
that, dude. Let us play. Yeah. Yeah. That is hilarious. Props to Jekyll for clutching right there for his team. I told you that was going to be their 6th win. Guys, they now simply just need to win out for the rest of the night with a 2-to-1 ratio, and they'll actually clutch this against the Paladins. Can you believe it?
I'm gonna say this is what I'm putting out there.
Send
Right?
it.
I'm gonna put this out there.
Okay.
We're gonna see 7-11 moving forward because you have Mad Genius, who isn't a pushover in sports, but then you have Mad Genius and then Wonku and or Strix as your backup to go against him and Killer, who are the Klik sports players.
Okay.
So I'm seeing 7-11.
7-11, get your
All right? And
slushies ready, y'all. Get the
I was just about to
slushies
say,
ready, my boy.
Right? I was just about to say, I'm gonna go get me a big cup,
a big gulp,
because this one's gonna be 7-11, easy money.
All right.
And if I
all
lose
right.
my money here,
Mhm.
it's because Mad Genius did his carry. Because this is what I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see Mad Genius playing someone like a Kobe Bryant, maybe a Stephen Curry or a KD, because he's gonna play controlling the ball.
Okay.
And then you're gonna have Wonku play an Embiid, maybe a Vic or a Wilt Chamberlain, because she's gonna be the person who I hopefully just grab my rebounds and pass it back to me, or easy layup. And then on the side of the Klik, we're gonna see Killer play that big man.
Okay.
And then maybe him play like a Kobe Bryant.
Right. Mm-hmm. No problem. And yeah, that is typically what we see. We tend to see a shooter like a Kobe Bryant combined with a big body that can basically just hold down sort of the center in the paint, which would be sort of like a Shaquille O'Neal, right? Like a very traditional sort of tag team there. So we'll get more information with regards to what specific players.
Right, yep, there we go. We got him as Curry, and then you got Killer as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Him is very good with his shooting. He's very good with his ball control. So I would easily see him as a Curry player. And then you have Killer, who has knowledge in sports. Like I said, he's very great at FIFA and other team-based games. So having him as your big man, he doesn't have to do much but grab that rebound, pass it back over to him, or just easy layup. Because Kareem's layups are pretty much water.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
All right,
on the
I like
side
that.
of Mad Genius and Wonku, I want to see, like I said, an Embiid for Wonku. She's going to play that big body, keep there. Embiid can shoot. So I don't know if we're going to see Wonku take the risk to try to shoot with Embiid, but she has an advantage with Embiid being a shooter.
Okay. All right. I like that. I like that. And a lot of it just comes down to more than you've talked about sort of the synergy, about with a lot of these teammates today. Killer and him definitely, playing or sort of carrying their weight, on that team. They tend to work really well with each other. We'll see if they're capable of sort of outperforming Wonku and Mad Genius, because Wonku actually talked about the way that, she definitely has found a lot of chemistry with a lot of the players on the Paladins. Maybe we see some of that on display here.
And like I said, her choosing Embiid, maybe practice have been putting in, and she knows, because Embiid is one of those big men who you can use him as a big man, but he has so much other skill sets.
Right.
To capitalize on. And then Mad Genius using Kawhi Leonard is also a very good pick, in the sense of Kawhi he has height on him, so he can dunk, he can shoot, he can great defense. They call him the Claw for a reason.
The Claw?
Yeah, because his hands, he's the first NBA player to have hands so big that he can actually grab the basketball with his fingertips like a claw machine. So they call him the Claw.
That's
so
hilarious.
Quad Leonard is a good pick for someone who might have to do all the work.
All right. Whoa. Is this in game? Is this not a button check? Because my man was wide open. Oh, Lord. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. All right. Nonetheless, we got Wonku on Embiid right here. Let's see what ends up happening. Now, remember, guys, this is a game of
That's a
blacktop. This is a
backcourt.
game to 21. It's 2 points for a three-pointer and 1 point for a two-point shot. Okay.
Seems that maybe I don't think that maybe Wonku and Mad Genius were supposed to have ball first.
Okay. All right.
So they made the point and they had to tie it up to then start the game the proper way. Because you saw that they took backcourt.
All right.
To restart it.
Interesting sort of setup right there. That was Mad Genius sort of getting boxed out a little bit, passed it backwards, which resulted in a missed shot. Missing these rebound layups, does a turnaround fadeaway.
Good.
But definitely doesn't get it. I think Paladins don't look comfortable, Tony. Paladins not looking very comfortable right now, brother.
No. They're not comfortable because, like I said, it's you have possibly one player on that Paladins team. Look at the way that Embiid is getting like
wow.
The way that she is just like keeps jumping. You can tell she has to keep like playing Embiid. You have to keep your foot planted.
That was tough to watch. Him should have hit a crossover right there after that potential pick. Now he's going to try to just take the corner on this layup, but he's getting boxed out by Mad Genius. This is Wonku on Embiid, who actually gets scored on right there. That was a pretty solid play by Killer on Kareem. I like that.
Yeah, Kareem's one of those that as long as he's in the paint and you have a pretty decent release, it's pretty much money.
Yeah.
Now, Mad Genius is what we're gonna have to see because great save from him.
But then
Killer,
they
you
steal the
still went
ball
up.
back. Oh no!
No, that was a
steals
great
the ball
save.
and makes a simple 2-point shot, or I should say a 1-point
No,
shot right
that's
there.
what it was. It was him stealing it, but when he stole it, he picked it to the out of bounds. So saved it before it could get out. That's why I was like, that was beautiful from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we got him on Steph Curry right here, getting a pick set up by the likes of Killer, trying to do everything he can, but just not doing enough. You got to commit to the actual pick. Try to hit the corner crossover for a layup. They're just throwing the ball at this point. There we go. They reset it to the back of the line. That's Mad Genius. Goes for a layup. He wasn't shooting that anywhere, Tony.
Yeah.
Wasn't shooting that anywhere.
It was an excellent release.
Nice assist. Nice assist hoop there from Killer. Passing it over to him on Steph Curry. Now we got Mad Genius with a pass over to Embiid being played by Wonku. They're trying to set up a little action. Probably could have gone for the shot right there. Nonetheless, nice little swish to Mad Genius.
Yeah. Right. Him looking for the pick.
Okay. Nice.
There it is.
Oh, just plants his feet, goes for the three-pointer, does not make it.
Good.
But they get the rebound. Oh my gosh, he's wide open.
Release.
Sunk it.
Money.
Oh my gosh. Broke the game for a second.
Yeah, it was money ball. Money ball.
There we go.
Killer's playing great defense with his Kareem.
Yeah.
He's setting up. He's setting up.
Yep. 4 minutes left.
Beautiful plays.
Nice assist, but he's right on top of it. Him is right on top of him with that Steph Curry. Oh my gosh! He swatted that ball out of the sky like an annoying fly in the middle of summertime. He said, "Nah, get
not
that
in
out
my
the
house."
kitchen.
He said, "Not in my house." No. He's waving a finger.
Now look, Killer's actually on fire right now on that Kareem.
Yes,
but it gets dunked on. Get absolutely dunked on. Might not be on fire for too long. Nonetheless, him playing with Steph Curry, not taking advantage of a potential pick. But it looks like Mad Genius stumbled backwards a little bit. Simple layup right underneath the hoop. Look at him in the top left-hand corner of your screen, guys, getting animated tonight. Getting animated. They're feeling it. They want this comeback right now. Give it to him, Mad Genius.
Let's go.
They're trying. Passes it over to Wonku. She probably could have taken a shot right there at the start. Instead, chose to hold on to the ball, do a late 1-point shot, whiffs it. Now Kareem gets the rebound, passes it back to Curry on the 3-point line. He's going to do a crossover potentially to pull up on the block like a mailbox, but he's not going to do it.
No.
He can't commit. He's getting boxed out.
Right there.
He shoots it.
A little bit too early. Go up. Killer's putting too much faith in him. I understand him, but those were 2 easy points.
Right, but great defense from Mad Genius.
Yeah.
Great defense from Mad Genius because he's actually pulling off of Steph Curry, to rotate around the back of Kareem that's trying to set up a pick. His positioning with the character right now is actually like superb. Look at the way he's playing defense. Put some respect on that, genius.
And if I was him, and if I was him, and I knew how to play this game the way him is playing the game, I would have used the fact that Wonku doesn't know how to play to the advantage and just feed it to Kareem the whole time.
Yeah.
I would have been feeding it to that paint and just having easy buckets.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. They're definitely struggling a little bit. Let's see what Wonku does right here. Just assisted shot with Mad Genius. Doesn't get it. They're going to reset this ball at the three-point line. That's going to be nothing but... Oh, what? Curry. I thought it was going to be nothing but net.
It was too late.
Oh, my gosh.
Too late.
Unfortunate.
But, yeah, only 2 minutes left. We got 9-3. It's pretty much a Klik runaway. Unless they start shooting threes after
they
three.
got to start shooting buckets. I want 6-piece buckets straight from KFC right now. Don't know if they're gonna. I ordered the bucket and got it. Wow, I got the family meal with that one: mashed potatoes, some macaroni and cheese, some green beans.
Got the hope on that one.
Some coleslaw. Oh Lord!
What Killer needs to do here? He needs to keep running down. Stop stopping. Just go straight to the paint.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
There we go. Double team the Curry.
But you see the
because they're just trying to drain time too. You know what I mean? Which is frustrating. Yeah, because he fouled him.
But I
Now
would
he's
have
getting
got
the
these
ball back.
points easy. I would have got these
45 seconds. They need to steal this ball another 2 times, and they've got to make a 3-point shot 2 times, which would give them 4 points to tie it up. And I just don't think they can do it.
Nope, they ain't doing it. It's over. The Kliks. Like I said, I see 7-11, baby.
Oh,
I got my slushie.
gracious.
I made sure I went and got
the assist. Oh, pulls up. Oh my gosh, the hook shot. You gotta be kidding me.
He said Kareem ain't the only one that got the
kidding me. I haven't seen that since my adolescent days at Berkeley Middle. A hook shot from center court, missing it in front of everyone. But I still had confidence. Don't get it twisted, Tony. Don't get it twisted.
Only way. Confidence is power. Let's go.
No, don't pull up on him like that. Yikes. Yikes.
In the buzzer. In the buzzer. Ow.
No.
Yo, production. Yep, I see it already. There's my 7-11.
Wow. All right. Does this mean we get free slushies? Does production get free slushies?
Can someone?
Dang. All right.
Hey,
maybe a big gulp.
They'll get back to us on that one. Yeah, I know it.
Maybe family size Butterfinger, something like that.
Oh, or a sponsorship, 7-Eleven.
Can you imagine sponsored by 7-Eleven?
But we're gonna get some.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah. So we got the finals coming up now, guys. This is a very fast-paced shooter. So this is kind of weird, man. I think this game lends itself towards the Klik. Just like we saw some solid gameplay out of both of these teams when it came to Apex, but clearly the Klik had a little bit more synergy. I think this is another one of those situations. This is very fast paced. We've seen the likes of Jekyll hold down the objective. I've mentioned that reference quite often. So there's certain players that tend to excel in this game, and there's certain players that, even though they don't play it a lot, they don't have a lot of experience, they sort of fill their role, if you will, of being able to sit on top of the objective, play that heavy character, absorb damage, lay down, shields for your teammates and what have you, and just try to take a little bit of damage output on your opponents as much as possible. I think this is actually going to be a Klik win right here, but I'd like to see the Paladins steal some of that momentum, because if they lose this, holy moly, we are watching a comeback in real time right now.
Yeah.
Was this 2-11?
This was 2-11. Well,
halftime?
It was actually 3-11. 3-11.
Oh, it was. Yeah, right. It was 3-11, and now it's 7-11. This is crazy, Tony.
This is a crazy comeback.
Is this the greatest comeback in the history of humanity?
What's so crazy is the big brain play that we used in the beginning of this half, which was technically it was 3-10. But they forfeited StarCraft. Remember, they forfeited StarCraft, gave that up, and have been on a winning streak ever since. And the Paladins are feeling the pressure.
They are.
The kitchen has gotten hot, and I don't think they can handle it because they're using a timeout, and they're like, "Hi, for the finals."
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what the Paladins might be doing right now is I don't think they're confident in going into the finals, but I think what they want to do is there's an hour and 16 left of tonight's matchup of in-game time. So maybe they just play the finals knowing that they're probably going to lose it just to drain time off the clock because like undoubtedly they're going to get maybe another fighting game or two, like maybe moving in later to the night. So maybe they're able to pick up a couple of wins there or something. But I think they just want to start draining as much clock as possible to put the pressure on the Klik and make them sort of play off their back foot a little bit because they have a lead. They got a 4-game lead. But just like we saw at the start of the second half, Klik just racked up 4 wins very, very quickly.
Super quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, they're capable. They're completely capable. Because if you look at just the time that's left in today's matchup, if halftime was at 2 hours, so they were able to pick up 4 wins in 45 minutes. So another 4 wins, you still have 30 minutes left of tonight's matchup. So they're well within range. Plus, they do still have a timeout. So if they're able to land their setups correctly, this is well within their grasp.
And at this point, too, if we're looking at, like you said, we have an hour.
Yep.
14 minutes left. Each team is sitting on 1 more timeout. After that, we're playing the forfeit game. If you cannot set up correctly moving forward from these 2 timeouts, we're playing that forfeit game.
Oh,
so the Paladins are lucky enough to say they have 1 more timeout left, but they better use that timeout wisely.
Yeah, and I think they definitely have sort of hit their stride, if you will. I do think that kind of going into this game, they're already looking on towards the next game, but they got to be careful because like I had mentioned, the Paladins are really well-rounded. If you sort of take your foot off the gas, they'll capitalize off of that and steal the game out from underneath you. We saw that on NHL. You know, thinking about tonight, if you were to rewind to NHL, like if NHL would have rolled right now, especially after NBA 2K, there's no chance I would have actually predicted that the Paladins would have taken that, but they did. Mad Genius stepped it up and sort of stole that game from them. That was exceptional, but we haven't seen that same energy from the Paladins in over an hour. We haven't seen any form of life out of the Paladins.
And I hope that doesn't, it's not showing their skins soon because, Mad Genius, Magna, and TLG himself play off of emotions. We saw TLG. Okay, we're getting a technical timeout. Yeah, I was on.
Everyone, calm down. Calm down.
Chill, guys.
chill.
All right, but TLG. We saw him listening to music when he was playing Tekken because he doesn't want nothing getting in his head because he plays off of emotions.
He is an emotional player.
Magna is another emotional player. Mad Genius, we saw the pulling of his hair throughout most of those games. Where Lumina.
Lumina.
So it's just like I hope this is not a sign of what's happening mentally to the Paladin.
Right. Yeah, well, after this, we'll have to bring up the wheel. Okay, here's the wheel right here. Okay, so, there's Die by the Blade. There's definitely a few fighters. There's Dragon Ball fighters. We got, Valorant, which they're pretty good at. Midnight Ghost Hunt, both of these teams are pretty good at. But we got Fortnite.
But we might go heavy. I'll go heavy.
For finals, I think I gotta see Killer again, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's watch Killer on this one, guys, because he, clearly their most experienced Apex Legends player. I had mentioned the badges that were on their actual banner going into Apex. He was the only one with a relatively impressive badge, which suggests that the rest of them just kind of didn't have a lot of work put into Apex. So that being such a fast-paced game, I have to imagine he's really comfortable on the likes of the finals because this is just as fast-paced, if not even a little more. So he's feeling good, man.
Yep,
he's feeling good.
Defenders right now, the defender.
Okay, looks like let's see the player models. So they got 2 lights, a medium, and is that 2 heavies?
Yep.
Wow. 2 lights, a medium, and 2 heavies coming from the likes of the Klik. I have to imagine that is Killer playing a heavy? Oh my goodness.
It looked like my Marvel Rivals team.
Yeah, so is this a heavy? No, because he has a jump pad and an automated turret. So this would be a light, correct? Or, not a light, I mean a medium.
Medium. It's probably two mediums.
Yeah, so they're playing him and medium. Okay, so Jekyll. Okay, that's what we thought. So Jekyll is actually playing the heavy. He's doing exactly like we talked about at the top of the hour. Jekyll is going to try to anchor, and or not necessarily anchor, right? Because they're actually going to plant here. But he's trying to sort of lead the charge and just kind of be the big body that drops those energy shields to sort of absorb some of that damage and protect his. Oh, wow. Interesting loadout from Killer.
Yeah.
That particular weapon that he's using, I don't think sort of lends itself to his talents as an FPS, like sort of oriented player. I want to see him use, like if he's going to play medium, I just want to see him use that assault rifle for a little bit more like spray and pray capability.
We're seeing him put in a lot of work right now. Him was doing some damage.
Yeah, but they got smoked there by the Paladins, man. I think I saw at one point Waku picked up a couple of kills or so there. That was interesting. Maybe
this is one of those. Then again, we have seen the Paladins play like very well when it came to team-based games.
Yeah.
Most of the games that the Klik have been picking up have been 2v2 games, 1v1s, 3v3s. But when we see the full team of the Paladins together, that's when we see them at their best.
Yeah, and that's a good point because they definitely have really good chemistry, like Wonku talked about earlier. We're watching Strix right now sort of lay up some of these shields. He's playing a heavy character. He's got that RPG on his disposal to sort of knock out some of the damageable sort of construction around him, if you will. But I like the fact that him was playing a lightweight. I think him is very sort of comfortable on this game. That's why he's playing lightweight. That's why he has those SMGs. Very surprised by the fact that Killer was playing a medium, and I do not like his weapon selection. So we'll see if he ends up changing that eventually. Does look like Killer was actually the first one taken out right there. Okay, Shy Guy picks up a kill as well. Strix picks up a kill with that LMG that he was laying down earlier.
Uh-oh. And there goes Strix. He's down.
There goes Strix himself. However, we're looking at Wonku right here on this medium with that AK-47 doing some jumping maneuvers, trying to spot the equipment, but gets caught herself. And I believe it was that Jekyll that ended up taking her out.
Oh, Sky Guy.
Okay, Sky Guy. Now, again, Sky Guy, one of the best Halo players that I've seen in the UEL. Maybe he's really comfortable on the finals. Magna here.
When it comes to the shooters, I feel like he's one of their strongest. Him and Killer are arguably the Klik's strongest shooters. That's why I was surprised to see him out of Apex.
Oh, this is Magna right here with the sort of grenade launcher, if you will, jumping back and forth on his jump pad. And this is an interesting tactic that we're seeing out of Magna, sort of avoiding damage while also outputting it himself. That's why I don't like that weapon selection, not just from Magna, but also the likes of Killer. Killer needs to change his weapon immediately. He's gotten smoked the last 2 rounds very quickly. It's just not working, brother. You were the top performer on Apex Legends. Don't try to prove yourself. Just do what you got to do to get the win.
And it's 1-1. They tied it up. Sky Guy doing what he's supposed to do as the leader and a player.
Yeah, definitely. So this is going to be defense for the Paladins. The Klik are on offense. Looks like Magna's coming over here to sort of aid, set up some automated turrets. Nice sort of positioning because it protects both entryways to that particular objective. And now Magna's trying to just get any type of data with regards to where his opponent is playing. That's why he's sort of staying on the edge here. I like the decision to put the jump pad. It allows you to sort of poke that corner with a little bit more mobility. This is hilarious. Oh, but he gets snuck up on from the very area he put his jump pad on. This is Sky Guy, the Halo legend right now.
Look at him.
Yep.
Oh, he's getting from behind though.
This is interesting. So Sky Guy, being a Halo player, is actually playing with a lower field of view and a lower sense on what I have to believe is controller. This is so interesting because he hasn't been playing bad. This is a great. Oh, he gets caught out of position, unfortunately. Great example, though, of like, you know, not just because you see the pros and all of these people playing with high DPI, super high field of view. Listen, do what's comfortable for you, and you can still clutch and be a super high ranking player in
All
these
right.
games.
It's now 2-1. Klik had the advantage.
Oh, look at this.
Good
Jekyll. Oh,
stuff.
that would have been.
Oh, Jekyll.
Jekyll
That would have
really frustrated. Wow, I don't
Yeah.
think I've ever seen him like that.
See,
Wow.
so that would have been him. That would have been his. He's more I feel the disappointment, but they got that. Now they just need to play off this momentum. Play off the momentum. Don't get too frustrated. That was one down. You guys are up by 1 point. Just keep the momentum going.
Yeah. It's interesting though. I've never seen Jekyll actually get that emotional just like while playing. He's very, very positive. Just happy-go-lucky sort of personality, if you will, like around the arena itself. So the fact that he is showing some emotion right here is a strong indication that he's invested in this game.
No, yeah, this is what I was thinking earlier. Like Jekyll is one of those players who's been there, done that. He knows his capability, and that's why I was saying he plays off of like his feelings, his emotions. You don't get to you see the happy-go-lucky Jekyll because usually these guys are doing very well.
Yeah,
but the way it started, I know that was in his head, and he takes himself, even though he's not in a tier 3 spot. Jekyll sees himself as a leader.
Yeah.
And he takes full responsibility on most of the losses that they felt like they should have.
No, definitely, and he clearly has been a leader for their team for quite some time now. I think just around the arena during halftimes, I've actually seen team meetings with the Klik where he sort of has been encouraging the other players, making specific like strategy call-outs with regards to like what they should be doing later on in the day.
I
I
don't know
like what I
what
see out of him.
I don't know what happened, but the Klik are down 2-5.
Yeah, they are. Oh my goodness! And now there's only
my
one player
God.
left on their team. This is a perfect
That
look at
was-
TLG getting hyped on the arena floor right there.
Wait,
you
so
said it, man.
We were wrong the whole time.
What?
The Paladins were up 2-1. They were in the lead. I thought the Klik was in the lead.
Defenders. So we'll take a look.
They
here, 'cause
just
that
got.
was-
They just got the 3rd point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, we at least to be fair, at least I knew that going into that round.
I told you.
Oh wow.
We're playing for that one through cover, okay?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting word from the floor that Jekyll, that emotion that we saw out of Jekyll was like to a T. So he actually was cursing, if you will, at his teammates to get them to focus, basically to just sort of streamline their focus, if you will, and start playing more as a team. Whereas TLG at the end of that round, because they clutched it, they're up 3-1, was yelling and trash talking on the arena floor to the likes of the Klik, saying that they're nothing, that they're capable of winning this game and stealing this first-person shooter from the likes of the Klik. They did lose on Apex, but this is a moment where the Paladins are showing that they can play shooters at a high level as a team. TLG at the forefront of that right now with his emotion.
Yeah. And this is one of those things I'll tell you. These are two teams who play off of emotions very heavy. There are a few teams in the UEL that you will see like that, but this is one of those teams, especially as a group of players, that play heavily. Their skill level are always up there with the best of them, but that always wavers once their emotions get put into play.
No, 100%. I think I've seen TLG swing both ways with regards to his emotion.
Yeah.
I've seen him play like really emotional and it actually affects him for the worse. And then I've seen him become so invested that it allows him to sort of play with his team more because he wants to win so badly that it sort of forces him to play at a higher level, and then they get wins as a result of that. Not just in fighting games. Clearly, he's capable of doing that now in shooters as he grabs this objective, this disc, if you will, and goes to plant this spike here in the objective. What is this? B objective now. Going for a fake plant, going for the audio
The only one
cue.
left.
He's not gonna push you.
He is the only one left. TLG is the final one
Oh,
on
this
the
is
Paladins.
1v1. That's why he's going for
Yep.
the fake plant. There's an audio cue that occurs when you go for a fake plant, so he's trying to bait out a member of the clique to try to prevent this plant. He needs to actually grab this. He needs to grab, what is the name of that particular equipment? I forget, but the encryption device, yeah. So he needs to grab that. Oh, man, what a perfectly timed moment.
There it
What a
is.
perfectly timed moment. Was that him? That ended up, it was.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was big brain
There
by
it
him.
is.
Yeah, that was really big brain by him. He actually didn't go for the actual kill once the plant started. He had the wherewithal to realize that, you know, I could actually let him plant this, and when he's the most vulnerable, he can run it.
What? We need to commit to stuff together, though. I saw 2 people push in and the other 2 play back. We need even.
You know, I've been known to be in a few games myself.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I'm that guy.
Of course. No, but I liked the decision there by him to wait till the actual plant occurred, because when the plant occurs, you're in your most vulnerable spot. So he didn't want to get baited out by a fake plant. He just let him plant, pushed, got the elimination, and secured the win. So maybe TLG getting a little overly confident could have spent a little bit more time looking for him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna see what happens moving forward here, because now it's 3-2. They have the chance to tie this up if they play smart and play together as a team.
Right.
Not let what has happened throughout this whole game mess your guys' synergy up, because hearing Jekyll go off on his team like that isn't such a good sign of your teamwork working together so well.
Yeah, I think it's because he's so focused on, like, sort of proving that they're capable of beating this team. Like, he's a really invested player. Couple eliminations coming through on your screen. Wonku gets 1 kill, but Sky Guy gets a kill. Jekyll gets a kill.
Jekyll going off. Jekyll going off.
Wow. That's the end of it. The Click just tied things up, guys. It's 3-3. And now look at Jekyll on your screen. A lot more into this right
Who
now.
ain't what? He said, what happened, TLG? Who ain't who?
Ooh,
Wait,
TLG looking a little nervous. Wow.
This
he
is
yelled
what
out.
we do coming from Jekyll. Because this is what we do here at the UEL. We make games happen. We have you on the edge of your seat, ready to see what comes next. Now, one of these teams is going to pull it out.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see which one does it.
Yeah.
Because it's going to put a big shift in mental game right after this. The way that they've been talking to each other throughout this whole game, whoever picks up the victory in the finals probably will win the game moving forward.
Yeah, that's a really good observation, because they're going to sort of steal sort of that, I think, that mental advantage, if you will. I like what I'm seeing, though, out of Jekyll. He clearly has been putting in a lot of work to the finals, because he's starting to use some of the actual canisters around the map, like the foam canisters and what have you, in order to secure the objective. This is him right now, getting smoked. Jekyll trying to sort of traverse the map and get towards his teammates. Now you're looking at Sky Guy, who's trying to get a little bit of his health back before he reinitiates a team fight. He saw someone there on ground level. He needs to start laying some shots downfield. Ooh, not very good target acquisition coming out of here from Sky Guy. He does pick up 1 kill, though.
There he goes.
That's what he wanted. Yeah, his recoil management with this AK isn't the greatest, but that might just sort of be a result of the field of view that he's using. Much more like a Halo-oriented player. Using that controller, he needs to sort of play with his team, though. Oh, picks up another elimination to Sky Guy. Don't necessarily know who that was. Now he's ripping shots, downrange. Can he finish? He can't finish.
One more.
He's got to wait for the reload.
Oh my God!
Guy,
He did it.
what was he thinking?
Wait. Who did it? Wait, that was TLG did it? Yep.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, TLG's in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. TLG's popping off. Sky Guy made it. Wonku ended up killing him.
Ooh,
Wow.
He's popping off for his team. He's popping off herself. Look at her. I don't even know how popping off.
She is. That is absolutely hilarious. I love the energy that's on the floor right now. I think the Paladins were so comfortable in the lead, and then the Click just created this momentum of energy that I think sort of stifled the Paladins, got them a little frustrated, and now you're seeing the best of both worlds come out of both of these teams. It's bringing out the talent, man. The competition is bringing out the raw talent of both of these players, not players, but both of these teams. Man, that's awesome.
This one.
But I will say, Sky Guy that was a rookie mistake from Sky Guy right there. He knows the actual reload speed of the AK-47 in this game, and it ain't quick. Anybody can tell you that. So he should have actually pulled his actual hitbox behind that door frame while he finished his reload and then re-peeked the door. Instead, he just stayed in the door frame and took damage as a result of it. He could have clutched that round, and he's gonna be mad with himself when he watches back over this.
Jekyll's gonna be mad at him.
Wow, the decryption already started. They've already started. Paladins have already planted, and now they're just setting up a defensive apparatus around this particular objective. Look at the way they're all spread out, watching all of the entry points to this OBJ.
This is how serious it gets here at the UEL, guys.
Down.
Two go down.
3v3. 3v3. 3v2. This might be it. Paladins might have just clutched this game. It's a 3v1. The only one left is Strix. He goes for the rush down.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Oh, there it is. And you know that the Klik are beating themselves up after that one. Oh my God. That was a game of the finals. I don't know what it's been with the UEL players and the finals lately, but we've been seeing some great final gameplay from these teams moving forward to the playoffs.
Well, that's interesting, man. Can you listen? We just watched Klik go on a 4-game win streak, and it did just get. I think their momentum shifted a little bit right there because they got super frustrated. It also doesn't help when you got the likes of TLG on the arena floor, basically calling you out right there on the spot. I think that sort of, aided the Paladins a little bit, but also contributed to the frustration that we saw on Jekyll's face throughout that matchup of the finals. Here's the thing, though: they got 4 wins and then got a loss. If they're able to keep up that same track record, they take the 17 games that they need. They need another 4 right here for the 1 win of the Paladins, and they'll be sitting relatively well moving into the last 15 to 20 minutes. So they still have a timeout, Tony. It's still possible.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Still possible. Still 2 timeouts on both teams. There's still time for both teams to use a timeout. Fortnite, like I said, the team synergy that comes out of the Paladins when they're all together, it's magical right now.
Yeah, it is, man. And like, honestly, I think what needs to happen right now for the Paladins, the player that I'm watching throughout this particular matchup is going to be Magna. Magna's very, very good at Fortnite. However, he has made so many mistakes in the past by not playing with his team. So he's so confident within his Fortnite skills that he tends to run out and kind of get himself killed as a result of all of the team shots that are occurring on him. So I think if he plays with his team, protects his team, and then pushes with that selective aggression when he needs to, he probably is going to end up clutching this game for the Paladins and making it that much more likely that the Klik can't come back. But I want to reference what you had mentioned in that last game of the finals. It really felt like the amount of energy that had built up in that matchup of the finals, it really does feel like you said, man, whoever won that game is going to win tonight. Even if it was the Klik, knowing that they're multiple games behind, had they won that game, they'd end up taking it tonight, right? So I think the fact that the Paladins were able to clutch, especially during that super aggressive decryption plant right there, like they basically got to the objective and planted within 60 seconds. The fact that they ended up landing that, man, I think says everything about where the rest of tonight is going to go.
Yeah, and like I said, with the way that the energy was in that room at that moment, one side kept that energy while the other side was extremely deflated. And trying to come back from a deflation that bad.
Yeah.
It was the buildup of Jekyll telling these guys, yo, get it together.
Right.
Not in the nicest terms, but get it together, guys.
Yeah.
And then you got TLG coming back on top of that. Y'all ain't snapped nothing.
Yeah.
But then you had him coming back and finding a way for the Klik to come back and actually have a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
It was that hope.
Yeah.
A little bit of hope that defeated the game. It took away the whole game.
And it's surprising too, because I think some of the frustration that we saw from Jekyll, it's sort of confusing to see that frustration from him, knowing that the team hasn't actually practiced over the last 30 days, right? So what, like, sort of moving into some of the mistakes that you've had throughout the evening, isn't that sort of a given, the fact that you haven't practiced? And listen, I know it's the holiday season, I know we're in December and what have you, but you're also playing, like you're playing to win, right? You're being paid professionally to sit down and master all 33 games on this wheel. You've got to be willing to put in the time, regardless of what time of year, it is. So I understand his frustration with some of the sort of aimless mistakes that we've seen on the side of the Klik tonight. But in the same breath, maybe he needs to sort of get a word. Okay. Okay. All right. So, right. Awesome. So we're actually skipping over Fortnite for now. We will be potentially coming back to that game. They're having some setup issues. There's a lot of moving pieces here at the UEL. And part of that is, make sure games are updated. Sometimes there's specific bugs with launchers. Think about, Epic launcher, the Ubisoft launcher, DICE launcher, right, with EA games, so, like Battlefield and what have you. All of these different games like Steam and what have you have different launchers, and there's sort of issues that arise as a result of that. So we may be potentially coming back to Fortnite. I think that sort of plays into the advantage of the Klik, at least for the moment, because Magna was a force to be reckoned with sort of there. But I think we're jumping into Overwatch. Is that correct, Tony?
Yep. Overwatch will be the game that we will be getting into next, which, like you said, Fortnite being put away might have been an advantage, but how much of an advantage when right after came Overwatch?
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing that's about to happen.
Right. And Overwatch is a game too where, well, listen, I mean, Overwatch is a game that you have to have synergy, right? Like you have to have that chemistry with your team. We've seen a lot of that from the Paladins, particularly in that last game of finals, but also what Wonku said in our pregame interviews, where Wonku is a relatively new player, right? Former Raven on the Paladins. They've really hit their stride as a result of that. Maybe we see some of those team compositions that lends itself towards the Paladins and not so much the Klik, but the Klik have been performing well, in other shooters like we saw earlier today on Apex Legends. So I don't necessarily know who is going to take this game, but I definitely know that the Klik have to maintain some form of composure, not get too overheated as a result of that last finals loss. And Jekyll can't do everything, right? Like Jekyll, he's trying, and credit to him. Him definitely has been playing at a high level, but I want to see more from those three: Killer, Kiz, and Sky Guy. I want to see those three step it up right now on Overwatch to aid in the leadership efforts from him and Jekyll. If they're able to do that, they can maintain that 4-1 win-loss advantage that they need right now in order to create this comeback and pull off a victory in the final seconds of tonight's matchup.
Look, this is what I'm about that. This is one of those games, like you said,
right,
heavy on team synergy. And the only way you build team synergy is practicing as a team.
Yeah.
And if you're sitting out for a month not doing that, then it's showing why throughout most of these teams games, you guys have been taking the loss.
Yeah.
So Overwatch is one of those games where, yes, we can be like, okay, we can see shooting skills from Killer or Sky Guy, but then again, how good are your tanks? How good are your supports? How good is your DPS? Who plays what? Who's going to be in-game leader? If you guys don't have this locked in and ready to go, you basically lost Overwatch. And I've seen teams dominate in Overwatch with great synergy and end the game pretty quick.
Yeah, and they need to. They also have to have a good understanding of like the roles they should be like allocating themselves to. They need to, like Jekyll, for instance, sort of playing a heavy and anchoring the objective when we play the finals. Do you see him sort of shift into that tank role as a result of not necessarily being the most accurate player, right? A lot of your accurate players tend to play DPS because they have high damage output. They're able to capitalize on mistakes that the other players are making. They tend to have those DPS top fragger roles tend to have a little bit more mobility, if you will, which is something that you tend to see people that are really comfortable within the FPS genre start to utilize within Overwatch, right? So I don't see Jekyll necessarily playing DPS. I see him either playing support or playing tank. The rest of the players on that team have to also do that. You have to fill your roles. Now, with regards to damage, who do I expect to be out there putting out damage? Well, probably Killer or probably him. Maybe Sky Guy, if he's able to get a little bit more comfortable. I mean, it's been surprising knowing how comfortable he is in Halo, but then kind of struggling a little bit on I don't think he was in for Apex, but definitely on the finals. I was surprised to see him struggle a little bit on that game. So
If I
go ahead.
If I was them, that's what I would say. I would see him as a healer.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right.
So I could definitely see him playing healer, and that's not even a like sort of a down shout to people that are like playing healers. It's just as essential as every single other role within Overwatch. But make sure that you're allowing your other players on your team to sort of shine, if you will. Like if they excel in Overwatch, let them excel. Attempt to complement them as best as you can. You obviously see a ton of that from Jekyll, and this is a moment where, like I said, those three players between Kiz, Sky Guy, and Killer need to sort of step it up right now and start kind of carrying their own weight. Specifically, I would say Kiz and Sky Guy. This is a great opportunity for them to be top heels in the game, pull off some clutch moments maybe as a tank, but definitely let him and or Killer, let them sort of be your top fraggers while the rest of them sort of complement that.
Yeah, and like honestly, I don't know because like the way that it's set up. I feel like setting this team up. I hope that they can like have that knowledge of like, hey, this isn't working. Maybe we should switch. Because if I was them, the way I'm looking at it right now is you got maybe 2 DPS, which would be him and Killer.
Right.
And you got Jekyll playing a tank.
Well,
and then possibly have Sky Guy and Kiz as support. And the only way I'm saying Kiz as support is I don't know how comfortable he is in Overwatch.
Right.
And what he's shown today, maybe having him as a support would probably playing like a Lucio or a Mora would be best for him. But I'm just hoping that they have the understanding of being like, hey, this is not working. Let's try a new formation.
Right. No, well, and I think there's like, to your point, when you're talking about like multiple DPS, I think sort of the meta that we've seen within the UEL, because we are rolling open queue, we tend to see 2 tanks, 2 healers, and a single DPS. So this might be a situation where you allow him and or Killer to sort of be that top fragger. And then allow the opposite one, right? Whether it's him or Killer that's not being the DPS, allow them to pick a particular tank that they feel really, really comfortable with. And we knew that Jekyll obviously picking a tank here clearly feels good. This is going to be a game of push, so we're not going to have multiple rounds, guys. A game of tug of war, if you will. So whoever gets this this wall pushed with this robot further is going to end up taking this win. But nonetheless, like I said, I think him and Killer are going to be the difference makers within this. Whether or not they both play a DPS, I would honestly kind of doubt that a little bit because of the 2 tank, 2 support meta that we're probably going to see. That's funny.
Yeah. And there we go. We got Jekyll. Like we both pretty much predicted he's playing tank. And it looks like Magna. What is Magna?
Magna's playing the Bastion right now. Yeah, which is technically DP. Well, yeah, which is technically a fragger. So, and he's doing relatively well, like, just for the initial sort of input here. But if we jump onto the perspective of any of the Klik players, it would be interesting because I actually think the Paladins are going to do relatively well here. Like Magna's already picked up a kill. He's jumped into his turret. He's going to pick up even more kills now. Super high DPS coming out of the likes of Bastion. There's Jekyll playing that tank as best as he can. He is getting some solid heals. It looks like there's a Moira, potentially a Diva. Okay, so they are running the 2 tanks here. Be interesting to see who the other tank is because that's going to be a strong indication of who their top fragger is. It looks like him is wait, did I see him on a Reinhardt? No. This is Kizzy. Kiz is on Diva. Okay, so Sky Guy, like we thought, is playing support, and that's Moira. I like the fact that Sky Guy is playing Moira because I think the actual skill ceiling of Moira is relatively high. Knowing how good he is at Halo, this is a character that he can heal effectively, but then also output a ton of damage. This is a perfect role for him. Now, it looks like they're running a Diva and a Reinhardt. Okay, so Diva, Reinhardt, Bastion, Moira, and then the last one. I have to see who that was. Nonetheless, look at this damage output right here from Sky Guy. Also dropping heals right here on point, keeping Jekyll alive. Are they running 3 tanks right now?
This will be crazy.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the guy with the 2 guns, the 2 like Gatling guns. Oh, but it does look like Sky Guy ends up getting a double kill with that as playing here with Moira. He also has his ult available. He's looking for a 3rd kill right here. Not only were those damage
my God,
dissolving the life force from his opponent, he also chases that down for the triple kill. That is a high-level Halo player that's not just comfortable playing support. Now he's playing some DPS on a support character. Getting kind of wild out here. But nonetheless, him playing Reinhardt.
With the one that looks like Maui from Moana.
Yes. What is that character's name?
I don't Mauga, and he's a tank.
Okay, yeah, so they are running a 3-tank setup. So they have ult. Do they have any DPS? I don't think they do. They're running 3.
I mean, the way the Sky Guy was.
Yeah, Sky Guy definitely is making it seem like it.
He's like, I do both.
Yeah, I'm backing up.
Oh, completely whiffs the shoulder charge there. He probably should have lined his body up to use that shoulder charge in a safe manner. Meaning, like, you can actually land that shoulder charge backwards to send yourself. Oh, that's a multi-kill coming at the Diva. That's going to be a triple kill with Jekyll picking up 2 more. This is impressive. They are moving this payload, guys. Okay, so Killer's actually playing Ana. Yeah, guys, they're playing 3 tanks, 2 healers right now. This is interesting.
Oh my
And Killer
God.
looks comfortable too. Ana is no slouch, so this character is very difficult to play. You can get a decent amount of damage output, but in terms of the accuracy required, Jekyll gets a pick relatively early. That's going to be huge. That's going to be huge because it's on Magna. Magna's sort of their top DPS right now in the likes of the Bastion. They're on this sort of final stretch right here. If they win one more team fight, it's going to spell trouble for the likes of the Paladins. They might clutch this, guys. It comes down to their ult economy. This Ana doesn't necessarily have her ult. She's trying to drop as many heals as she can, but him gets taken out with the Reinhardt. Gizmo gets knocked out of his Diva mech. Jekyll gets a pick on
Oh, but they got him. 5-player kill streak from Killer. Ooh.
Okay, he does have his ult. He's going to keep it, though. This is Jekyll.
All right, Jekyll coming in with
Oh,
his,
boy.
Mauga. Oh, man. And he's
What's
getting
his character's
healed.
name again?
Yeah, then now.
Mauga.
Mauga.
Yeah, and he's getting his good work. He's getting his heals while doing this damage. That means that support is doing what they're supposed to do.
Yep, 100%.
And if I'm not mistaken, that Sky Guy probably his support.
Is that a Soldier 76 on the screen right there in the middle of the screen? We potentially could have seen a character swap out of Magna, who was previously playing Bastion. I'd have to get a cover. Okay, maybe. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep, a lot of pressure coming in from the backside right now. Jekyll trying to get back to his team. Okay,
Come on,
health
there's the
dropping,
heals,
but he
there's
is
the
able to
heals.
get back. Sky
There
Guy
it is.
dropping as many heals as he can. Jekyll potentially overextending. But look,
Let's go.
not only him got a pick.
12-player
Sky Guy
kill
gets 2
streak.
picks.
Oh my God.
Sky Guy just got 2 picks. Even though things were looking a little awkward there, Sky Guy ended up clutching, and now they're pushing back into their spawn.
Jekyll was sitting on a 12-player kill streak.
Pretty good. Pretty good. And now they're getting ready to push into the spawn. They've got to be careful. You gotta be careful. Get this ready. He doesn't have an ult. It comes down to what their ult economy. I'm looking at Kiz right now. Kiz potentially could have another ult coming up soon. That Sky Guy who's gonna get a pick on Magna. Magna can't decide what character he wants to play now on his third character. Sky Guy popped his ult, got off a bunch of heals. Him gets a pick. Jekyll gets a pick. Now him gets another pick. They're pushing into the spawn.
He's taking out Wonka. He's taking out. Oh my God.
Magna just got down. That's a team kill. Emoting on point. Waving goodbye.
Bye bye.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
It's practicing. You might as well call him up. 8-player kill streak.
I don't know. He might have gotten a little overzealous right there, guys. That is not over. TLG and the rest of them started emoting and just lost the team fight right at the finish line. They're now pushing this back with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock.
What they have to do now, if they can't
lose this,
if the Klik can't push it anymore, they just have to play defense.
Yeah.
Don't let them get any more past you guys, and we're good. But I think the Klik, the way they're playing right now, they can pull this off.
True. I don't like the character that TLG is playing. I forget the name of the character, but healer that has the jump pad that shoots the grenade heals. Just drawing a blank in terms of the name, but I don't. The heals per second, you have to be so incredibly accurate and like on top. Yeah, Magna gets a kill. Wonku gets a kill. Now they're pushing with even more pressure.
Oh, someone's put the tag. Put him to sleep.
This is Magna right here on the Reaper. Gets another pick.
Maybe he's found his character. And that's the thing that I was talking about earlier. Understanding that, hey, you might have to switch out.
Oh, Reaper ult gets popped, and he gets put to sleep by the Ana mid-ult. That was such high-level play right there.
Now
that was exceptional.
Here goes Killer doing his thing.
Killer. Doing everything he can to stifle their progress. Sky Guy with 2 picks again. Him, Jekyll. I gotta say this: the MVP of this match, without a doubt, is Sky Guy. His heals and damage output is so exceptional. He is 2 different forces to be reckoned with.
And then at the same time, he's doing both at the same time. Like understanding that he's using Mora to her best ability.
Yeah. In terms of total eliminations, I actually think Jekyll has the most kills. I believe he has over 20 picks, but that's mostly because of just his actual. Yeah.
When we were watching Jekyll dominate the way he was, he had his healer right behind him. Because remember when they came all together at once to team up on Jekyll.
Magna got caught in the back line and got slapped by the Ana.
Oh my God!
Him picking up a triple kill. Gizmo getting another one, but make no mistake about it. The reason they were able to clutch that dub right there was because Sky Guy popping onto the arena floor. Wow.
What? Look at that! Look at that boy!
He said, "Get off me!"
Off me!
Get off! That was his moment.
He was just telling us to shut up and lock in. Well, I shut up and I locked in, boy.
Yeah. That was such an incredible play. Listen, I know that there was a lot of multi-kills that happened. You just saw one right there with the triple kill with the Diva ult. But guys, Sky Guy popped off as the Moira right there, getting so many heals, so many eliminations, and a very, very clutch ultimate usage right there at the end to allow his team to push in to their spawn and finish the cap. That was really exceptional gameplay by really all of them on that team.
Yeah. Look. It might be the caster curse or something, but every time we start to bash these boys, they say, "Hold on, we still got life in us."
Yes, man, this is getting really, really fun, man. This is one of the most fun matches we've actually casted for, just because both of these teams are showing so much sort of like spirit, emotion, and just energy throughout all of tonight. That game was constantly back and forth, and what better mode for it than push on Overwatch 2? That was great.
Yeah, and going into the next game, Street Fighter 6, I don't even know who to go for at this point, because we were hype about Tekken and the Paladins taking Tekken, but then him came in. and dominated, and Jekyll swept up the rest.
Yeah, man. I think both of these teams have shown that they're capable of taking games in every single category on the UEL wheel. Guys, we have 33 different games. It's 5 different categories. Both of these teams have won games in each of those categories throughout the night. Whereas typically speaking, we see teams that sort of specialize within one specific category. I would say fighters are sort of the Paladins' sort of bread and butter, but the Klik and the likes of him and Jekyll have been, kind of doing pretty well tonight. We saw that earlier with Tekken, man. Yep.
I know Street Fighter is a game that they both gonna want to play. Everyone, it's one of our favorite games here at the UEL to watch and or play. Street Fight 4. So I want to see who starts it off. Who's going to be the deciding factor in this game? So it's looking like we're gonna start with Killer and Magna, and we're gonna be looking at the Paladins are going to be player 1 and the Klik will be player 2. So that looks like Magna's playing JP and Killer's playing Kimberly. All right. I enjoy me some JP when it's playing very well, but Kimberly is another one who's very nasty, a new addition to Street Fighter, and I think it's a very good. I enjoy her and Jamie's whole being added to Street Fighter.
Yeah. Oh, I love the zoning. So this particular character, I love the actual zoning tools that we're seeing out of JP right now. But he is getting pushed into the corner, and now but he's able to get away, and now he's again poking with those zoning tools, but he's stuck in the corner. Here comes the mix-ups, the 50-50s, the overhead, the lows, the grabs, Tony. Oh, lands the low, he confirmed, but staggers the input. Lands the grab off of Wake Up.
Now, Killer did a great job there. Killer did a great job there, but unfortunately, unlike Tekken, you do not get all your life back.
Wow.
So, he's going to get a little bit of life back, but let's see if he could do something.
That was awesome.
At least he did his job. He took one out. If he can at least take some life away from, because Wonku plays a very good Kim.
Okay, now this is Wonku now sitting down to face the likes of Killer. Let's see what happens.
And she plays a very good Ken. So that's the where I'm like, all right, maybe Killer could take her out. But the most that I'm hoping for is at least do some damage enough so that the next player can finish her off.
Yeah, and like you said, you only get a little bit more of a little bit of your health back in between each of these rounds. So Killer has to be careful. I like the teleport into combo string. Now he's going to jab, potentially setting up a mix-up. Oh, combo string gets interrupted by Wonku with a great understanding of how this game operates. And now Killer's got to be careful. He's getting pushed into the corner, and it does seem like Wonku knows the combo strings.
Put him away. Tip him away, like I said. And unfortunately, he didn't do enough damage for me to say that it meant anything. Because Ken will be right back at full health.
Right. Well, Wonku was definitely pretty comfortable in that matchup right there.
With a full, that's what I'm saying. Now, Lily, with her hitbox, that's another story. Lily is a heavy hitter. One of my favorite, these are my go-to players in Street Fighter. Will be Zangief. We call it the firmly grasp it. Because, once you get that grab on, it's pretty much over. And then Lily.
Yeah, Lily in particular with those field hockey sticks, man, 360 degrees on some of her moves of an actual hitbox itself. So interesting, just fun combo strings, huge hitbox, but is getting zoned out right here by the likes of Wonku. This is going to be Kiz playing Lily. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if he's been practicing. The last time we saw him on Street Fighter, we saw him struggle a little bit. So let's see if he's been putting in some work. There we go. I was going to say, I don't like the fact that he's just sort of giving in to these zoning tools. But now he's going up against Wonku with a wake-up mix-up. Instead of initiating the combo string, just goes for a raw grab. Now again with the zoning tools, with a mid-poke right here. Goes in, lands the right hook from Tyson. Oh, and then goes into a grab. You've got to be kidding me.
Throwing fast. She was throwing out the trash.
And what I think is what is actually happening.
That is 2 times where she has not had enough damage done to her where she's going into another fight fully healed.
I think what's really happening right now, man, is the fact that Wonku is trying to save as much of her health as she can within each one of these fights. Meaning, if you're going up against somebody that you know you're probably going to defeat, you feel really comfortable, let's do it in a fashion that doesn't risk taking damage. That's why she was zoning so much in that previous fight against Kiz.
And then Ken versus Ken, we got Wonku and Sky Guy. Let's see who has the better knowledge of Ken. Sky is right now at least doing enough damage where if he doesn't win, he can at least put her at a disadvantage.
Oh, dude. Wonku's grab mix-ups is ridiculous.
Oh my
Two grabs
God.
back to back. We've seen at a competitive level. Certain players are just vulnerable to grabs because they're so unpredictable. You think that your opponent is going to go for maximum damage output with full combo strings, and then you just grab them 3 times in a row. Okay, Sky Guy with a little bit of a comeback. Could potentially. Oh, but that hit confirm's going to do it. He put in some work though, Tony.
Sure she's not training with the Gracies the way she's just throwing them.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that was impressive. This whole matchup has been super impressive from Wonku right now.
So we're gonna get ourselves him again, another Kimberly versus Ken, and unfortunately, like the difference between this and Tekken is that at least they had one person like him to start off and do damage.
Right.
I don't know if it's probably too far gone now.
Yeah. Oh, this is definitely gone. Wonku's out. That's gonna be perfect.
We've got.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I'm saying like the Klik are at their last 2 players.
Yep.
And they still have Strix and TLG in the wing. And I'm not mistaken. No, wait, let me see.
Mad Genius.
And Mad
Genius is in right now. And all 3 of those players that you just mentioned are exceptional. Like they know how to play fighting games. They have a general understanding of fighting games. Whereas on the side of the Klik, I know that him and Jekyll know how to play fighting games. Right? They're relatively skilled. I just don't know if they're at the same level as the Paladins.
I'm getting disappointed here because you're pulling out E Honda. You gotta know how to play.
Yeah, I know. I want to see some patty cake on the screen, and we're not seeing any of that right now. Yeah, and this is a great example, right? Like he got caught with an overhead. He's not down blocking. Which is, right, it's down blocking.
Oh my God!
Down
he just
blocking.
Perfect, right?
Yes.
And on top of that, he used his heat and got beat out of it.
Yes, it's down blocking. So many players that are just used to your standard westernized fighting games like Mortal Kombat are used to just having to hold a trigger in order to block. Having to hold a backwards diagonal in order to block, but then also lift your thumb off of the D-pad and initiate your own combo string. I think like actually fools a lot of people. It sort of trips up a lot of players that are used to some of those other fighting games like Mortal Kombat. I don't necessarily think that's Mad Genius's problem, but he clearly was getting caught with 50-50s with either overheads on a jump in or low strikes to get hit confirmed. He just got caught in the blender right there, man. He's an entire smoothie at this point.
Yeah, and it's just I
get a quick button check here.
But the thing that see now, I'm just seeing like you got Strix with the sticks right now going on up.
Ooh, he's shaking his hands out. Shaking his hands out.
Yeah. Last time we saw that, he took the L.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Strix definitely knows how to play this game, but him was really, really strong in his Tekken performance. How patient he is. Wow. Great understanding of Kimberly's actual toolkit. He wasn't just low blocking. He was low ducking because he knew that he would initiate with a high strike. But Strix getting in some grabs, but he's going to get caught.
Oh, he caught him.
Oh, no.
Strix caught him.
Oh, my
God.
gosh.
Pretty smells the taste. Yeah, but that's that taste, you know? Oh, wait, but him said, hey, wait a minute. And he caught him. No.
Strix getting hurt a little bit here. He's going to be in trouble. Both of these players sitting about 15 to 20% health. Strix trying to clutch this for the Paladins. He's stuck in the corner, gets the pushback off of the initial strike, lands a high, whiffs the overhead, and now he's getting caught in the corner, potentially a grab.
Oh, no.
It's Tony.
It's again the same situation as Tekken. We have him and Jekyll putting the team on their back and saying, hey,
Yeah, absolutely. Listen,
We have hands and they work.
yep. I think the name of the game for this matchup of Street Fighter is grabs. Listen, these players are getting so nervous with the game on the line. It's so close. We got less than 30 minutes of in-game time left tonight. What's happening is they're playing defensive. They're worried about maximum output full combo strings, and it's leaving them vulnerable to the grab mix-up. That's what's happening. Expect him to initiate with a couple combo strings and then go for the grab like he just did right there. That's where he's getting his most damage output.
Even if he doesn't, hopefully it was maybe, it wasn't enough. Yep. But Jekyll maybe has that he's using M Bison. Maybe he's going OG to OG versus OG. We're gonna see M Bison versus Ryu.
Okay. TLG, everyone sitting at home, hold on to your butts. We got Jekyll versus TLG. Both of them, I believe, full health. Comes down to this. High-level players on this team. I mean, you're talking tier 2, tier 3. Both of these players.
M Bison versus
money,
Ryu.
reputation, everything on the line. TLG on the left side of your screen. Jekyll on the right. TLG
Good
lands
shot.
the hit confirm.
No,
Pokes out a little bit. Never mind.
Yeah.
Look at the way they're playing footsies, gauging their distance, trying to get the jump, and mixes up
good
with the grab.
job.
Pushing him into the corner now, Tony. He's playing off his back foot. Goes for a little staggered input. Watch out for those low strikes. Boom. That's been the name of the game this entire night. Get the backboard juggle, but he whiffs the actual combo. Now he's getting into it. Now he's getting into it, Tony. TLG got to regain his focus. Got to regain his focus. He needs to do some type of back grab, potentially throwing him in the corner. He needs to get out of this corner immediately. He's in big trouble, Tony.
Oh my God! There
we go. There we go. He's out of the corner. Now he has some distance behind him.
Oh, and he has a is he gonna
there we go.
There it is. Oh my God! Jekyll taking another one away from TLG.
Wow.
All the smack talk that TLG was popping.
Talk about it, Tony.
Through all those shooters, and the one time it mattered the most when we needed you in your category, you sold us. You sold us, and now we're sitting on 9-12. What a comeback! This is not impossible anymore. They're only down 3 points.
Only down 3 points. With 24 minutes left. So just doing the math, they have about 8. Okay. Yeah, they have about 8 minutes per match. They're going to have to end up using their last timeout in order to send this potentially to overtime, guys. Best case scenario, they win 3 games in a row right before time runs out. They call the timeout in order to get that last game started. If they win it, boom, we go into overtime. So the Klik definitely has some momentum. Just to fill you guys in on what Tony was talking about right there. Earlier on tonight, during a game of the finals, TLG was talking a ton of smack to the Klik, right? And then Jekyll was sort of uncharacteristically getting super emotional. He actually ended up yelling at his team mid-game on the floor, throwing out some curse words while TLG was trash-talking them. The Paladins ended up clutching that game and causing that much more frustration for the Klik. TLG, obviously feeling good, has continued to trash talk throughout the night, but just got bodied by Jekyll in a game of Street Fighter. So that's why that last match was so emotional and so clutch by Jekyll to send his team to a 9th win. Okay. Oh, this is bad news for the Klik. Okay. So Klik, we just got word that the Klik forfeited CTR. That's Crash Team Racing. It's a very difficult game, but I do believe the Paladins are really experienced specifically because of Wonku on that team. TLG obviously can hold his own as well. Strick's relatively skilled at it. Magna, I've seen Magna play well. Mad Genius, okay, as well. But Wonku definitely knows how to play CTR. That's probably why they forfeited. This just became a 4-game matchup, and now the clock is against the Klik. We're jumping back into Fortnite. Yeah. This rolled earlier on the wheel, and we had to postpone it because of some technical difficulties. Now the Game Master has decided to bring the game back in. The problem here is the Paladins have Magna on their team. He plays Fortnite really well, but they've actually lost Fortnite in the past because of how aggressive Magna plays. He tends to get caught out of position because he's so confident with his play style. If he sort of anchors with his team, progress as the storm, as the circle closes in on this map, I think he's going to be okay. This isn't your typical battle royale game mode, though, guys. We're going to play an open canvas here where basically there is no material in front of him. It's just a blank map. There are going to be spawn points that are around the actual circle itself. And as the circle closes in, the teams are then going to be rushing the center of the circle, gradually taking each other out until there's one team remaining. Magna tends to push that center circle. He tends to build massive towers, if you will, and then accidentally fall off of them, taking fall damage and getting eliminated. So if he can focus, keep his composure, this should be an easy win for the Paladins, but we'll see because Klik definitely know their shooters, man.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And one thing that I'm scared of is that Fortnite isn't necessarily the fastest game.
Yeah.
So like you said, time is of the essence, and you guys are now down 4. Let's say you even do pull out the victory against Paladins in Fortnite. You're now really rushing with your time.
Right. Well, Tony, if they had both timeouts, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? If they would have both timeouts, it's definitely doable. But the fact that they don't have either one of these timeouts is going to spell huge trouble. Now, if they're on top of their setup and they're able to get these games going relatively quickly, right? Because they're probably going to get kicked back on the setup probably at least twice, or at least like 1 to 2 times. So if they're able to get the setup finished relatively well, relatively quickly, I could see us still playing 3 games, right? But it's a matter of that 4th game that they need. And I don't even know if their timeout is going to help them. We'll see, though. And if they're able to pull off some quick victories. Okay. We got a little bit of... Okay, so we got some FIFA.
And I think that if Killer is available, maybe him. Also, that's why
easy to
that's
set
why I
up.
put it.
I want to see Magna.
Magna? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
So, but see if he falls off a building again.
Yeah. FIFA, though, being our next game, is a quick setup. It's just 2v2. So FIFA can be really, really quick, and then it also can end very quick as well.
Yeah.
So I think that sort of plays into the advantage of the Klik. I also think they're really good at sports games, so I can see them potentially taking that. So, but it's just gonna be a whole situation to get past Magna right here. Oh wow, what do we? Oh, goodness gracious. Is Magna potentially pushing towards his teammate?
Okay, no.
Yep. Listen, he plays Fortnite, guys. You can tell. 1000%.
Everything he has on.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
Hey, got me.
Mm-hmm. So now he's gaining a little bit of high ground. He's using his wooden material, right? He's using his wooden material early in order to drain sort of just that material in general. As they progress towards the center of this ring, he's going to want to start using those more durable materials so that he can sort of protect himself and his team a little bit more effectively as things get become a little bit more essential here. Look at the way he's jumping around, going to swap over to potential shotgun. He's got an automatic rifle here with this Scar. During there, a couple single shots, but he gets dropped.
My God!
His teams they absolutely have to get him up right now, and he's also got it.
Right now,
but they're getting lost. That's the problem with laying down the wooden material. If you're going to use it, you're ready to get dropped. Again, this is Klik. Oh, this is Kizzy. Kizzy right now might be the Fortnite player to look out for. You can tell by his editing skills, he's super comfortable swapping over to a sniper rifle. He needs to get a reload off here. He's going to go for a pop shot. Looks like Magna might have actually been eliminated. Ooh, he's also using a little bit of this shotgun. Let's see some of that building skill here. Just going to go for some raw jumps, gaining high ground advantage. There we go. Now watch for this. He's going to clear out high ground and then use that sniper rifle at a later time. He's also checking his 6 o'clock, which is an indication that he's a high-level player. Snapshot with the shotgun. Gets the elimination, Tony. He's feeling good. This is Kizzy's moment.
It's my time. He said, I've been waiting all day for me to show up. Knock, knock, knock. Who it is?
Knock,
Kizzy.
knock. Who's there, Tony?
Kizzy.
It's not Magna, I can tell you that.
Yeah. It's Kizzy.
Oh, Kizzy feeling good. I think at that point he was just...
What just happened?
Let's go.
I knocked the fuck out of Magma.
Yes, sir.
Holy hell.
Same spawn. Same spawn.
Remember, you gotta take yellow.
All right.
Ooh, yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
First round.
Yes.
Where the
Yes.
fuck is the timid?
Man,
There it is.
We might. I hope so.
And then let's see over here.
But look at what we're seeing here. Yeah. I said, look at what we see here. We got ourselves Kinsey, who's looking like to be my MVP right now for Fortnite because, boy, did he just take that by himself. That was a whole carry on. And I want to see what he can do moving forward. I want to see, like, can he translate the skill that he has in Fortnite to other shooters?
Right.
Because we haven't seen him as dominant in shooters. But Fortnite right now, we're seeing him on his bully.
Yeah, no, it's like a good way to put it, man. I think, this is a moment for Kiz as a player. He's struggled in some of the other games, particularly like fighting games, but this is a moment where you can tell, like, this is the reason why the Klik have him on their team. This is a playoff-bound team, so every single player on this team is amongst the best within the league. The fact that they're going to a playoff, this is his moment. This is his moment to sort of show off. You can see how comfortable he is. Got some communication from his teammate. He knows that his team spawns here. They're not being pushed by the storm, so he's just taking a moment. Wouldn't be surprised if that's Magna already pushing the center of the storm.
And maybe this is what you was talking about earlier. That Magna might be he is a high level Fortnite player, but he's played so aggressively that it might put a disadvantage for him and his team.
100%. You can see him stressing in the bottom right hand corner.
Yeah.
100%. I don't know where he is, but he's definitely running out. This is Kizzy's moment, though. I think Kizzy's comfort zone is playing the edge, letting his opponent make the mistakes, and then capitalizing off that as he begins to push in. Now Magna's swapped over to a sniper rifle, taking things a little bit slower. He's gonna need more though than the Lucky Charms he's got on his backpack to secure a win over the likes of Kizzy, who was smoking him in that last round. We'll see though.
I mean, we will see, but like we said, that those Lucky Charms didn't help you from going down on that first round. He was the first to go down that first round.
Yeah, and he's utilizing his like full kit of the sandbox that is Fortnite. Obviously, popping that champagne earlier, which gives him a jump boost. For those of you who don't know, that's why he's only doing it for a split second in order to apply the buff onto his character model, and then it allows him to sort of jump everywhere. Right now, he's getting pressured. He's communicating from his team as to where he wants to push, and then I think in tandem with one another, they're going to start pushing that area. He is taking a little bit of damage, though.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful. He does have quite a lot of material, though, to use. So, at worst case scenario, he can just start building towards the center stage. And I think they'll be comfortable with that. That's why he's using a lot of his wooden material right now, because as they advance, he'll start popping up some of that brick, some of that steel, and what have you, okay?
But I want to see if Kinsey starts putting a little pressure from.
Oh yeah, he definitely will. He's healing his teammates a little bit right now with that champagne bottle, if you will. And now we got Kizzy. Of course, Kizzy's looking at him. Here comes the Kizmeister rolling in right now, building on top of Magna. Who he says, building these structures. He's gaining high ground. As the storm closes, he's just going to build platforms in order to keep high ground, head glitch the likes of everybody on this map. Just swapping to his shotgun, putting up walls to act as a defensive border between him and others. And now he's got a shotgun out. He's on the hunt right now.
Yeah, I like the
editing a little tiny hologram through. Look at this level of gameplay. Are you kidding me? This dude is nuts.
Yeah, I love the way he's mixing his build with his shooting, because like he's just building just enough for him to slide right onto.
He might have just killed himself. No, he's getting back in. He's coming. Little slide cancel here and there. That might have been the best thing that could have happened, because he completely just broke line of sight with the enemy players, and now he's doing real.
But he healed. Nope.
Yep, here he goes. He's going to get his build off.
It didn't even matter.
He's worried about keeping high ground, getting communication from his team, finding the likes of these enemy players, swapping to the shotgun, that two-piece, if you will. He likes the AR. He likes the shotgun. Look how careful he is with falling. Somebody gets eliminated.
Unlike others, we see Magna.
Yeah.
Magna just got eliminated.
The whole Klik team is feeling comfortable right now, guys. I think that's a win for them.
And it's game over. Klik win going into some
Okay, the problem here is though, is even though they just got that win, they just broke double digits. There's still 3 games down, guys, and there's only 12 minutes left on the clock. That is not enough time. I'll just be completely honest with you. So they're going to have to use one of their timeouts. I could see them potentially getting 2 games in here unless we get some type of setup issue on the side of the Paladins where they're forced to forfeit a game. So now the Paladins are probably scrambling right now, just making sure they don't have any technical issues. That would be sort of the only thing that can sort of save this game right now. They make a huge mistake during setup, set it up wrong, and are forced to forfeit a game.
Yeah, and like you said, unless they use that timeout, it might not be possible. But I want to give as much props as possible to the Klik for a heck of a comeback. The way they were just down 1, most of the game was down 1.
It's been so weird, to be honest with you, Tony, to see like there's a completely different team that we saw in the second half of tonight versus what we saw in the first half. I mean, which is probably a result of them just simply not practicing over the last 30 days. Had they been practicing with each other, finding that chemistry, or at least maintaining that chemistry, this might have been an absolute not necessarily a blowout, but they probably would be 3 or 4 games up over the Paladins. They're a great team. The Paladins have just been a little bit more consistent, I think, as a result of their capability to practice and work together, man.
Yep. And that's why like you said, moving forward, if these guys could just practice, they're a team to reckon with.
Yeah, absolutely.
That comeback was amazing. And on top of that, if they would have just did that a little bit earlier, we might be calling a whole different game.
Yeah, that gave me a different perspective of how good Kizzy is, because I also saw him playing Diva on Overwatch, and he played Diva relatively well on that game. You know, they ended up clutching that game. So I like what I saw out of multiple different shooters from the likes of Kiz and Sky Guy. Because I know he holds it down on Halo, but it's weird. It seems to be certain things, whether it be the finals or Apex Legends, that I don't think they're not necessarily excelling as much as I thought they would. It's like they're strong shooters, but they're not necessarily the best shooters in the league. So there's some ways that they can improve in terms of their total skill set, but the latter half of tonight's matchup, you're starting to see why they're 6-3. Oh, why? Oh my gosh. So we actually found out the magic ingredient to be really good at Fortnite, which is why Kiz was popping off. It's because he's 15 and he can't drive. That's all you need in order to just be really good at Fortnite. It's part of your DNA makeup, you know? I think that's what it is.
Being a youth without a license makes you a great Fortnite player.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you still have recess, you're really, really good at Fortnite. Yeah, man. Nonetheless, dude, Kiz was doing great, and that was just a great moment for him. I think we've seen him like have little moments throughout the night, but that was like a hey, if Fortnite rolls, I'm gonna completely dominate. Don't worry, I got you. And it's really, really powerful to have players like that on your team. Ooh,
and Blaze Blue, I'm not gonna lie. This if the Klik could pull out this one, right?
Yeah.
Jekyll's already in. Unless they get a full reset, Jekyll cannot play, and that probably would have been your best player.
Wait, it might be a full reset because we just played Fortnite. Can we get word from production as to whether or not this will be a reset on the rosters? Because if so, Jekyll and him can go in.
Isn't Fortnite a 5v5?
Here's the problem, though. Jekyll and him are going in right now. That's like their 2 best anime fighters. So that would spell huge trouble. That's where that roster, that sort of baseball roster system that we run, guys, where you have to. Okay.
Oh.
So, oh my gosh. So did they set the game up incorrectly and they're forced to call timeout?
And it does not get reset.
Wow. Okay.
So we're going to keep going here. Now, the Paladins can possibly be in trouble. We only got 4 again.
Yeah, I mean, but they've got to hurry up. This game, I mean, this is interesting. So if they call the timeout, why is the game clock?
No. It's a penalty. So it's just taken from them.
Okay.
Not,
Right, that's
they
interesting.
they got to do it. The time keeps going and everything keeps going, but they no longer have that time.
All right. So what the
in their
Klik, yeah, Klik are going to have to get they're going to get next set up. So when the Klik actually set the game up correctly, if they're able to finish it, they then send the setup back to the Paladins. If the Paladins mess up that setup, the Klik get a free win and the next game starts. So that's a potential way for them to actually clutch this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
All right, Klik is
So,
France, Paladins or Madrid. We'll get a confirmation in terms of the colors here in a second, guys.
It would be most likely blue is
yes,
and Madrid. So right now it doesn't seem. I usually see this type of gameplay when it's no walls.
Yeah,
but we're gonna see a lot of that. A lot of that.
100%, which probably means the match is going to go by a little bit slower. I think the Paladins right now strategically are just trying to drain as much time. It doesn't matter though because they end up getting a score. It doesn't matter. Potentially getting another score here. He's got to be careful. They're accidentally drawing that goalie out from the net. That's one thing they have to be super careful of. Goes for the assist. That was a point. No. Yeah, that was a point. It crossed over the line in the net. It's 1-1.
And it was so crazy that was the other team. The team scored on themselves.
Yep, I know. Okay, here we go. If you're rooting for the Klik comeback tonight, guys, you're rooting for the players in the blue, white, and red uniforms. That's going to be France being played by the Klik. It's 1-1. Sort of trying to break away. He does it. Oh my gosh, the Klik just got a point. They've got to keep up this momentum. They got to keep up this momentum, and they got to finish this game fast in order to send setup over to the Paladins. Here we go.
Come on,
be careful,
come
be careful.
on.
Oh no!
Oh my God! Good.
What was the goalie thinking?
He wasn't.
My goodness, he just pretty much planked like Ed Netty, just full blown planked in the middle of that net. Didn't do nothing. Okay, sends the assisted shot over, but it gets blocked. They got to be careful not to bring the goalie out from the net. Okay, there we go. Solid goalie skills there. Guys, it's 2-2.
He looks like he's scared to block the ball.
Yeah, there's a minute and a half left. Goes for the kick. Okay, they've got to dribble this up. They've got to dribble this up. Bad play by whoever that was. Who is it? I need to know. It was him. It was him on the side of the Klik that was incapable of dribbling that up the field. Here we go. We got a one-on-one. Goes for a trick pass. Ends up not getting it over to his teammate. That might have actually been him again.
Oh,
solid play. Oh, wow. Wow. That was Mad Genius sending that to Jimmy Neutron. Oh, my goodness. All right, so it's still 3-2. There's 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock. If you're rooting for the Klik, they need a score in order to tie this up. They get the steal. He's at midcourt. Oh my God. A foot and a half to the left of the net.
Hair on his chinny chin. He was so close.
I know. Okay, here we go. They got to break away 2v1. Send this to your teammates. Send it back. Go for the shot. They landed. It's tied up, Tony. It's tied up.
That's what I wanted to see.
Oh, my gosh.
Here we go. Tied up game.
This is a Disney. No, oh my gosh. Had he scored that, I would have retired from gaming forever. Oh, no. Kicks it back to his teammates. It goes out of bounds.
It was a great save, though. At least that
was a great save. 115%. Oh, but goes for the assist. Goes out of bounds. Here we go. Serve it up to the teammate. They've got 40 seconds. Everyone at home, they have 40 seconds to get a score and send this game down the line. He's got to be careful. That's going to be a goal. Oh, no. Paladins. Paladins feeling good. Now, Klik playing off their back foot. They need a goal in order to send this to overtime, guys. That's going to do it.
Game 5.
It's a game of takeaway at this point.
That's it. That's it.
It's just the time. It's the time. It was 1st to 5. Forgot about that. Guys, Paladins just went up. That's gonna pretty much sink the hopes for the Klik, Tony.
Yep, we have 4 minutes of this whole game left. 3 minutes for the setup. We got Blaze Blue. Depending on how fast Blaze Blue happens, they can possibly call that timeout. But I think we're gonna end it with Blaze Blue.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the last game. There's just a little bit more time on the game clock than the actual setup clock, guys. So I think this will be our last match.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yep. So there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left of the setup time, 3 minutes and 30 on the game clock. So I'll probably start this last matchup, but that's going to be it. Would have been super interesting had this kicked back to the Klik. They could have potentially started this game. One, called a timeout of some sort, put the pressure on the Paladins to get a correct setup. And then maybe if the Paladins would have set up the game incorrectly or made some small mistake, we would have gone to overtime tonight. But, man, we're in a situation.
Jekyll versus Strix. We get to see Jekyll.
Yeah, this is great. And this is a tier 1 player on the side of the Paladins. This is Strix, who's going to be going in for this on Blaze Blue versus Jekyll. We've been talking about him pretty much all night. He is relatively new to fighting games, but he loves anime fighters. So he's been playing those relatively well. And like I talked about, at the beginning of the day, he's very calculated and methodical about like how he goes about his gameplay style in his fighting games. Look for like a level of precision with regards to like his combo strings, his mix up, things like that. Whereas Strix is much more free-handed. I think he's a little bit more like wild when it comes to like his inputs and his ability to sort of mix things up. Okay.
Uh-oh.
What?
Hold on, real quick.
A lot. AV's giving us. Yes! Okay, so guys, they took away Blaze Blue, and now we're getting back into some Rainbow Six Siege. This is going to be our last game. This was actually rolled earlier in the night, and we had a technical difficulty, so we had to step away from Rainbow Six. Now we're coming back because it did roll. So to be fair to the players, we have to bring this game back up. We're not playing Blaze Blue. We're playing Rainbow Six Siege.
I know it's to be fair to the players because it's already rolled on the wheel, but I know Jekyll feels this pain right now. That was his game on the wheel.
Yeah.
This was his game and he was available.
Yep.
And you saw that they were going to put him in. So I know it sucks. I know it sucks.
I thought AV was going to be like, hey, we're playing Halo Infinite. And I'm like, wait, Halo Infinite has never rolled. Wait, you can do that? And I'm like, wait a minute.
I thought he was going to give us,
early Christmas present?
I thought he was going to give us something like, hey guys, there's actually 5 more minutes on the clock.
Oh my gosh, that would have been wild. Yeah. 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 Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, man, really excited to see some Rainbow Six Siege gameplay here. This is going to be our last matchup of the night. Typically speaking, whoever has set up gets to choose either the game type or I believe the map. And I think most of the time they actually pick the map because they tend to be more comfortable with like environmental awareness and just map knowledge. So that kind of doesn't matter what the game type is. If you have a lot of map knowledge, strategy for each and every one of the rooms, specifically how to operate with your team, you're going to excel on the given map. So I don't know who has set up, but I'm sure they're going to make a map selection at this point.
Yeah. And I
think it's clear.
It's only 10 seconds left. So can we just take this, Might not be able to see Rainbow.
I think we will.
No. Let's just go.
Okay. I think we'll end up seeing Rainbow Six.
We saw enough
because it did roll earlier. It did roll earlier
today, guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like another fighter.
Because we'd want to see who would have taken this earlier on in the night, and like that could have made it like a shift of momentum at some point. So it's kind of one of those things that if the Paladins take it, maybe this game was a little bit more further in terms of being within reach for the Klik. Maybe this was a little bit more wider of a gap than we actually thought because we didn't get to see Rainbow Six. Because I mean, if the Paladins end up taking this, I mean, a 5-game lead by the end of the night's pretty significant. Just in terms of sheer time, depending on the game, dude, 5 games can take. I mean, 45 minutes or so earlier was 4 games. So, I mean, you're talking about 45, 50 minutes to an hour to where sometimes can be the total length of time for 5 games. That's pretty significant in terms of a win lead.
Yeah. And maybe like it is, but then again, like you said, what if the Klik gets to take this one out? Maybe that it plays into like, if this would have rolled earlier, maybe we would have had a different advantage because maybe they would have had that win.
Played earlier. Yeah. No, 100%, because they're a shooter team, right? Like we saw
Yeah.
Sky Guy have his moment. You know, obviously he's very good at Halo. Kizzy had his moment on Fortnite. Jekyll sort of playing that filler role. I think he's sort of better at shooters than we sort of give him credit for, but he definitely knows how to play with his team. We saw his skill with, I think, 21 to 25 eliminations on Overwatch by the end of that game. Killer clearly playing relatively well on Apex Legends earlier today. And then him, the tier 1 player, knows how to hold it down as well. So a strong shooter team. So technically this should go the way of the Klik. However, this is Rainbow Six Siege, guys. And on Rainbow Six Siege, good strategy beats out good gunplay every day of the week.
Where have I heard that before?
Don't know. Don't know, Tony.
I know this great guy that plays Rainbow Six Siege. He always says good strategy beats out good gunplay.
That's what I'm saying. Don't get it twisted, man. No, but
No.
Yeah, must have been Strix. Must have been Strix.
You think it was Strix?
Let's see.
Let's see Kinsey.
Honestly, say that again.
Kiz?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Kizzy because. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at Kizzy here, guys. He is a clearly very good Fortnite player, but I want to see his capabilities on other shooters because this is another opportunity for him to sort of prove himself as a force to be reckoned with within this particular genre. Seems to have solid knowledge of how the actual operators work. But we'll see, man. Rainbow Six Siege is one of those games that somebody can look like they know what they're doing, and then once all the action starts unfolding, they turn into Mr. Potato Head. So, we'll see. This is a good camera because the hallway right outside objective is super noticeable, but nonetheless, it's a pretty decent one. Playing Legion, which has one of the best weapons in the game with this SMG in particular. Great recoil control, easy to use. He's already starting to pre-lean around these corners, so he definitely knows the game to some degree. But if he performs well here, man, it'd be a really, really strong and great night for Kizzy to really close off the night strong. Because I think the first half of today, his presence on the team wasn't as noticed as he would like it to be. Whereas the second half, he started performing really well and definitely stood out.
Someone playing for A. Okay.
Like you said, he also did pretty well with his diva in Overwatch. So let's see if he can translate that with, like you said, if he has knowledge in operators. He's playing his corners really well. And he's planting. It seems that he's playing the plants here. So I feel like he's assuming someone's going to come through that area. So I would love to see how he capitalizes on his momentum and what else he can do to the team moving forward.
Yeah, well, I like his decision to leave that particular hallway. He's probably getting fed some type of intel. Wow, Killer gets a double C4. That is absolutely huge, guys. That's a double C4. That's either going to be from the Bandit or the actual Capcan. Both of them have C4s. Nonetheless, this just became that much more difficult for the likes of the Paladins. Those are kind of surprised me because they don't strike me as a Rainbow Six Siege team. I've seen them sort of struggle on this game before. And typically speaking, we see them sort of playing together, sort of walking really closely in tandem, sort of at shoulder's length with one another. Just in terms of trying to stick together, sometimes it plays against you, and you just saw that right there with that C4. But Giz is doing his job, man. He's holding down this entire 50% of the objective, not just the stairwell, but also the hallway adjacent to it. And he's able to pick up on any type of intel of being pressured from that hallway because his Legion mines would go off. And as a result of them not going off, he knows he doesn't even have to look that way. So he's looking towards the other end of the OBJ. Now he's getting some pressure here from the window. This is the first time that they've pushed over here. He's struggling a little bit with the recoil control. This is going to be Wonku on that very window. She doesn't know She doesn't know Kiz. Now she does. Now she knows Kizzy's right inside that door. She needs to pre-fire this, but she's on her drone, so it doesn't matter. As she swings this, she needs to initiate a pre-fire. She also needs to EMP the actual window frame itself. She gets smoked. Kizzy lands the headshot. That is great.
Good work.
Solid. Wow. A little bit of a lucky shot, I'm not going to lie, but he'll take it. He held down that side of OBJ really well, Tony.
I would take it too. I ain't going to lie to you. I would take it too.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely struggling a little bit with the recoil, so he's probably not as familiar with the game as some of the other players, but I think he understands the
Well, yeah.
functionality of the game, right? Like, okay, I'm going to pick this particular character because his abilities allow me to sort of play the objective, shut off certain pathways to the objective, and just rely on my gun skill. That's what he's doing right now.
And with all right. And looks like we're gonna watch Killer. Seems to be one of their best Rainbow Six Siege players. So I want to see him go off. We didn't get to see much of him in the first round, but we're gonna watch closely here, see if he can go off. But I'm wondering if Kinsey's is one of those players where he knows a specific type, and goes towards that character that plays that role.
Yeah, I mean, just the way he's actually playing his camera right there. There's really like subtle things you can sort of pick up on when observing a player's gameplay that are like strong indications of whether or not they have thousands of hours into Rainbow Six. Killer seems to be really comfortable with just the way he was managing his drone, hiding in the vents, the way he was jumping to avoid shots and what have you. Okay, so wow, okay, so he's actually playing. This is the brand new Blackbeard. I actually have not seen this rework on Blackbeard, so this is going to be fascinating to me. Yeah. Well, Blackbeard before had a shield that he actually put on his gun. So on his automatic rifle, he would actually plant the shield on the rifle itself, whereas this is a held shield to the side. So that's why it's different.
We're watching Teeth. For all my One Piece fans, you know what I'm saying when I call him Teach. Because that is Blackbeard's legal name in One Piece. Teach.
Well, and then look at this. So if he actually does decide to repel right here. Wow, did he just did he get a ping from his teammate? Was that window was that window knocked out, or did he just pre-fire headshot a player? Was that window knocked out?
It was called,
just good environmental awareness, nonetheless.
It's Killer for a reason.
Yeah,
he's catching these bodies.
Yeah, and look at this. He's throwing his drone, like we talk about all the time. Drone economy, drone economy. Somebody drone me in. He pinged the actual camera in the corner to help out his team if they decide to poke. Okay. So Sky pinged, and then he pre-fired the window and ended up getting the kill. He's a force, man. He's a force to be reckoned with. Now he's got a shield. He's going to slowly peek this hallway. Look at the way he's droning his team in. He's not just relying on his gun skills. He's playing with the team.
And that's great. And that's the one thing, like you said, strategy definitely beats out gunplay in this game. And the way that they're working together as a team shows.
Wow. Look at what he threw the grenade, Tony.
Oh, my God.
He threw the grenade and then relied on the grenade indicator because the player has to run from the frag grenade. And then he's picking up on the kill after the frag grenade indicator is on their screen. That is super. That is super high-level gameplay right here. Potentially a diamond player. I don't know if he's a 2-time. I don't know if he's a 4-time. But he's definitely a diamond level player. They secure the victory right there. Klik getting such a comfortable win.
That's how you end off the game. That's how you end off a phenomenal hope for a comeback. It was a great try.
Yeah,
great try. But hey, they're gonna end it 11-14. That is going to be the final score for us here at the UEL. What was you expecting going into the game after our first interviews, and what compared to what happened?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I thought this game was going to be really, really close. And if I'm being frank, I actually thought the Klik, just judging from the last time we saw them perform, I believe I casted a game with them versus Shogun and a couple of other teams, maybe even the Cyclones we casted earlier this year. So I've been here, I've been present for a lot of their showdowns, and I thought that they were just going to barely inch out this win. As soon as I saw that shift in what is now the makeup of the Paladins, they have new players on their team. Wonku, previously a Ravens player, was picked up by the Paladins, and it really created this level of chemistry that has allowed them to excel. They're going to end tonight. They're going to be 5-5, but they also had a matchup earlier this season. It might have been against the Blaze, where they just barely lost in the final moments of that game. Blaze being another playoff team. And that was when they didn't even have their full composition that they're gelling with right now, right? So they're a really strong team, but they're just a couple of moments away from being not 4-5 coming in tonight, but 5-5, 6-5, 7 and less. So they're a really, really solid team. Yeah. And they just proved it right here tonight. Yeah, they just proved it, Tony.
Yeah, it was so like for me. It's just like I want to see like there's questions that I can't wait to ask some of these players, but I hope that both teams understand that with the performance that they did today, yes, there was a little bit of hiccups along the way, but we got here. We got to a point where this was a fight towards the end.
It was, man. This was a dog.
You know how when we watch, we be watching beatdown, right? And this was a beatdown where you know how sometimes you be watching a team get beat down and you're like, fight back, guys. The Klik fought back.
Yeah, they did, man. Yeah.
They say, I ain't allowing anybody to walk up into my crib, just say what they want to say and do what they want to do. This is the
they did. Yeah, they showed a level of composure, man. They showed a level of composure that made tonight like more than just fun to watch. It was definitely like a moment that just made you appreciate gaming in general, and specifically the UEL, right? 33 different games, 5 separate categories. To see these players excel in each one of those categories, I think it causes us to sort of reminisce about all of the games in our past that we've really enjoyed playing and kind of wish we got a little bit more into or maybe are still playing today. And I think they allowed that to happen for all of us as viewers from both sides, not just the Klik and their capability to potentially come back tonight, but definitely from the Paladins and their efforts to sort of steal some of these games, man. It's been so much fun. Yeah, it's been a ton of fun.
I personally can't wait. I know that we're going to get into our player interviews very soon, but man, was this one of those things that was like, it could have went either or.
Yep.
But the way that, like you said, the teams kept their composure, the way that it got hot in there, the way it got heated, the way they were talking back and forth.
And that's
man.
Yeah, that's where some of my questions are going to arise when we get into these player interviews, guys, because I want to talk about like some of the emotions that we saw sort of unfold on the arena floor today. If you showed up sort of at the latter end of tonight, there was a lot of trash talk going on, some uncharacteristic emotion that we saw out of some of the players. I'm sure it was super heated in the arena floor. But just I love watching games like that. Those are the most entertaining ones to watch when you see how passionate all of these players sort of invest into each and every one of these games, especially when we're so close to playoffs. This is the last week prior to jumping into playoffs, guys. So each of these players aren't just fighting for playoff contention. They're sort of fighting for their own brand in a sense, right? Their own prowess and sort of notoriety amongst the other players in the league. Because as we go into the next season of the UEL, all of these players are going to be free agents looking to get drafted onto their next team. That's going to be absolutely essential that, they showcase their skill set, throughout the rest of these last few games that they have in the season.
Yeah, man. I know that the people have questions. I know that we have questions. I just can't wait to get into these interviews because there's questions and they got answers. We need them.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be fun too. I think sometimes these players don't even remember. They're so caught up in the moment. They don't even necessarily know some of the things that they were saying or some of the things that they were doing. Like we saw Jekyll like getting super frustrated in that actual webcam that we have on the players, which was a little uncharacteristic of him. But then we also saw moments where TLG was getting super animated and then he would sit down and the Paladins would lose a round. And then all of a sudden he wasn't so animated, right? So I think as we look back at some of the action that unfolded throughout tonight, even these players looking back over some of the footage, it's not just going to be a learning experience. I think it's genuinely going to be really fun for all of the players to watch back over this one.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said,
and we are, Vince. We're ready.
And we are Jordan, definitely ready.
And it sounds like we're going to be joined by the Klik right now, guys, with the likes of Jekyll and Sky Guy. I'm so excited to get into this interview. First of all, Sky Guy, you had one of my favorite moments that I've personally ever seen here at the UEL, but my personal moment of the night when you popped off with Moira, you hit your ult right at the end of the round, not just blasting the enemy team, but also healing your teammates. And then immediately afterwards, you got up and just walked away and just stood there locked in position, just flexing on everyone. You wouldn't let Jekyll touch you. It was absolutely hilarious, man. Can you walk me through what was going through your head in that moment?
That's all you.
So, all right. What we had in a previous or engagement, I did something similar with an alt start, and then everybody else was just one shot, so I was able to just jump at people. I did the same thing. The only difference was I noticed how little people were on the map. So I was calling out, "Hey, let me get this kill. Let me get this kill." Little did I know, my tank was already charging up an ability that he could not stop, and he took my last kill. So no, I'm not happy about that. We would be constantly drilling our comms and not understanding why we're not listening. Like, we're clearly giving out callouts and we're not listening to people. I don't understand.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I'm not
So
happy
there,
about that.
In
Not
my
happy about
defense,
that.
mistakes were made. He called it too late.
okay.
Someone's not
Okay.
getting heals next time. That's all I'm hearing.
That is hilarious. That's hilarious. Well, my second question, man, and thank you for walking us through that, Sky Guy. But my second question is for Jekyll. You come across as a very like positive, sort of like high energy, sort of spirited sort of character within the arena. So anytime I've ever seen you, you've always been like super, super positive. During a game of the finals today, we actually noticed you sort of grimacing in the camera at one point, shaking your head, and then we sort of heard a little bit in the background over top of the mics, but we heard some yelling going down on the floor. It was almost uncharacteristic, is how I explained it, of you and sort of like your mannerisms, the way you carry yourself within the arena, but not for necessarily like in a bad way. It was actually really fun to see that side of you, that competitive spirit sort of come out or emerge throughout today's game. Number one, do you think that that was actually a good thing that the Paladins brought that out of you? And then two, what sort of got you to that point?
So it's really always been there. It's not necessarily a role I like to have to hold, where I need to force my team to listen to me by being loud, proud, and all that. I like to just sit down, have fun, enjoy the games in front of me because we
Yeah.
have so many. I like to just enjoy it, and I find I play better that way. But when it really does have to come down to it, I will completely make my team listen to me if I have to,
Yeah,
but
take the reins, if you will. Yeah.
yeah, it's not something I want to have to do. The fact that the Paladins were able to bring it out of me was good on their part, but in all honesty, it never should have gotten there because
Huh?
we just should have played a little better. But that's all.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, you guys definitely should have played better, but do not take away from the great comeback that you guys have did. But you saying that leads into my question, which I think everyone needs to know, including myself. Sky Guy, you being a leader and you being new to being a player and being a GM, why for 30 days were you and your team not practicing?
Who said we didn't practice? Hold on. Who, first off, I want the name of who said we didn't practice because we did. Second off,
I heard.
Second off, we won't talk about it.
Oh my gosh.
We didn't fully practice as much as we should have. That is, I'm not gonna lie on that. But we had like a month and a half to almost 2 months break from our last game to this game.
Okay.
We had a game that didn't happen that we really wanted to tune up for this game that didn't happen. So that was unfortunate, but it really just came down to we didn't break the rust off fast enough in that first half to beat them in this second half. That's really what it came down to for us. And yeah, we're
All
gonna
right.
get back on the
And
practice. I know
now,
we got time before everything happens before our next game because we will be seeing the Paladins in the playoffs. And
Well, that's gonna be exciting.
We will just look to beat them there. We should have beat them here, but hey, we didn't.
Ooh,
practice like we
okay.
wanted to, but that's really what it comes down to. They just had our number one more time.
So had the number. Now, moving forward, going into the playoffs, are there anything you guys are going to take away from today to put into gameplay moving forward in your playoffs? Any of your losses, any of your wins, anything you guys want to keep
I think
moving forward and take away?
I think Sky said it best, where we just need to harden down on our communication once again, because that's really what got us in a couple of games. That got us in Forza, that got us in finals, it got us in Wreckfest. That's 3 games that would have turned the game. It also would have helped us break the rust off in the first half. We were able to communicate better. So that's been something we needed to work on this whole season. And unfortunately, it kind of got the better of us and bit us in the hind. So we just couldn't break it out like we need to.
And I'm gonna say it's not that we don't have good comms or like quality comms, or we don't know how to talk to each other.
Oh,
It's
that's
just going
great.
from like an FPS game to a strategy game. Like small phrasings matters, and like even the tempo of certain comps, where we go from like a 3-person in Roller Champions to a 5 in Forza, and the Forza comms are different than Roller Champs, because Roller Champs everybody's talking to each other, and the map is the same. Rather than Forza, it's each turn, who's in front of who, which car is what pace you want to take. Which is just kind of reminding yourselves to get back into those good habits that we do have, and even outside of practices, we have been starting to hang out together. So it's not just like on Discord; we're able to talk to each other in person. So that's only going to help.
Okay, so y'all still meeting up at IHOP or what?
That's great. I love to hear from you guys.
What's going on?
It's always IHOP. We like our food. We like our pancakes, waffles.
I know it's always IHOP.
Tony knows.
Hold on, real quick before I let you guys go. It's always.
It sounds he's cutting out a little bit, y'all. It's all good.
That is going to be a perfect segue into what I'm about to add. But I got this new thing that I'm gonna use. It's called questions. Questions from the fans. They want to know who drink.
He's got out a little bit.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit. I didn't quite hear what you said, Tony. If you wouldn't mind repeating
Oh,
that.
I said came from the people themselves. They want to know, why do you drink mayonnaise and chocolate chip milkshakes?
Mayonnaise?
Protein diet. What you mean? How else
All
are you
right.
supposed to get big?
Yep. Let's go ahead and we're going to jump into our Paladins interview right now, guys. We're going to bring them in here. I've got some good questions for them. I'm really interested to see sort of how they were capable of sort of pulling things out today, if you will, because it was super interesting. So in a second here, we're going to bring up the Paladins for this interview, guys, and we're going to talk to them a little bit. All right. So TLG, my first question, my man, is for you. Walk me through, like, our favorite part of today was the emotion that was being showed by multiple players, but probably the most notable one was probably your sort of matchup with Jekyll on the Rivals. You got really, really emotional on the floor. You were basically kind of sending out a little bit of trash talk, and then he was kind of giving it back to his teammates. I think he was getting frustrated as a result of the energy that was being exhibited on the floor, potentially from you. Walk me through where your mental was at in that moment that got you so sort of animated, if you will.
We're just better, and I'm tired of people saying that we're not. Especially in finals, I know I was tired of losing finals. I was tired of losing the freaking game, and we always lose on terminal attack. So,
not always.
I get sick and tired of it, and I'm tired of having to hold myself back for somebody else's feelings. Nah, you're gonna hear me today.
Yeah.
Win or lose, you gonna hear my mouth, and when I beat you, shut up.
Okay, y'all just heard it, man.
Street Fighter, my controller stopped working mid-set, and then it started working again randomly. So,
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, because you had that one-on-one with
literally,
Jekyll.
I was like,
yeah.
Jekyll did something, and I was like, cool, retaliate, and nothing happened, and I was like, okay.
Dang. Well, it was fun, man. I mean, regardless of how you feel, I can tell you from a viewer's perspective, seeing the emotion from both you and Jekyll, and then sort of culminating into that matchup on Street Fighter was a ton of fun. But my second question would be for Mad Genius. It's interesting. There has been a couple of games that we've seen you get frustrated with today. Specifically Lumina Rush. There was a moment in Lumina Rush where I was like, man, he's feeling it. And you guys were up by like 5 or 6 wins, and you were still so frustrated at the end of each one of those courses. So number one, right? What's it gonna take to get you in there on some Lumina Rush, getting some dubs on there? Number two is kind of like, what games do you think you probably need to excel at the most? Because I'll say this before you answer those questions. You as a player being in that tier 5 spot, when we went into tonight, I basically put you guys as the Paladins, the top 5 teams in all of the UEL, specifically because you're such a strong player and you're still in that tier 5 spot, which is an indication that the rest of the team's got to be stacked if Genius is in that tier 5 spot. So major props to you for that. But where do you see yourself improving in terms of the entire UEL wheel, and what makes Lumina Rush so difficult, man?
Well, I am a much better Lumina Rush player than what y'all saw. What happened was it was a hardware issue. The controller just stopped working.
Okay.
Like I
Is that the same controller that TLG picked up later for Street Fighter?
No. So it's like the times that I couldn't finish because I had to play on MNK and I don't practice the game on MNK.
That's good.
And I was frustrated because it's like I know I can win this, and when you know you can win and you just don't, that makes it worse. Like no matter the lead, like I wouldn't have cared if we were up by like 15.
Yeah.
Losing Lumina Rush simply because things didn't work the way they should have.
Controller issue.
Just wasn't.
No, that's now that you're mentioning it, I completely get it. Because if you expected to not perform well, you wouldn't have been as mad as you were. So I get that. Well, then,
and as far as
go ahead.
the rest of the wheel,
Because I mean, this is the deal, man.
Myself.
If you start playing at like an even higher level, because I mean, like you're already a really good player, anchoring sort of that tier 5 spot. If you start to put in that work on some of those other games and practices, like not only are you going to be bumped up in the tier system, but in terms of just how unstoppable your team is going to be, it's going to be ridiculous, especially moving into the playoffs, brother. So is there a couple of games that you're like, you know what, I'm going to really lock in on those and get a lot better at them?
I definitely want to be a much stronger fighter because
he's got in order for him to move up the tier list, he has to beat me in every fighter.
From what I've been able to do is great, but I know that the ceiling is higher.
Yeah, good point.
I saw a lot of the games that I was iffy at, I got better at. Like Lethal League, a game that I've pretty much lost all season. I put in the time to make myself much better, which is something our opponents didn't do. And you saw the result. You saw what happens when you buckle down and get to practicing. Overall, I just want to be if 5% better, then 5% better all across
like
the
that.
board. Because my focus all season has been making sure that I am an asset to the team, and
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
all that matters is the team success. If the Paladins don't win, it doesn't matter if Mad Genius wins.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You said it best in terms of just pushing your skill ceiling. If you're pushing your skill ceiling and being an asset to your team, sky's the limit. But thank you, gentlemen, both of y'all, for sitting down, answering a couple of these questions. I appreciate your time, and great congratulations on today's win, man. One of the funnest games I have ever casted here at the UEL. It was a pleasure watching you guys, man.
Before I let you go, Matt, hold on. Nah. Him
Matthew,
said he was better, right? Him said they were better. What happened, him? What happened? Scoreboard says otherwise.
I mean,
I'm just messing with him.
it's very hard to say that you're better when you're 0-2 against this team. You're going to be 0-2. Like it's very hard to say that.
And they said that they're going to win in the playoffs. I'm just saying.
You're going to end up being 0-3 on the year against the same team with different lineups.
Wow. With different lineups. That's a good point. With different lineups. That's a very strong point right there. He's not lying.
I think him is a great player. And I think they have a strong team, but it's not,
not
stronger than us.
They're not the Paladins.
They ain't the Paladins.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, man. What a matchup. What a matchup today, guys. That was an absolute blast to cast. listen, the game started off tonight, and a lot of us thought it was going to be sort of an early night, right? Paladins started running away with it in terms of the wins total. I think Tony and I both felt within sort of the last 20 to 30 minutes leading up to halftime, we thought, man, this is going to be difficult, right? To sort of watch the rest of this unfold throughout the night. But then what happened, right? The Klik pulled off 2 wins in a row prior to halftime. So they picked up a little bit of momentum. Then when we came back from that 15-minute intermission, they racked up 4 straight wins before losing a single game to the Paladins, and then made this a closely contested matchup throughout all of tonight, only stumbling a little bit right there at the finish line, incapable of taking things to overtime. But nonetheless, it was a ton of fun, tons of emotions, really close matchups. As always, the fighting games were on point, the shooters were on point, and we got to see a lot of those mental gymnastics within games like sports, within strategy, within racing, and so much more. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast over this match with all of you. If you want more information on the Ultimate In-Gamers League, head over to uelesports.com. Guys, had a lot of fun tonight. This is the Ultimate In-Gamers League, where gamers go pro.